Matt Basson, along with Ryan Griffin in the Michigan State hat. You've seen him plenty of times before. Paul Roshan, rocking the, I don't even know what that hairstyle is, some 80s fanboy stuff. I don't even know.
The Chase Winovich.
And the author himself.
My barber is closed because of Corona. That's what
this barber's been closed for like 6 years, man. Are you kidding me?
And the author himself in the Tigers hat, AJ Riley. We are here with you live doing the NFL draft along with you. So we'll be watching along and commenting on who gets taken, when they get taken, why did they get taken, and why didn't the Detroit Lions do what we all wanted them to do, which is anything intelligent. We all have our own intelligent ideas of what the Lions should do, and they're probably not going to do any of them. But thank you for joining us. We do appreciate it, and we hope you guys enjoy the show along with us as we are in for a one-of-a-kind NFL draft of everyone doing this exactly where you guys are right now, at home, watching along, finding out on their television screen who took them.
And I'm like just waiting for you guys to announce the picks because I have no way to watch it. So
you are in some sort of
just fill me in, and then I'll tell you what I need to tell you.
Come on, you can stream it on your device that you're using right now.
Yeah, but stream it through what? I tried through the ESPN app. That didn't work.
Oh, we're not the only ones having technical difficulties today.
Oh my goodness, man.
You know, we could just lie, like at the beginning of our podcast, and say AJ was a former Tiger to draw in viewers.
Yeah, don't do that.
Because unless you look it up,
well, if you
it's not going to be any way people don't believe you.
If you listen to the podcast, you would know that AJ was a Golden Glover, just not for the Tigers.
Not for
any Tiger, AJ Riley, and people be like, "Oh my God, what's up?"
Not
is it Kerry? I want to get your name right, Kerry.
It has to be Kerry. There's no other way to say that. I promise.
Say Kari.
No,
Kari.
No.
Good.
It could be.
It could be Kari, but I'm pretty sure it's Kerry.
Paul's just not open to a world of possibilities.
No, don't worry, Austin. We will boo the hell out of him as soon as he shows his big face on our TVs.
So he's getting, what is he getting booed at home because they're doing that charity thing?
They're going to pump the sound in?
Or it's like booing the commissioner gets money for, I think it's like Anheuser-Busch or something is like raising money for the booze.
Actually, I kind of hope that like his daughter's in the room and just boos him out of like
exactly
tradition.
What I'm hoping for.
Like
it's
that would be the best case scenario, right? Like just
like Hillary, go to your room.
Yeah. His wife, his wife's booing him.
Who the hell?
Gary, you're absolutely right. Lions Super Bowl at some point, and God willing, we're all alive for it.
Which we probably won't be.
I'm only 26, so I got some time.
And odds, it's got to happen at some point.
Maybe my grandkids, but
look,
man.
The Seahawks finally made it. The Cardinals made it. The Saints made it and won it. I mean, you got these god-awful franchises for years and years that finally broke through. They all give me hope that at some point the Fords won't own the Lions.
This is how you know that it's truly draft day, because this is the only day Lions fans are ever happy. Matt has spent the last.
No, that is what Kerry meant by Lions Super Bowl. Is the draft?
This draft, yeah. This is the Super Bowl. It's not in January or February next year. It is right now.
1 year, I was really, really happy about the Lions draft, and it was the year they took in Ndamukong Suh. I actually fell under the belief that we were going to go somewhere different than where we've always gone in the past, and I was so hopeful for the Lions' future that Ndamukong Suh was going to drag the Lions kicking and screaming into being absolute dicks of the NFL and just stepping on people and beating each other up. But I meant like in the legal way that the NFL allows you to do it, not in the way that Ndamukong Suh ended up doing it for a few years here before moving on to multiple different teams at this point.
I'd like to welcome Scott from Iowa. Iowa doesn't have a professional sports team, just like us here in Michigan. No, it's truly draft day because Matt is more optimistic than he's been ever talking about maybe we'll win a Super Bowl.
I'm saying at some point, probably Matt tells me that it has to happen at some point.
Yeah, but I mean,
math is math. It doesn't lie.
Math is math, but still, you're talking about odds, man. I mean, so many things have to go right, and especially more things have to go right for the Lions because of how inept they are in just about everything.
Need one thing to go right. The Fords need to sell the team.
We saw the Cubs get their World Series.
Go right.
Yeah, the Cubs got their World Series after 106 years, 108 years. Come on,
we saw it is the point.
I understand that we saw it. I'm just saying.
Cleveland win a championship for the first time in 51 years, even though the NBA helped them do it.
There were a lot of people that were born and died between the Cubs titles.
Oh, a lot of people.
A lot of people.
Oh yeah.
You know how many people went and celebrated at their ancestors' graves the night that they won, just to share in the pure joy. I mean, I read an article about people like going to Harry Carey's grave right outside of Chicago and like just draping his headstone with a bunch of stuff just because they
put a big W over it.
Yeah, like it's a generational thing that's so like, especially for us here in Detroit, like the last time the Lions won a championship was 2 years before my dad was born.
Oh man, we got a Cowboys fan in our talk.
No, Jonathan.
He's posting one thing that is true. Yeah, they're gonna beat the Lions, and that's about all they're gonna do.
Jonathan, what went wrong in your life that you're
not going anywhere?
Man,
I don't know if we have any room to talk about any NFL team.
Have you guys seen the Tiger King meme where it's the three dudes standing at their wedding and it says, "I'm going to tell my son this is who the Dallas Cowboys are"?
Yeah. I haven't seen that.
On their hot pink shirts.
Oh man, that is great.
So we tricked you guys. We're not talking about the draft at all. This is a Tiger King podcast.
We just want to know on a poll out there, how many of y'all believe that Carroll did it? I mean, we all do. That's obvious. That is obvious.
I wish the Lions were as efficient in drafting as she was at getting rid of people in the league. We really would be Super Bowl bound.
How do you change his will to account for disappearance before he disappears?
It's incredible.
There was an amendment 1 week before he disappeared.
Yeah, and then like nobody's like any wiser to that fact. Like, okay, if it walks like a duck,
no crime.
It's probably a duck.
Listen, when you got an in to the small town police department, you can just make things go away. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Paul, right up your alley. Jonathan called the governor King Jong-un.
We're
Don't start.
not going to do that in this podcast. This is going to be, regardless of how many mistakes we make tonight and how many opportunities we pass up, we're going to be cheerful. And that requires not talking about government or Corona or the
Derek
possibility
Brown
of not having a season or Derek Brown. Well, we can talk about him when he goes 10 picks after we pick.
Or, hey, David White here with the suggestion, another high-end tight end. How's that sound?
That sounds perfect.
It sounds.
Is there even a first round? Is there even a tight end with a first round grade in this draft?
The Lions
all of my drafts I've seen. I haven't seen.
Yeah, but
the Lions will find him.
They'll grab him. They'll reach.
Look how this guy would have
Aaron
missed
Dodson from Michigan
the
State.
Lions took him a third.
We're gonna trade the number 3 pick for Cameron Brate.
You mean Cameron Newton? We're gonna trade free agency. Tell the NFL anybody that wants the number 3 pick, you can get them. We're gonna take Cam.
Speaking of the actual draft, there's been so much garbage out the past week, but the past 2 months in general, just absolute nonsense in my opinion. Do you guys believe in the first handful of picks there's going to be real surprises tonight? Like, do you really think, first of all, do you think there's any chance the top 2 picks are not Joe Burrow and Chase Young?
No.
I
don't
think that at all.
I think you can get a tackle in the top 5, or maybe even 2 tackles in the top 5 that I think you'd consider a surprise.
I mean, you could see a scenario where maybe Miami were to jump up and maybe take a tackle or stay at 5 and take a tackle and then use one of their first round picks on one of those other quarterbacks. But I don't think there's going to be any surprises to Paul's question. Like, I think 1 and 2 is set in stone. Unless the Redskins want Simmons, but I don't. Is it Simmons or Simons? I think it's Simmons, right? I don't think they take him over Chase Young, especially with.
There's no chance. It's all just nonsense.
Especially with the way, and that's kind of like what we were talking about, right? Like, do you build from the front back or do you build from the back forward? They've kind of started to build from the front back with their front 7. They got Kerrigan, they got Sweat. Was it last year, a couple years ago? And then
they got a real good defensive line already.
Yeah, so then to add Chase Young,
you add Chase Young to it.
Right. So I don't think there's any surprises. I think the draft starts at 3, which I think is what everybody's kind of talked about. Is it going to be Okuda? Is it going to be Tua? Is it going to be a trade down? Is it going to be Simmons? Like, I know Shane was saying Simmons, and like the more the week has gone on, the more I like
we have any pick or like we have any control over the pick.
Yeah, but I think, and we've said this a number of times, and I think it holds true that for the Detroit Lions specifically, there's no one at 3, save for maybe Chase Young if he doesn't get selected at 2, that's valuable enough to use that 3rd pick on. And I think that there's a general consensus about that. Like, you get more draft capital if you can make that trade back and still land Simmons or Okuda at 5 if you had to, or make a second trade back.
Well,
yeah, like no matter who you're gonna pick, and I would want them to pick Okuda, like everything being realistic, but I don't think you need to grab the 26th pick from Miami to do it. If they're even giving you like a 3rd round pick and you're gonna take Okuda at 3 anyway, if you can move back, take Okuda at 5 and still get a 3rd round pick, then obviously that's a pick that you didn't have before.
It's a pick you didn't have before, but it's still, is that valuable enough to trade out of 3?
Yeah,
it's not.
If you're going to take the guy anyway.
Hell no, it's not. So one thing I will answer, Adam had a question. He asked if we think the Lions are going to trade out. I think all of us here do. I think everyone in the world thinks the Lions are going to trade out. We talked about this many times before already. The number 3 pick this year has absurd value compared to most years because it's either for what some people consider a generational talent at quarterback, Tua, who would have been far and away the number 1 pick had he not had his injury history. And it's either going to be him or if there's a surprise, Chase Young's going to be available. Regardless, there's going to be a premier quarterback. Well, he's going to be available no matter what. No, but regardless, there's going to be a premier quarterback available or a generational pass rusher available at number 3. That has massive value. You're going to have plenty of teams calling you. And we talked about this before. If the Chargers, if Miami, if these teams that are calling up trying to make a trade with you, if they are not willing to pay up, if they're only offering a 3rd round pick, I don't care if the guy that you want to pick at 3 is going to be there at 5 anyways. You call their bluff and you take Tua. And you make them call you back, pull their pants down, and really
easy.
Yeah.
You're resetting. Hey, no vulgarities. We're good.
Not the podcast. Easy.
That's not realistic though.
I can't edit.
There's absolutely no chance of doing that because I would agree with you. That's definitely the route to take.
So hold on. But you say it's not realistic. That's because all 4 of us have the opinion here that our GM has no brains. But if I'm talking about what should actually be done, I'm not going to sit here and try to reason and say, I think Bob Quinn in his mind thinks this is going to be – I don't care what Bob Quinn thinks. I think Bob Quinn is a complete moron, and I think anyone watching this right now could do a better job than Bob Quinn's done the last handful of years that he's been here. So I don't really care what he's going to end up doing. I mean, I do care because it's for my team, but I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you what I think is going through his mind and what he's actually going to do. I'm going to tell you the logical thing to do. It's not that. But if you really couldn't get the offer you want because teams don't think that you're going to have the guts to take Tua off the table, then you go ahead and take Tua off the table. And you make them come back to you, and then you have 8 teams calling you to try to make a deal. And what's the worst case scenario? You keep Tua, who cares?
Yeah, but that's the worst case scenario. I think that you're also kind of playing a best case scenario that teams are going to call you. I mean, again, worst case scenario, you end up with Tua. That's not terrible. Is it the best value? Is that the best value you can get at 3? Probably not, given the other needs that your team has.
Given our team in general, I don't think there's a lot of value, period.
Right, 100%. So I think that scenario, like playing chicken with the other teams by taking Tua and trying to drive the price up with 8 other teams calling you, like, I think that's a scenario for a perfect world and kind of a fantasy. That's never, like, one, yeah, it might be the logical thing, but we know that's not going to be what happens. Right? That's not what Quinn is going to do because Quinn, he's not conniving enough to do something like that.
Yeah, you guys really don't like Michigan State in this chat.
No, they really don't.
I was going to say,
Jesus Christ.
Getting some hate.
So the top half of the broadcast, myself and AJ, we're Michigan fans. Bottom half of the broadcast, crazy. Ryan and Matt are State fans. You guys got to relax, man. We're all friends here. They have it rough right now, and it's
They
not
will
gonna
get
better.
drafted, Derek.
It's
Just
not
not
going to
tonight.
get better anytime soon. Be gentle on them. They don't need
Wait
to
till
hate.
Saturday.
It's
Hell,
okay.
they ain't winning anything in Ann Arbor anyway either.
Right.
What does that mean?
We don't. I mean,
You win. You win
we get
something
10
recently.
wins and lose to Ohio State every year.
It depends on what you mean by something. We're going to win a lot more than the 3 games this year that you guys are going to win.
And you still ain't going to any playoff. You still ain't winning any natty.
You're
So,
right
and
about
I'll
that.
still enjoy the season all the same.
And won
Not
that
me,
battle
man.
for Orlandis.
That's where Paul and I differ as Michigan fans. He doesn't like to equate success towards national championships. I think that when you bring in a hire like Jim Harbaugh, you expect national championships at a certain point.
We really don't need to do this.
We won't.
Or-
We won't.
or-
I'm just laying the groundwork for where.
we have
Four division
months-
championships.
months to do this on podcast. We don't
Like,
need to do this.
Hey,
on
but I'm just making sure that the battle lines are clearly drawn here. That Paul is, he lives in the
realistic,
fantasy world
reasonable,
where
understand the landscape of college football.
I'm just saying. So
I
I
like what you're
hope
saying.
every year I
Did you see
enter
that-
Michigan football with optimism, and by about the third game, I'm like, yep, same. It's going to be the same. About 10 wins, lose to Ohio State.
Did you see that tweet
think
the
like
other
we're
day?
going to be contenders for the Big Ten championship, but it's not going to happen.
You see that tweet the other day where it's like Jim Harbaugh beats Ohio State off the field with leadership and developing character.
Yeah, because that gets you a national championship trophy.
So since he's been on the clock for 5 minutes now, I was about to say what's taking so long, but they probably got their stuff hacked, and so we're gonna be sitting here for a while. They're gonna end up taking like someone from the 4th round, but it wasn't actually them because someone decided to hack their feed.
Well, before they make their pick, I mean, and this really is nonsense. I think I hate all the drama. There should be a draft rule. Unless you're entertaining a trade, you have to have if you're picking number 1, you have to have your pick in before the draft starts. Like that's the rule.
You've
Like,
had
you're
enough
picking-
time.
You've
You've had
had
plenty of time to figure this
you've had
out.
months.
Well, and the
You've had
reports
time.
come out that they've already told him on Wednesday that he's who they're selecting. So, like, I can't imagine, there was one rumor out there that Miami was trying to trade us, not the 5th pick, but like 18 or 26 and some others so that they could package 3 and 5 to move up to 1. But I was like, first of all, the Lions hopefully would never make that trade. Second of all, if that deal already hasn't been worked out, there's no way it's getting worked out at the beginning of the draft.
Imagine like kind of what a power move it would be to be watching the draft and would they have 15 minutes in the first round or something, 12?
10 minutes.
And it's like 10 minutes, the pick is in. And you'd be like, holy shit, like they're the most confident that they've ever been about this is who they're selecting.
Yeah. That's the thing that I hate about like the theatrics of it all. It's like
I wonder how much of it is like from the NFL too, because obviously they have to have like right now Booger's talking and
it's got to
I
get his
think Trey-
airtime.
And ain't nobody care about him
before
talking.
him. Adam Schefter has COVID now, but he'd usually be talking. And I wonder how much time the NFL is like, you have to
Wait. Was it Adam Schefter or McShay?
It was McShay. Yeah, my bad. But like, usually you'd have all these guys talking about it before. And I just wonder how much the NFL is like, you have to sit on it before this. Or even if we know the pick, we're not going to say it's in until there's 2 minutes on the clock.
I'm sure that's exactly what it is.
Sponsors
It's
got to get the
all
money worth.
pomp and circumstance. It's all pomp and circumstance.
So I assume we all
the
believe
pick is
Burrow's
in.
going number 1, right? Because we got to predict the pick every time. So is everyone on agreement? We're doing Joe Burrow number 1.
Yeah, it's Burrow.
Yeah, Andy's on the screen right now, so if it's not him, it'd be hella awkward.
That'd be really awkward.
That would be super awkward.
I kind of hope it's Tua, but I'm pretty sure it's Burrow.
Actually,
It's
it'd be
100%
awesome if they
Burrow.
just kept his face on the screen when they made the pick and it wasn't him. Just
Like
to
it's
see
on the bottom, it says Chase Young, and then it's just like this white dude accepting the Heisman Trophy.
This is refreshing. I didn't know Joe Burrow was from Detroit. I
He's
don't
an
know if you guys
Ohio
are
kid.
watching on the screen right now. No, are you guys watching TV right now?
I see
Yeah.
the Plains, Ohio, and it's some weird ass Coney Island menu.
No, you guys don't understand. You guys weren't watching. They were showing some real nice neighborhoods. That's all.
Wait, which channel are you watching?
I'm on NFL Network,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, on ESPN.
but I don't think the
And I'm
Worldwide
on
league.
whatever you guys
it's
say.
not different. It's still the NFL Network is the ESPN broadcast.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure.
Because Ryan and I did not see what you saw.
I'm 100% sure. You guys just weren't paying attention. It's all right.
Okay. What are
Yeah,
you
we're
doing
just-
right now?
Are you looking at the Athens Food Pantry right now in Baton Rouge County Zoo?
I mean, I'm behind you
the
guys
one in
because I'm
Ohio.
streaming. So.
Oh, now I see the Baton Rouge Zoo.
Now I see it, yes.
You're ahead
Now
of
I
me
see it.
again,
Now it's
Ryan.
It looks like Burrow just got a text, but he's not very excited.
up.
Yeah, Joe, we decided to go a different direction.
But that's the message they send him. Like it's not you.
We told you on Wednesday, but
He's
you know,
holding a
it was
Bengals hat. Like you see the hat, you see the colors.
LOL, JK, it's Chase.
Do you guys think what do you guys think the odds are that Washington trades out of number 2?
I
Zero.
don't.
I think they're pretty sold on Chase and just having that like
All right,
ferocious
Joe Burrow, official number 1.
that can really make your defensive side of the ball a contender at least.
Get your
And
Simpson
on the
jersey
offensive
ready, baby.
You have a couple of different options, right? You have Dwayne Haskins, who I think you as an organization believe in as a quarterback,
Right.
and you still have Terry McLaurin. So now you're just trying to build up the offensive line, even though I know you're trying to trade Trent Williams as well. But I think they're pretty sold on Chase. But yeah, Joe Burrow, number 1.
Yeah, that I mean,
I mean, this was obvious.
Well,
We
I mean,
all
shot.
knew this, expected this. This has been talked about for a while now. He had one hell of a collegiate year. I mean,
so
one
that,
year is just amazing.
right, and so that was kind of I was putting in our chat earlier today, and I kind of want to bring this up while we're waiting for the second pick. Let me start by saying I do believe Joe Burrow is a good quarterback, but are the expectations too high for Joe Burrow?
Well,
Like,
I don't know.
And here's why I say that. Okay, too many times, and I'm not comparing him to Ryan Leaf because he's not Ryan Leaf, but
You don't
really
know
he had one good year at LSU. I mean, he was pretty good the year before, but like one outstanding year.
Yeah.
Clearly the best quarterback in the country this past year, but that's 1 year, and we always talk sample size, right? Like, will that transfer to the NFL, and are the expectations with him being the Heisman winner, coming off of this fantastic year, then being the number 1 pick at a team that is probably going to be starting him by week 4, would be my guess, if not earlier. Even though I'm with Paul on this, I think that he should probably sit a year. I think that's always best for young quarterbacks. I just wonder if sometimes these number 1 picks, especially a guy like Joe Burrow, they just have way too high expectations.
Well, and he's also going to a team where the talent level is worse than the team he just left. Because he had way more talent around him at LSU,
Stop.
and he has it all right now in Cincinnati.
You
Oh,
can't
don't
say
tell
that.
me
You
it's
can't say
true.
that's not true. You
It
can't say
is
that.
true.
You can't say that. LSU would not beat the Bengals. Stop it.
I didn't say that.
No, he didn't say that. There's
I
a
said he's
difference.
got more talent around him at LSU than Cincinnati has. Cincinnati, of course.
I mean, that's every number 1 pick because most of them come from a tremendous school. I know what you're saying though. Relative to college, you have more talent on LSU.
Well, yeah,
than the Bengals
relative to
do.
college. Obviously, if you're the number 1 pick from a title team, you had the best, literally the best talent around you in college. And
Like,
you're going to the
unless
worst
you're
talent.
Eric Fisher, then that's always the case.
Right. Right. But I mean, is that a legit concern that maybe
Yeah.
like
And so it's a legit concern anytime a team drafts a quarterback in the first 8 rounds. I mean, yes, I know there's only 7 rounds, but it's all relative to expectation. We talked about it on podcast. Quarterbacks bust. Period. Most quarterbacks do not pan out, whether they're the number 1 overall pick. We talk. What do we say from the? I think 13 quarterbacks that went number 1 overall since Peyton Manning went number 1 overall. There's 3 of them that I would have wanted starting for my team. 3. That's number 1 overall. It's picking the best quarterback in the draft. So it's unrealistic at any point in time. I don't care what team you are, what quarterback you're drafting. It is unrealistic to even assume that they're going to be a quality NFL starter, let alone that they're going to be some Pro Bowler or All-Pro player that's going to take you to a Super Bowl. So if those are the expectations you have, it's not really even about the players themselves. There's so many reasons that players bust out in the NFL, especially quarterbacks. It's unrealistic to put huge expectations on them. So if you're one of those people who have those expectations, yes, it is unfair and it is unrealistic. But you talked about, are his skills going to translate to the NFL? And that's really what you look for.
Well,
I mean,
and don't get me wrong, I think that his skill will
he's
transfer to
shown
the NFL.
accuracy. He's shown the arm talent.
Yeah,
He's shown the ability
100%.
to read a field. He's shown the ability to lead a team. He has the tools, like most first-round picks coming out of college. There's a lot of things that are going to happen for him to pan out. Playing quarterback at the NFL level is a completely different ballgame. He was clearly the best choice coming out of college. The year that he had, better than anybody has ever had. It was all universe. He earned that pick. Now he's starting from square one. What he did last year doesn't matter now. Now he's a rookie in the NFL.
You just pray Cincy doesn't do to him what Detroit did to Joey Ballgame.
Right.
So the Lions are officially on the clock because the Redskins pick is in.
Yep.
But as far as Joe Burrow and expectations go, I'm going to keep it quick. I haven't heard a lot of expectations for Joe Burrow besides like he's going to be the number one pick. But I don't know that I've heard him as sort of this savior of the Bengals franchise. Now, going to the Bengals, the one thing that he doesn't have, which every quarterback needs to be successful, is an offensive line. But he does have some weapons around him. He has Joe Mixon at running back. He has Tyler Boyd and A.J. Green at wide receiver, and Tyler Eifert as a tight end. So there are things to work with, but they're going to really need to work on protecting him. One of the most impressive things that I think I saw about Joe Burrow watching him play at LSU last year, and I don't know exactly how like the advanced numbers play out because I haven't looked into those, but like his accuracy on deep balls and the way that he throws the ball down the field, it always seemed like it hit its target. Even if it was incomplete, it always kind of seemed like it was where it was supposed to go.
Yeah, there was something.
I think
there's a stat like
very well.
Catchable pass percentage of 5 yards to 18 yards. I think Tua was at like 4%, like
William
accuracy, and then
William Drysdale, the future quarterback of the Lions.
There you go. And then like Burrow was at like 5%. Like it was a stat that spoke to what you're saying, Ryan. Like on that deep ball, 5 to 18 yards, he's definitely very accurate. So I just hope that, you know, the temptation to place all these otherworldly expectations on a rookie quarterback who's got to get adjusted to the league, like, you know, Matt brought up Joey Harrington. Like that was I think a great, you know, I don't think Joey Harrington and Burrow are comparable, but it's a similar situation.
So
it's funny. They showed 3 comparisons to Burrow. It was Tom Brady, Jared Goff, and then Ryan Tannehill.
So the Redskins did indeed predictably pick Chase Young. Lions are on the clock. And what?
Let's go.
Yes, Matt.
Is it official?
It's official according to Twitter.
The pick is in. I haven't seen
our TV.
I tried not to spoil it. I'm going to assume it's Chase Young though.
Yeah.
So Twitter has spoiled it. Verified people are tweeting that it's Chase Young.
Yeah. It's. I mean,
why are you trying to spoil it for us?
Who
is
an experience? Is it going to be?
Jedrick Wills.
So now is it Detroit with the number 3 pick?
Right.
Is it Miami with the number 3 pick? Is it the Chargers with the number 3 pick? Is it Jacksonville with the number 3 pick?
I mean, I firmly believe it's Miami. I really, and it's, I said this before, predicting trades in most capacities is nonsense. It's hard. It's the draft is unpredictable enough. Anybody could decide that this is the spot they want to jump up and get somebody. So, but if I'm out there, I think Miami is going to be the team to pull the trigger because they're the team that make the most sense to pull the trigger. They don't have to give up as much because they're already at 5. It's a small leap to go get the quarterback that they want. And they have all the excess draft capital to do it with, so they just make the most sense. So you got your predictable first 2 picks, and now this is really where the draft starts, and it's on Bob Quinn to extract the most value from this pick, which, as we've pretty much all agreed, comes from a trade down.
Yep. I agree with
Chase Young to the Lions' dream is dead.
Yep.
Yes, it is. But it was never.
All right. So far, I'm 2 for 2 in my draft.
Me too, Matt. 2 for 2 in the mock draft.
Congratulations. No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Yes, we are.
I had Joe Burrow, then Chase Young.
Yeah.
And then now Miami's going to trade up and take Andrew Thomas, and I'm going to be 3 for 3. It's the guaranteed no miss mock draft.
You must have put out a new mock draft since the last one I seen from you.
That says Joe Burrow 1 and Chase Young 2.
Wait, you got Miami moving up to 3 to draft a lineman that he'd probably take around 9 or 10?
The
Now you're gonna
dumbest
get him at
smoke
10,
screen I've
baby.
ever seen in the world. Although I will, and I remember Don specifically, and I know Don's watching this, and Don yelled at me before. He asked if we had to stay put at 3 and we didn't have a choice and we had to take one person, who would I want? And I said Andrew Thomas. And I said this on podcast too. I firmly believe he's the best tackle prospect in this draft.
I want Okuda. Who do we have in the secondary right now?
And I said that when he was
Yeah,
ranked.
nobody.
I mean,
Trufant and Amu and
Yeah,
Arare.
we got exactly. We got nobody. We got.
I think Okuda's going to be a
You have a
star.
guy who's got size. He's got speed. We play man, which is what he's used to. He can lock down the number 1, or at least make him look more pedestrian.
So I think Okuda's going to be a star, but you're doing the thing right now that people are doing to Joe Burrow, and corners are another very, very
Oh, I
tricky,
know. There's absolutely a chance.
very
he could block.
tricky position,
He
especially
could
picking them in
easily
the
be
top 10.
exposed.
Especially picking them in the top 10. I look at a guy like Andrew Thomas as a surefire starter for 10 years.
I mean, especially with Okuda spending his entire career going against trash-ass receivers like Michigan's got.
Why are you like this?
and there it is.
Why are you like this?
No reason.
There it is.
No reason at all. None.
No reason.
None.
He's just firing back at some of our commenters.
Three NFL receivers on the team last year. Just uncalled for.
I'm trying to check Twitter, see if anything's coming up.
Oh, we're not allowed to Twitter spoil. I just got yelled at for that.
No, I think we should. I think that it makes sense to
Oh,
do
it's no
so.
fun. Man, the Lions are taking their sweet damn time with this one.
They're taking their
Maybe
Because
that
they're on
means
the
they
phone. They're
actually are going to trade
getting
it.
the trade through.
Yeah, I my gut tells me a trade's coming.
Don't worry, guys. There's only 2 more minutes until the Lions completely blow this.
And we've already lost a follower on this show because we were
It says,
passing the Lions.
it says pick it in.
The pick is in.
Pick is
No
in.
way.
Oh shoot!
Stop it.
Then they're
Yeah,
going
that's
Okuda.
Lions.
Hold on. It would say the pick is in even if there was a trade, right?
No, it would say
Yeah.
trade.
The screen, no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't say trade, but the
Yeah.
screen says the pick is in.
All right,
So-
because I want to see Paul's head actually explode.
No, it's not.
I am
I
rooting
keep
for
moving
Derek
my
Brown.
headphones because I'm so animated over here.
I'm so terrified right now. Like
Yeah.
I'm honestly
I'm a little nervous,
the only thing going through my head right now is how quickly I can mute my mic.
Yeah, I'm wondering here. Like,
It wasn't take like Epineza at 3.
Stop. Please stop.
Kenny Willekes, baby.
oh my
I
god.
was, oh
Shoot.
God, I was crying.
You gotta be fucking
So
kidding
bad.
me, dude. Come on. I can't believe we actually picked at 3.
Jeff, if you don't understand the power that Twitter has to spoil every single thing in life,
Yeah.
Wow. God.
Twitter is
Just
Twitter
there's
is
no
the devil and the angel at the
that
same
pops
time.
out of his head if they choose anyone instead of
All right.
trading down at this point.
So, assuming we took the pick, assuming we actually are making this pick, Ryan, who are they picking?
I gotta say Okuda and keep the faith.
AJ.
Yeah, Okuda.
It would for sure be Okuda if they make the pick. It's stupid. They should take. If you're gonna take a pick here, it's got to be Tua.
I'm hoping it's Tua.
It's not gonna be. It's
All right,
gonna be Okuda.
picks in.
That was
Detroit Lions.
I'm not even that happy they took Okuda at 3,
Yep.
but the fact that they didn't
Okuda.
take Derek Brown at 3 makes me so much happier.
They took Okuda.
They did. They took Okuda. They didn't trade the pick. Stupid to not trade it because you could have got literally
Unbelievable.
anything if you were just going to take Okuda at 3.
Yeah.
But
You could have had Okuda at 5.
at
Jeff,
least you
I'm
did.
at 75.
At least you
Come on
didn't
up
grab
north.
somebody else.
You could have had Okuda at 5. That's
It just doesn't make sense.
it doesn't. For the value that pick has, I get Okuda's good, and I'm not like disappointed that we have Okuda, but
I am.
All right, I'm
I
3
mean-
for 3, by the way, so far.
I'm disappointed that we have Okuda at 3.
I'm 2 or 3.
I expected the Lions to not
So
do
with,
anything to make this pick as opposed to trading down and getting him later. I wonder, though, how much of this has to do with just all this uncertainty with the situation
So
we're in
this-
right now.
this
and they
does-
didn't want to risk it. and
On
just
the
take
plus
him out.
side, I'm honestly ready to move on from the Lions portion of the draft. Like I'm good.
No.
We made our pick.
Yeah.
This does open up a real discussion. Do the Giants take Wirfs or do they take Isaiah Simmons? Or do they trade back?
Well, but hold on. I mean, hold on.
In
Let's
my mock, they take Simmons, so that's who they're taking. They guaranteed
might be
only
Willis.
only one hit miss.
You know that you have a troubled franchise when they take a very good defensive player and fans are still pissed.
How mad are you going to be if the Giants are able to trade out of this pick?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if they could. It just shows the ineptitude of Bob Quinn if they can. I mean, this is a referendum. This pick right here and what happens at 4 is a referendum on Bob.
Oh, this is the referendum on Bob Quinn, not the
No,
past.
no. I mean, there have been plenty of them, but this is the most recent one. I mean,
So I do want to open this up a little bit to the comments. Are you guys happy with the Okudah pick? Just the player. I know most of you probably would have wanted to trade down, which is, I think, the consensus among us four on the screen here. But did you guys want Okudah? Did you want Tua, Brown, Simmons? Anybody else that you want to throw your kind of wild card in here? I see Brian here says Simmons was a no-brainer, and I would have loved Simmons in this defense just because he can do so much. And obviously Okudah can lock. You hope he's able to lock down one half of the field.
As the week went on, I liked Simmons more than I liked Okudah, but I liked them at 5 instead of at 3.
Lee says best player available to replace Slay, which I think is also true. He's easily the best corner in the draft.
I think the first part of that comment is true. I think the second half of that comment's a bit false. Like, you can go wrong. That's the thing. Like, at 3 where he was picked, you can go wrong with that. Especially given the value that was available at 3 and the incentive to trade up. I think, who was it? Someone said, Robbie. Robbie said, with the Lions not threatening to take a QB, they had very little trade desire. Like, maybe they didn't throw large enough of a smoke out there.
That's exactly why I said that's where you have to take the QB then. If they don't believe you have the sack to sack up and take Tua from them, then do it.
They don't believe he had the sack to do it. That's
what do you think? What do you think this says? What do you think this says about like the grades or the values on Tua and Herbert, specifically as quarterbacks? Where if Miami or LA or a team where you thought they need a quarterback, if they weren't willing to jump number 4, who's ahead of them, not because the Giants were a threat to take a quarterback, but because somebody could have traded up with the Giants to grab one of those guys, do you think it's any referendum on what teams thought of Tua or Herbert, what they actually think, as opposed to
I don't think it has any bearing on that, to be honest with you, because there was no threat of New York taking a quarterback at that point. There was a 10% chance that the Lions were going to, and what the other GMs did was they said Bob Quinn doesn't have the intestinal fortitude enough to call our bluff, so we're going to call his. And that's exactly what happened. He didn't. He couldn't get a deal done. He just simply said, you know what, I'm going to take Jeff Okudah, who, again, a good player. I'm not, horribly disappointed.
The player doesn't matter. I don't care who it is. The amount of holes that you have as a team, how far away you are from truly contending, you have no business picking at 3 if it's not for a Joe Burrow.
And I think that using it and saying the reasoning, it replaces Slay. Yeah, great, fantastic for right now. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't allow you to fill the holes that you need throughout the rest of the draft. Because if you could have traded out of that pick and acquired more picks to fill more holes on a roster that is not deep at all, you've kind of made the short-sighted pick instead of the long view pick.
To be fair, you're not going to fix this franchise in one draft or 2 drafts or maybe even 3.
No, but I'm not saying fixing the trade, but you could get on a better path.
That he probably would have wanted to trade. Why do you think they weren't able to get a deal done? Because I'm sure it's obvious that they wanted to move back.
Because everybody knew that Bob Quinn would not pull the trigger on Tua. There was no threat of a quarterback being taken right there.
True.
Because he's as predictable as the sun rising in the east.
I mean, Miami's sitting there, going. Detroit's not taking a quarterback. Doubtful the Giants pull what Arizona pulled the last 2 years, take a quarterback back-to-back. So our guy's still going to be there for us at 5.
100%. That's 100% what it is.
Now, I'd love for the Giants to actually take a quarterback right now and just throw a wrench in the entire world of Miami and the Chargers.
Yeah.
But
my mock draft.
I just again, it's terrible that somebody that is as talented as Okuda that's joining our team is a disappointment to us because of where he was selected.
Well, I've said it 1,000 times. The NFL draft is all about value. It is. I don't care how much you believe in the players you pick. I don't care. It's irrelevant to me. The draft is all about maximizing value because no matter how good you are at evaluating talent, at the end of the day, the best of the best missed on most of their picks, period. So you have to maximize value, especially in the first 3 rounds. And the earlier, the more important it is to do so. And when you have a team like the Lions, you genuinely have no business picking at 3 because that pick is way more valuable to another team than it is to you. But this is what we do. We sit here and we get played. And I talked to for years now, the post-draft recap podcast, article, whatever you want, has been the same that we've talked about. We have no idea what we're doing when it comes to value in any concept of it.
Jason thinks Millen would have made a trade.
I saw that.
I believe
funny.
it.
I mean,
know.
he would have drafted Jerry Jeudy,
Yeah, he would have. He absolutely would have.
or he would have taken another
Jeudy
tight end
or
double
Riggs.
up the year before.
Give the fans a reason to be excited. Why does Okuda fit what the Lions want to do?
He plays man-to-man defense, which is what we play more than any other team in the NFL. He is 6'2". He's got size. He's got speed. He loves to take on your best guy and try and lock him down. I like everything about Jeff Okuda, and I think Jeff Okuda is going to help this football team in the long run. But again, exactly what you guys were saying. We could have got him as long and draft picks along with him if we had been able to trade out of 3 or at least fake that we were going to take a quarterback and make Miami or the Chargers think that and force them to work with us and get a trade going.
And that's the thing, right? Like if you're trying to predict this stuff and you trade out of 3, right? And you trade to 5 or you trade to 6 with LA. At 3, you're assuming they're trading up. Miami's trading up from 5 to either take an offensive tackle or a quarterback. The Chargers are trading up to take a quarterback. So Okuda's not coming off the board. Simmons is not coming off the board. If New York then took Okuda or Simmons, guess who's sitting there at 5 or 6 for you?
The other one.
The other one. Plus, you've just stockpiled other picks.
And Derek Brown's still waiting for it.
Right, yeah, or Derek Brown.
Shut up, stop. No, we're not talking about Derek Brown.
Yeah, but
By the way,
that's
the pick
thing,
is in
like,
for the Giants.
Yeah.
Unless there's some other scheme where he's going to try and trade back up into the first round, like again, you're wasting draft
we're not
capital to
trading
do
up.
that.
Stop.
I'm just saying, like that's a scenario that maybe he's trying to outsmart people with, but like you're again losing draft capital and value to do that.
So real quick, we should probably predict this pick since it is in. I know that Ryan has them taking Isaiah Simmons. I actually think they'll go tackle and Tristan Wirfs. I think it'll be a good pick. You guys know how I feel. I think Andrew Thomas is the best tackle in this draft, and I think he's being slept on. But I think they take Tristan Wirfs here.
I think they take a tackle too. They got their quarterback last year. They're going to now try and
Which tackle?
next year.
I like Jedrick Willis, Alabama.
Andrew Thomas is the pick.
Thomas.
There you go, Paul.
I feel I see, and I love. It's funny because
Now
David
you're
Gettleman
vindicated.
is probably going to take slack for this pick because Tristan Wirfs is considered far and away the number 1 tackle in this draft. But I actually really like David Gettleman, and I think most of what he's done in New York has been good. I don't know about Daniel Jones. I mean, really, and he will be judged pretty much based on how Daniel Jones pans out. But as far as team building, I think Gettleman's done a nice job. The only thing I don't love
That was a good
about-
pause. I thought you were saying he was done.
No.
Like he's done. He's
Well,
out there.
he drafted Saquon number 2 too, which I liked, but a lot of people did not.
And you're 100% right. And so, again, it's all about value, right? People are like, oh, well, people don't value running backs, blah, 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 blah. Saquon was the best talent on the board, too.
Yeah.
If they
Harry,
weren't-
don't leave. Have
But
faith.
so
If you're
now-
going to leave,
So
it's
good.
going to be longer than 10 years, bro.
But so now look at what this does. Like, look at the position that now Miami is in because Detroit could not trade back.
To take Tua for free and to have all the picks in the world.
Now, yeah.
No,
So
Justin
now
Herbert
Miami,
for free.
now Miami can take Herbert or Tua, whichever one they like more.
It's gotta be
Personally,
Tua. If this pick is Herbert, this draft is dead to me.
yeah,
Why?
I'm not a Herbert.
You're gonna get to go to LA.
I actually like Herbert. But
I
mean,
don't,
he's a prospect. Come on. Like,
I liked
compared to
him
Tua?
more since we talked last week.
Hang on. You know Tua wants
I don't like
to go
I don't
to
like him
LA.
more than Tua, but I liked him more.
I
You
know
know how
AJ
much closer
thinks-
LA is to Hawaii
I know
than
AJ
Miami?
thinks Marcus
Jeez.
Mariota, so
Yeah, I just like Miami
Miami
now
the
is sitting in a wonderful position because now they've
what if
got
Miami doesn't take a quarterback? Like, is that possible? Do you guys think that's
If
possible?
they take Simmons. I think it's possible. Yeah,
I think
I
it's
mean,
possible.
I think they could take a tackle. Honestly,
Well, so I think if they don't, Tristan Wirfs makes the most sense because so to them, tackle was rumored high up on the board. They definitely need one. They just traded away Laramie Tunsil to the Texans last year. So if you can get what's considered the number one OT,
Gettleman has a mask on in his own house. Did you guys see that with nobody around him?
I don't know.
I
I
did not
noticed that
see
his
that.
freaking house looks like an apartment. That's how bad the rent is in New
hold
York.
on,
apparently.
hold on.
Oh no,
Speak for
Matt, you
yourself.
opened it up.
Speak for yourself.
No, yours still looks like a house, just one you're building by hand.
No, you literally live in.
I live in a Holiday Inn. What do you want?
Paul kills the podcast in the biggest room with the loudest echo. And he can't understand why there's.
If Miami doesn't take a
I think
quarterback
Miami
here,
takes square
that
living
means that
room.
they obviously think they can get Jordan Love
I mean,
later on in the
I
draft.
think they're taking
Or-
Tua, but
or
if
they
they're not
think that
gonna
they
take
can use
Tua,
one of those first round picks.
Tristan Wirfs makes sense. What this does mean is Isaiah Simmons is falling out of the top 5 for sure. I guarantee you, he doesn't go this pick.
No, most likely not.
Thank you, Booger. He's falling out the top 5 if he doesn't go number 5.
No, I'm guaranteeing that he doesn't go here.
I thought you were like, if he's not picked here.
No, I was saying I guarantee you Miami's
He's
not
definitely
going
out of the top 5 if he's not picked here.
Miami will not take him. They will take Tua or they will take Wirfs. And I think it will be Tua. I think they are sitting back celebrating. They gave up nothing. They still get their quarterback, and they still get to make 2 more first-round picks. And they get to laugh at everybody else.
Yeah, and there's going to be a tackle, a good tackle that's probably available at 18 would be my guess.
Wills might be available, but even at 26, you can probably get a guy like Josh Jones or Austin Jackson.
Yeah, but I
Or
mean,
Ezra Cleveland, whoever they like best.
couldn't
Hang
Becton
on.
fall there?
They could
Maybe.
jump up to 13 and trade with San Francisco because the Niners don't have many picks this year at all. They have the early one that they got from Jacksonville, but after that, they don't really have that many picks in this draft. So if they trade up to there, they can probably get Herbert or Tua, whoever one is not taken now, later on at that spot at 13.
So take your tackle now and then use those 2 first round picks to trade back up into 13
Possibility.
or one of the first round
I
picks.
hope Wirfs goes to the Cardinals because he's stupid athletic. And I would love to see him with Kyler Murray and Cliff Kingsbury.
I mean, you look at these teams, and I mean, Oakland has a quarterback situation going on with 2 quarterbacks now because that is where Mariota is.
Hold on. You cannot call Marcus Mariota a quarterback.
I'm just saying they.
I'll not allow that.
He is
It's
there
very
to fight
generous
Derek
to say
Carr for
quarterback.
I
that
will not
spot.
allow this.
The Jets just took a quarterback a year ago. Cleveland took a quarterback a year ago.
2 years ago.
Jacksonville could make a play, but they're about as stupid as the Lions are, so I don't really trust them to do that.
I think Jacksonville
Arizona's
should,
got
'cause
their quarterback, so they could make that play. And Carolina, again, they think they got theirs with Teddy.
But
so,
I could see Jacksonville being enticed with like Herbert if he falls to 9.
I can see
And
it.
if he gets past 9, whether it's whether it's Tua or Herbert at like 5, if the Chargers pass on a quarterback, I can see a quarterback falling into like the 20 range.
But I mean,
Because Miami
do we
then
really
at 18
think that the Chargers are going to pass on a quarterback unless they can sign like
Well,
I mean-
so if Miami takes 2,
Oh, yeah,
like
I
I think they're going to, if the Chargers don't love Herbert, do you want to take him at 6?
no?
Imagine Derwin James and Isaiah Simmons on the same defense.
And that's
Yeah,
what
I agree with that. I agree with that, Ryan. 100%. I agree.
Crazy.
I think that's a value. You're moving a guy like Isaiah Simmons around from outside linebacker to strong safety to wherever you're putting him. You got Derwin James roaming the field. They have a good secondary in general, and they've been acquiring a lot of talent. I mean, it sucks because they're
And Joey Bosa, god damn.
but they are really building a decent team. Not to mention, again, if Miami takes 2 here like available, as bad as the Chargers line has been for so long, do they take Tristan Wirfs? Tristan Wirfs is going to go sooner rather than later. And I know we talk about him every pick, but I think this pick is Tua.
And the Chargers have a mobile quarterback right now who It doesn't mitigate bad offensive line play, but the fact that you can extend plays probably means your quarterback gets hit a little bit less.
And I know it was probably a smokescreen, but they seem pretty like set on at least using Tyrod, even if they do draft a quarterback this year. Like giving that whoever they do, like if they draft Tua here or they were to draft Herbert, giving those guys a year to acclimate, which again, I will always stand by the fact that I think that is the best possible scenario.
Pick his name for the
Tua to
Dolphins.
Miami. Sorry to interrupt you. Tua to Miami.
Okay, there it is.
And that's
I think no matter where Tua got picked, Tua was going to sit a year.
Whether
it was behind
the last
Fitzpatrick or
name.
behind Tyrod.
Awesome.
And I mean, okay, Fitzpatrick is what Fitzpatrick is, but he's at least serviceable for a year to let Tua heal and get acclimated.
The best thing about Fitzpatrick, like as a mentor, is he's a really smart dude.
Oh,
he
very
went
smart,
to Harvard, which if you watch any game Ryan Fitzpatrick has ever quarterbacked in, that's the first thing mentioned all the time.
Every
and
time.
I just did it again here.
Every time.
But he's a really like smart dude and smart quarterback.
He's a professional. He's
been a guy who hasn't been like a star.
No,
so like if you took a quarterback
for Tua to learn from.
Yeah, like when Aaron Rodgers got drafted, like him and Brett Favre really didn't talk at all because Brett's like, I'm not giving my spot up to this guy.
Right.
It doesn't seem like Ryan Fitzpatrick really has that issue.
No,
like he understands kind of his role as a vet.
He's a journeyman, also.
Ever since Fitzpatrick made his little cameo in the league, I've kind of liked him. Just as a
cameo.
Yeah, man, he was in
this
the
man's
league.
been in more jerseys than what's sitting behind me right now.
Dude, the show, The League. Please tell me you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. My bad. Wrong league.
Like, I know he's been in the league for a long time.
The
FX TV show, The League, which was...
My bad. Wrong league.
Thank you.
Fantastic show. One of the best shows.
Oh, I love that show.
So good.
One of the most disappointing moments in my life is when I was like binge watching it on Netflix, like the night they took it off and it went to the next episode and nothing showed up.
No.
I
was like, no.
I got the middle. They gotta let you finish.
AJ went on Google so fast. When's the league coming back?
I was trying to find it, man, because I was like right in that last season. It was like my second time through it, but
so good.
It is so good, so funny. Okay, so
I do think
are on the clock at
a really good quarterback.
Oh, I do too.
Ever since last year, where they were like in full tank mode, maybe more than we've seen another NFL team be, I've loved how they've been building. Like them and the Raiders when Gruden first got there and trading Khalil Mack and then like trading these other guys just for as much draft capital as they had because Gruden at the time signed a 10-year contract. Like I love when you're that secure in your job as an NFL general manager and you're saying, this is how I'm going to build my team. Come hell or high water, this is either going to get me an extension and it's going to put me in the Hall of Fame as a coach or GM, or I'm going to get fired because of it, but it's like going to be my way.
Yeah,
I'll always loop it.
I think this is a great pick for Miami. I think that, I think it was the obvious choice in a way, given the ineptitude of number 3. So you can't say really, I mean, they've got a quarterback for the future that doesn't have to play right away because, again, they don't have to be good next year, right?
You'd rather be bad.
You would rather be bad, get more draft capital to build around Tua.
You guys know how I feel about starting a rookie quarterback. I don't think you ever should under any circumstances.
Agreed.
And there's so many
seen the disasters.
So many both ways examples of rookies being ruined and vice versa, sitting a rookie and then him going on to have a great career. I mean, there's so many examples. It's countless every single year. Don't start your rookie quarterbacks. You have so much more to lose than to gain by playing a rookie. So sit him. And you're bad on top of it. So better picks to surround him with the following year.
Yeah, and you're already getting 2 basically guaranteed starters in 18 and 26.
Yeah. Like, Miami's set up in a very good position here.
And they were smart. They called the bluff of the Lions.
I'd rather be a Dolphin right now than a Lion.
I think you could say that about
always hang your head on the
team other than the Cowboys or the Browns.
Winless.
Like, look, I'm not shocked by the pick at 3. I'm not shocked at all.
You can't be shocked by anything the Lions do. It's
No.
impossible.
Unless they do the intelligent thing. Then I'm
We
shocked.
all agreed that if they
Yeah.
were going to pick
I
a
am-
Fans and everybody watching this on Detroit Sports Nation, what do you think of Chris Mortensen's haircut? I don't like looking at the TV when that comes on.
To Matt's point though, I would have been shocked if they traded out. Like I would have been like,
Shot the Lions?
yeah, if they
Yeah,
would have
and it would've
actually
been the
got
right
the deal
move.
done, I would have been like, oh my god, they actually tried.
Well, I'm sure they tried. I don't like that they saw a deal that wasn't good enough. Unless the only team offering you was picking like 20 and it's just too far of a drop out of the – like if Miami offered you anything and you're going to take Okudah anyway,
Right.
how do you not
I
accept?
can't
Because if
imagine.
that anything doesn't include 5, you're not getting Okuda.
You're right about that.
Well, I mean,
They're offering you
I'm
nothing but
assuming
18
they're
and
open.
26 or whatever they are. You're
But
not
then
getting
that goes-
Okuda there.
But then that goes to Paul's point of you say, okay, well then we're gonna take Tua,
Right. But they knew we weren't going to do that.
right? Because
No one in
Chargers.
our organization has shown the balls to do that.
In the fact that Miami leapt up to take Tua right away at 5, I mean, that just tells you right there, had you taken Tua, there's your trade partner. They absolutely would have put it on the table.
Right.
Had you taken Tua, they would have given you what you wanted.
and that price would have gone through the roof.
We would have gotten at least 5 and 26. At least.
No,
See,
great point.
Ron makes a good point about Miami's O line protecting Tua. They have a year to build that O line. They've got 2 more first round
And they
picks,
can do it in this draft.
and they got picks next year that they can. They don't. Tua's not playing this year.
And so think about it too. So they're at 18, right?
Right.
18 is a great spot that depending on where Mekhi falls, depending on where Jedrick Willis falls, hell, Tristan Wirfs if he doesn't go to.
And there are a few O linemen in this draft that are, besides the ones you named, that are worth taking in the first round as well. So
Well,
there's a bunch
You
waiting
could
for
even
them.
grab a top flight running back at 18 if you wanted. Like if you were absolutely in love with Jonathan Taylor,
You could grab him at 26.
He's gonna be-
I
but
think
he's
everybody's
gonna
taking
be-
Taylor in the first round.
be there at 26. You could take him at 18.
You
I
could.
think he'll be there at 26.
The only person taking Taylor in the first round is the one with the long hair on
I
the
think
scalp.
he'll be there at 26 too, but I don't think it's a guarantee.
So
I think
how
at the end of the first round, you could see teams trading up for those game-breaking running backs. You know, one of the 3 that we see.
How good is Miami's draft? So they get to a 5. Say they package the 18th pick.
It's already great.
It is. That's true. Say they package the 18th pick with their very early second round pick to move up and get Jedrick Willis, and
15
then,
or something. Yeah.
and then at 26 they get Jonathan Taylor. How good of a draft is that for them on offense?
Great draft.
You get your left
Right.
tackle, your superstar running back, and your quarterback.
Your superstar running back. Get out of here.
I'm telling you.
Yep. Herbert to the Chargers.
Yeah, there it is.
What's up, Albert Lou? From all my Pistons videos. Shout out to you, Albert.
I
And
think
I don't like that pick.
I don't
not.
either.
Albert's the OG. I like
I don't-
Albert.
I don't like.
I'm not a
Herbert.
huge fan of the pick, but
I
I like
would
Albert.
rather the Chargers take an Isaiah Simmons or a Tristan Wirfs and then go get a Cam Newton. And I'm not a big Cam Newton fan, but if that listen, your quarterback's not playing this year anyways. You've started to build a pretty darn good team. Go get a veteran quarterback like Cam Newton and maximize the talent around him more than trying to develop the third quarterback in the draft. I don't love
Like I didn't like him on the cast. The only reason I like him is I think he'll be better than Tyrod, even though I'm higher than Tyrod on most people. But like we talked about with Burrow, he has weapons. He just doesn't have the line. Like he still has Eckler there. He has Mike Williams. He has Keenan Allen. Like there are things on that Chargers offense where if you put a big arm, big size quarterback there, I can see them doing some things. And obviously, depending on what they do in the draft, they still have to get better on the offensive side of the ball. I would have loved them to pair Isaiah Simmons with Derwin James because I think your defense, you're just able to do so many things, and you have 2 like missiles that they can F up any play ever. Right on third down, you can set
Now
those
the
both.
question.
It's game over.
Now the question becomes though, like where does Simmons go? And
Oh, he's going right now. He's going to Carolina.
I think they'll take Derek Brown. So we were trying to predict the picks before they went, and then we just kind of got to talking. I think Carolina takes Derek Brown.
I don't think Derek Brown goes in the top 10.
I think Simmons is going right now. I think Carolina.
I think all three quarterbacks going in the first 6 picks really kills a guy like Derek Brown. There's too much, and a guy like Andrew Thomas, kind of indicating what I've said about him for a year now. Even though he was the 4th ranked tackle coming into this draft, yet going first, him jumping up into such an early spot. So look at the talent on the board now. Who are you taking? How are you justifying taking Derek Brown over Isaiah Simmons? Over
They don't really have anybody on their D line, do they?
I mean, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
And I think Simmons is a better player. I think they'll end up taking Derek Brown though.
And now this is a little bit of bias based on my personal opinion about Derek Brown. You guys know that I don't have a lot of value in Derek Brown. I think he is an outdated spot. I mean, it's like taking a center number 1 overall in the NBA.
Well,
draft.
I mean, you call them value snacks.
I'm not going to. Yeah, that's literally he's budget snacks, and that's his ceiling to me is snacks. I'm not taking that with a top 10 pick in the NFL draft in 2020. I'm never going to do that.
My semi-hot take is Javon Kinlaw is better than Derek Brown.
And that could absolutely be. He's certainly more athletic. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, that's the case. But
that goes back to what I was saying earlier.
Neither are good enough to guarantee. Neither are Sue or even to me, Aaron Donald, even though I know he went 10th, which is the very fringe of the top 10, obviously. And I don't think Derek Brown's close to either where those two were coming out of college. Yeah. But he's a really strong dude, and he can, kind of Pac-Man ghost eat up the runs. But if you don't have like a pass rusher and you're taking him this high, it's so difficult to see where that value comes from. And that's going to be the word of the night to everybody listening is value.
Yep, 100%. And
right now, what the NFL draft is all about, and is what we suck so bad at. It's so I hate to throw it back again, but honestly, the Chargers
get back here, Matt.
The Chargers reinforce it by taking a quarterback. Both the Chargers and Miami were locked into taking a quarterback, and you couldn't make a deal happen, but you didn't have the balls to take the quarterback and force a deal to happen.
Yep,
that's fireable. Now, I said that 100 times in the last X amount of years that Bob Quinn's been here. He's done a lot of fireable things, and he's still here. So really, I guess not. But it's so unbelievable to me. Listen, I think Okuda's going to be great. He could have a Marshawn Lattimore type rookie season for us, and it still wouldn't justify picking him at 3 because it's not about the player. It's about the value. And I hate the value so much, and it's so frustrating to watch the Lions sit and do what they do. And as a fan, I mean, every single year. There's never. I can't remember sitting here in the first year and being like, "Wow!" or in the first round and being like, "Wow!" I can't believe what the Lions pulled off.
Did you feel that way? Did you feel that way when they drafted Decker?
Oh, I hated the Decker pick. I hated the Decker pick, and it's. God, and it's not. If people accuse me of bias, there's plenty of Ohio State players that I've liked and would have liked. Well, Okuda is one of them. So really, I promise you, it's not because where he went to school. I thought Taylor Decker was overrated. He did. It's ironic because I was mad about the Decker pick, and his rookie season at least showed me some promise. Like it wasn't
like a really good rookie year.
I wouldn't say really good. It wasn't
Jack Conklin good, who was in the same class.
It was an overrated rookie season, but it was a good rookie season, and it was good enough that I was like, maybe he could develop.
Downhill sense, but
he still had the flaws that concerned me drafting him, and then he never developed, and he ended up regressing. So, more vindication, I guess. Which I don't want to be.
Short arms and like, oh no.
I don't want to be vindicated when it comes to the Lions. I want to be wrong so bad. I don't. That's
I want to be wrong every year. Same thing. I hate most of their picks.
It's so stupid.
Like I hope Hawkinson turns into Gronk.
Yeah, good luck with that.
But at the time, I was like, this is so stupid.
So I think, they could. I think the Panthers take Isaiah Simmons. They could go value here and get Tristan Wirfs, even though it's not necessarily their biggest need, and they're not. But it's value at this point.
You think Wirfs is a better value than Simmons? Because I don't.
No.
I think Simmons is the best player left.
Well, so it depends on the team. Fit is very important for that question, I think. And I think Simmons, while super good, I think he's a little bit overrated.
I need Wirfs to go to the Cardinals.
Simmons isn't better than Simmons isn't better than Devin White was last year, than Devin Bush was last year. He's not any better than they are.
I think he's better than both. Definitely Bush, probably White, even though I love the White a hell of a lot.
He's close to
He's
close
better
to that level.
That's where your bias comes in.
He's close to that level, but he has a lot more hype than that. And I think he's a great. Listen, I just told you how much I would have liked him for Los Angeles to play next to Derwin James. His versatility does add value, but I mean, you've seen plenty of guys like him in the NFL because of their versatility, not really fit in and have a defined role at any spot. And really, that's how the coaching staff that takes him. They're going to have.
Before the pick comes in, real quick, is there any chance that Carolina takes a skill player like CeeDee Lamb to help out? Because they really don't have a number one wide receiver right now.
So there's always a chance, but if you were to take a receiver right now and not trade back with the talent that is on the board that you could get much more value out of, as deep as the skill positions are this year, and that none have gone yet, 0, and you take one here, I mean, that's a Lions level move, and you deserve all the criticism in the world. So would it nothing shocks me in the NFL draft. Like, nothing truly shocks me. Honestly, the only draft I think in a long time that I would just have in mind absolutely.
Yeah, Derek Brown's the pick.
Get out of here.
Brown's the pick.
That's a terrible pick. That is a terrible garbage pick.
I think it addressed their biggest need.
Man, Arizona
I'm
just
not
fell into
a huge
Isaiah
on Derek
Simmons.
Brown as a player, but you talk about and I hate this in the first round, but for whatever reason, GM seem to value it like high floors. I think Derek Brown does have a high floor.
And that's the biggest problem in one of the biggest problems with Bob Quinn. And what the Lions do is you take these high floor, you use high ceiling picks on high floor players. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
Scott Rieger said same old Lions, blow a chance to get extra picks and still get the same guy. Scott, if you weren't with us before the Lions picked, all 4 of us absolutely agree with you.
Completely.
That's why I want to put that out there. We're going to need to throw that disclaimer in there a couple times. There's going to be people going in and out of the draft. But, yeah, love the player, hate the pick or the value, which is going to be the money word of the day that we used on him.
Hate the pick.
But you're on point there, Scott.
I think we said the same thing last year with Hawkinson.
Yeah, I love Hawkinson as a player, but at 8, it was soul-crushing to me.
I don't know. So I'm trying to remember. I know Ryan was with me when we picked Hawkinson last year. I know, AJ and Matt were not here. It was Dylan's bachelor party.
Yeah.
We were at the Hub in Auburn Hills. And I was.
That was the same night John Havlicek died.
It was so bad. I was a little under the influence.
It's not funny because he died. It's funny because of Dylan's reaction.
It was a bad time. That was later in the night, though. It was
also his introduction to mudslides, which was even later in the night.
Well, no, that was about the same time. That was around the same time. Good time.
Surprise you. I don't know how you guys didn't get thrown out of the multiple places you went to.
Me neither. He's throwing ice in the fire.
Throwing alcoholic ice into a fire in the middle of a table. It was something. We needed that, though, after the draft last year. And now we need it again.
Okay, so
Cardinals is in, and it seems like it's pretty fast. I think
who'd Carolina take? Because
Derek Brown.
Which is a disaster.
So did Arizona just jump on Isaiah Simmons like this is the best talent left in the draft?
I think they took Wirfs to give Kyler and Cliff Kingsbury ridiculously athletic offensive linemen.
I would agree with.
I absolutely think they took Wirfs.
Do you guys all have Wirfs as your top O lineman in this draft?
No.
I told you that. We discussed this. I had Andrew Thomas.
I do, but because I really love the fit here.
Oh, sorry. I meant after Andrew Thomas.
I was super happy.
Well, he's far and away. So they were 1A and 1B to me. And there's a drop off. Like I think they're clearly in a tier of their own, Wirfs and Thomas. And then I like
no love for Willis.
I like Becton better than I like Willis. Willis is not even.
I like Becton too, but Becton's so big.
Willis was not even the best tackle on his own team. And I know that Alabama's a very good team, but Willis is not the best tackle on his own team. I think the upside of a guy like Becton for sure.
I mean, look, the rule forever has been you get your old lineman from Wisconsin and Iowa. You should get these big, beefy white and black boys because they're going to do their job because they have forever.
That's how you get J.J. Watt.
So I think So I think we keep talking about value. Like, think about the value that Simmons is going to bring to whatever team does choose him.
Well, I'll
I
tell
think
you
it's
what,
crazy he's fallen this far.
Let's go to Jacksonville.
I don't know.
And
Jacksonville
yeah,
needs a lot. I mean, yeah,
probably.
but Jacksonville needs secondary help like crazy, and they really like C.J. Henderson from Florida.
I mean, you think when Jacksonville was at their best, like they obviously had a good defense, but there was like all like swag players too.
Yeah,
like they had Calais Campbell, they had guys like Jalen Ramsey, and I think Isaiah Simmons kind of brings that swagger and that attitude that Jacksonville wants to recreate. Because outside of the Mo Jones-Drew era, it was really the only time that they were relevant or looked at as a a good NFL team.
Yeah.
So the one thing that I would
Arizona,
like to know
Isaiah Simmons.
Oh, to Arizona.
All right, so he's off the table. So
I told you,
sorry,
best player in the draft left.
There has not been a trade yet.
Nope.
Not a single one.
No.
Which
That's the craziest thing so far in this draft.
This
Because
is the
in my
Lions.
mock, I had Oakland trading up to this pick to draft CeeDee Lamb. So we'll see what happens.
I
guarantee
truly,
no miss mock. That's already got a couple misses.
I truly believe if any other team in the NFL was picking a 3, there would have been a trade for that pick. Any other team. I think the Lions are the only team in the NFL that don't trade that pick.
I'm wondering how much this has to do with the way they're doing this draft, and they're just scared of the situation with everything being via internet and all this stuff going on, because this draft has screamed teams trading up and down, and nothing's happened yet.
So yes and no. It has screamed it for the Lions pick. And once they didn't make that move, everything else fell into place. There's no longer a need to trade up.
Oh, there's plenty of teams that still want to trade up. I mean, I've had Denver in the books for trying to trade up for a while.
New York is not taking a quarterback there. They're getting their tackle. So Miami gets their quarterback. The Chargers still get their quarterback. Everyone's Gucci. There's no reason to trade up. Then because of that, there's all this value on the board. So teams don't want to trade back at that point. They're going to sit and take the value. The only one I hated is Derek Brown. I mean, that pick is a Lions level pick, honestly.
Jim said Matt Patricia looks like he quietly runs a brothel on 8 Mile.
All right. I think Jacksonville is locked in with C.J. Henderson. They need secondary help like crazy.
He could creep into the top 10. You're absolutely right.
I don't see them taking an offensive tackle right now. I just don't.
I had Oakland trading up to this pick for CeeDee Lamb, so I got to stick with it.
So I'm going to be honest.
I think CeeDee Lamb's going to be there for Oakland.
At 14, and I see Wirfs is still on the board about now.
I trade up.
I really start thinking about what it's going to cost, because I don't think it's going to cost that much.
For what team? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
For
Tampa.
So Tampa's sitting at 14, and we're sitting. Wirfs is still available at pick.
Yeah, but so's Becton. Becton's chilling there as well.
Yeah, they got Wirfs, Becton, and Willis.
I was very clear.
I know.
There is a drop-off, a large drop-off.
But what does Tom Brady want?
In your mind, there's a large drop-off.
Tom Brady wants protection. That's it. Not just. And
Well, then he can go to Trojan Bearskin Commons. Ad placement.
This isn't just for the passing game either. And you look at the group of tight ends they have that are going to help. If you add an athletic freak on the line like Tristan Wirfs, and I don't think this is going to happen because they just don't. It doesn't play out like this. It's not that simple, and teams rarely ever do what I want them to do and what I think would be intriguing. But I don't know how you're sitting there 5
say about you.
later, and I get it. So Tampa's looking like we picking 6 picks, and there are 3 tackles that we would be okay with.
And 2 teams that are going to pick a wide receiver in front of us, so they're out of it.
And in their mind, they're like, we're good. We're going to get one of the tackles, and we don't have to give up anything to do it.
I mean, San Fran's not taking a tackle. San Fran, they're taking a wide receiver.
Didn't there one of their offensive linemen retire? I don't know if it was a guard or a tackle.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure San Fran is stacked when it comes to the line because that's really what they built their team on.
I know. I thought one retired though. Or what?
I think the difference between Wirfs and the other 2 is absolutely worth the 3rd round pick that it would cost Tampa to trade up and get him now. It's absolutely worth it. Go get your man. They're not going to. It's not going to happen.
Albert says he doesn't understand why the Lions screw up in the draft in the first round every single year. Matt, do you want to take that one? Because I know your answer.
Do the Fords still own the Lions? Oh, they do. Well, this is why we keep
There you
messing
go.
up year after year after
Please tell
year.
me how many war rooms the Fords
There you go,
have
Albert.
been making picks.
Damn it, I wish GM owned us.
That's such a bad joke. I don't know why I laughed.
Fantastic joke. Stop it.
Yeah, that was.
Stop it.
We all laughed, but it was pretty bad.
That was beautiful. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe our team will play better. driving around
So
quarterbacks.
Jacob brings up a good point. Jacob says, "Let's be honest, it could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, they could have
Which-
taken a punter.
That's what lies.
Like-
That's what lies.
It could not have been worse.
Choose
That's
one of
why
any other
it
22
could have gone
positions.
worse.
Yeah, it could have gone worse. They could have taken a kicker.
That was the worst case scenario.
More power to Jacob. Always look at glass half full, man. Just stick with that. You'll look
Right.
at it.
A little bit more empty than it is full.
But at some point, the optimism with the Lions, it's just not like for me. It started last year with Hawkinson, right? At 8, they draft Hawkinson. I'm like, I don't love that at all. So now I'm really starting to question like the optimism I have. Then by like week 3 this year, I'm like, nope, I'm done. If I catch a game, I catch a game because they never do
When they were 2-0-1.
what needs to be done. Yeah, because they're winning those games like what? Maybe it was game 4. I don't know, Ryan. It has been a long time since then.
They were 2-1-1 too.
But like the reality is like they never do what seems to be the common sense thing to do to make the team better. Like, and I get it that like that's Bob Quinn's job, and so like he's been hired to do that job, and we've been hired to do other things, and maybe we don't really know the inner workings of how it works. But some of these things
Don't
just
try to excuse this away, AJ. You can't do it.
listen, but like some of those things just seem to be very common sense. Like very common sense. Like drafting a tight end, unless they're Rob Gronkowski at 8, and Rob Gronkowski didn't even go 8. Like,
No,
you-
Rob, he went what? Late second, early third?
that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't
He
draft
wasn't a big guy. I mean, he wasn't a big name coming out of Arizona.
especially when you had just done that how many years prior with Eric Ebron at 10.
And before that
Look
was
at
Brandon
Aaron
Pettigrew.
Hernandez, too.
All I know
Jeff,
is
you asked a question about
Albert-
Jimmy Johnson's reasoning on selecting Tua. I didn't hear it. I don't know if any of you guys did. So, Jeff, if you can give us the cliff notes of it, we could discuss it for you.
Jeff, I'm sorry. You're going to have to fill us in. I got the draft mainly on mute. It's on captions in my TV, so
I've
you
got
guys
it on
don't hear
very
it.
low.
I assume he means the case for the Lions taking him.
I don't know. We'll have to find out. Hopefully, Jeff fills us in on this one. Albert, the 2000s decade will forever hurt and haunt the Lions. So will the 90s decade, the 80s decade, the 70s decade, the 60s decade. Everything after 1957 decades will forever haunt this franchise.
Even the 2010s, you can throw in there now because they're over.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been
I-
bad. One
I-
playoff victory under the modern playoff era, 1991. A
Jeff,
bye,
go ahead
and then we
and fill
beat
us
the
in on
crap
the
out of the
cliff note,
Cowboys.
there, buddy. Give us a cliff note so we can kind of discuss it because none of us heard it. So, and we'd love to talk about his reasoning.
Jeff, join us live on the podcast.
Jump on in.
Come on.
All right, so the Jags pick is
Go to
in. It's been in.
app.blive.tv.
We're just waiting on the actual official pick. But they've been letting us know for a while that the pick is in.
I know. Don't you love the commercial breaks?
Yeah, right? It's like
Yeah.
they're still sending these things Western Union.
All right,
It just takes
CJ
a while to get
Henderson.
there.
There you go, Matt.
All right.
Boy.
The
You
first
called
one I've gotten right since round 3.
All right.
Wow. So Cleveland has their pick of all the wide receivers to pair with Jarvis and Odell and help. Or really any of the tackles except Eric.
And that's the thing. I think it's going to be a tackle. They have some wide receivers already.
They're
They
also
definitely need to keep their quarterback up and healthy.
Hey, hold on.
Well, they could
Weren't there some rumors of Odell possibly landing in Minnesota? Like, did that not get legs?
And I think both GMs came out and said
Is that
that is
watch
not true.
that?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Like, the last thing I'm doing is trading for Odell Beckham at this point.
All right,
I mean,
Cleveland's going to take Jedrick Willis from Alabama. They got faith in him like I do. I had Andrew Thomas in this spot originally.
Wait, that's
I
who you think
had
they're gonna
I had Mackay back then, and he's still on the board.
Hold on.
But that's
You guys
worse
think,
for taking off of my board.
wait, hold on. What did I miss? I missed a pick. I was kind of AFK for a minute.
Jacksonville took C.J. Henderson.
Okay, so there's no way that Becton goes over Wirfs. It's not happening.
This is Cleveland. Remember, this franchise is right
Yeah,
at par
they
with
took-
the Lions and making dumbass decisions.
Who drafted one of the
Jackson.
best, this is Cleveland who drafted one of the best left tackles in the history of football.
That's not this same regime. There's no way.
I'm just saying.
So,
Lions drafted one of the best running backs ever. What did you expect?
hey, Jeff filled us in on Jimmy Johnson's take. He said this. Jimmy Johnson basically said, take Tua as he was the best bet available. I'm assuming this means for the Lions at 3.
It's got to be, yeah.
This screws the rest of the teams, and they will beg to trade, like Paul was saying. Like, this is basically what we said.
So Jimmy Johnson said what I've screamed for 2 months.
And
Yeah.
and he said if they don't trade, then we have a legit rookie on the bench ready to take over for Stafford.
If you were
I mean,
listening to the podcast, Jimmy Johnson,
Yeah.
you should shout it out on Fox.
Jeff, I wish you were the Lions general manager.
yeah, Jeff,
No, look,
100%.
this is what I
'cause-
reaffirmed, that anyone would be a better head coach than who we got, and I wish Jimmy Johnson was still coaching so we could at least have him, because he would have had the balls to
yeah,
do
but
this.
Matt, the head
You
coach,
remember when
the
Tony
head coach,
Dungy was
unless
found
he's
at the
part
Detroit
of the
airport?
personnel, doesn't make that choice. You're talking about the GM.
So I want to point out a couple things, Jeff. A, I appreciate you listening and answering us. You filled us in on our questions so that we could actually conversate
Yeah,
about
he's
it.
still here. Shout out
And
to
I
Jeff.
really do appreciate that. But I do see that you were a late joiner because we spent about 10 minutes at least talking about this exact
Do not
scenario.
attack the fans.
I'm not attacking him. No, it's not a
No,
bad
he's
thing.
filling him in.
No, I know obviously he wasn't here. You guys should listen to our Sports Carnage podcast. I don't know why Ryan hasn't plugged it yet. He's not doing his job very well. You should post the Podbean link for him. We've talked about this for a long time now about the
Goodell
power,
didn't let the kid with cancer announce the
the
Browns.
power
pick.
the
Oh, what a
Lions
shit.
had at 3, and that if the trade wasn't on the table, you go ahead and you put your scrotum on the table and you draft Tua, and then you make teams come to you because they knew Bob Quinn wasn't going to do it. And we saw Miami ran to take Tua, and then the Chargers ran to grab the last quarterback they were comfortable taking. Had they taken Tua there, everything that Jimmy Johnson said that you said is what we
Jedrick
talked.
Wills to the Browns. Sorry
Ha!
to interrupt you, Paul.
What'd I say?
Jedrick Wills to the Browns. Look at Matt. God damn.
The only acceptable explanation for this for me is something medical came out about Wirfs. If not, this makes no sense in the world. None.
I don't think he was better than Becton either. Like, it's crazy.
Oh, I said that earlier too. I had him.
But, I mean, shout out to Jedrick Wells. I'm not hating on you.
he's really shot up boards. And
Get picked when you get picked.
I don't understand why. Like, he's good. Yes, he's good. And yes, tackles should be highly valued. But better than Wirfs? Are you kidding me right now? Like, he's not the best tackle on his own team.
So what do you think about Cleveland? Like, besides the pick, because I think we all had Jedrick Wells as not the number 2 tackle in the draft. What do you think about Cleveland's philosophy to protect Baker instead of getting more weapons or improve the defense?
Well, I think it's a smart philosophy. I mean, you're only going to go as far as your offensive line is built. And I think that they kind of proved that last year because they had, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but were they not like overhyped at the beginning of the year last year to be like playoff
and
team
they have weapons
because of the weapons that they had, but it proved to be fruitless because of the offensive line that couldn't keep Baker Mayfield productive. So
I mean, this is where I wish Dylan was here because, and this is actually before AJ joined the podcast.
I hated the Browns before you guys did. I just want to throw that out there.
This is all. It's funny how this went because me and Dylan for about a year and a half
Dylan
were
and
Jumped on the bandwagon. Excuse me.
intrigued by what the Browns
Get him,
were
AJ.
doing. They were building
actually in
the
that
right.
context, it'd be Dylan and me.
They were building the right way. I know it. I know.
I'm
They
just
were
saying.
You
building.
still said it wrong.
They were building the right way, and we liked what they were doing. And all of a sudden, for legitimately no reason, they decided to rush things and make a series of dumb moves. In the worst of all of them, the OBJ trade is the worst NFL trade I've seen in modern NFL history. They gave up two starters at more important positions
Yeah.
and valuable draft assets
Yeah.
for the right to overpay the least valuable position in football.
Yep.
That level of dumb, I don't even know if Bob Quinn is capable of. And you
he
guys
is.
know how about Bob Quinn.
He is.
Do you think the Jets follow that blueprint and get help for Sam Darnold on the offensive line like
Absolutely.
the Browns did?
Well, if Wirfs is there, why not?
Well, you have Wirfs and you have
Becton.
Every pick for the next 15 picks.
you have Wirfs and Becton. Yeah,
Yeah.
Name
It's
it.
not going to be work. It's going to be Make Me Bacon. Make Me Bacon is being taken by the Jets.
How is Wirfs not
Make Me Bacon.
how?
Mickey Bacon.
Yeah, Mickey
Mekhi
Becton.
Becton. You. I was like, who the?
I know what you were about to say.
Hey, so Albert's still on this 2000s thing, talking about at one point us drafting 3 wide receivers
You
in a
don't
row.
talk trash about Albert.
I'm not talking trash about him at all because I think that he's making a very good
Loyal
point.
fan.
Because him and I are on the same wavelength. Like Albert, you and I thought the same thing when they made 3 draft picks in a row of number 1 wide receivers. It's like, and then did they not like take a year off and then draft Calvin? So like 4 out of 5 years they drafted a wide receiver.
Calvin
know
was a
who-
great pick.
Yeah,
you know
it
who
was.
owned us at that time? It was William
You-
Clay Ford,
you-
who gave Matt Millen a 5-year extension.
You took
After
maybe the
all
greatest wide receiver of all time at number 2.
Hey, look, Calvin was a great pick. I'm not upset about it. However, I feel like that the feeling around that pick might have been a little disingenuous because of the track record from the previous years, right?
Probably
Like,
when you pick the GOAT, Charles Rogers, and then you pick Mike Williams, you don't get a lot of leeway.
I mean,
and wasn't
there-
Mike
there was
Williams
a
like
lot
out of
things
football for a
wrong
year
with those
before we picked him?
receivers.
He was like suspended for a year before we picked him, was he
All I
not?
know is
No,
Charles
Mike-
Rogers' first NFL catch was a touchdown,
Yeah,
and
no,
you can never take that away from him.
absolutely.
No,
Mike
That's like
Williams.
stepping up to the plate and hitting a home run in your first at bat.
Mike Williams got screwed trying to follow the running back from Ohio State who tried to leave early and
Maurice
was told
Claret.
he could. Yeah, Maurice Claret was told he could. So Mike Williams said, "Well, sweet, I'm out too then." And then they were like, "Oh wait, no, you can't, and you can't go back to USC either because your eligibility is already done." So Mike Williams was forced to sit out a year of football and try and work out, aka eat himself into a tight end sized person. And
we
when
still
he
drafted
did come, he was not anywhere near the wide receiver he was at USC because that was a bad boy at USC. And it was a
The Jet-
completely different person when he came to Detroit.
The Jets are taking this pick down to the wire. They got 90 seconds left, and
They're
still,
arguing between
still
Make
going.
Me Bacon and Tristan
So,
Wirfs.
so the Jets, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen right now. The Jets are going to take Wirfs here. And then both the Raiders and the 49ers are going to take receivers. And I don't want to predict which receivers because there's
CeeDee
about-
Lamb and Henry Ruggs
I don't want the
III.
49ers to take a receiver. And I don't like the 49ers. If you listen to the podcast,
They need receivers.
you absolutely know that. But
Do you
if you
take
can
maybe
make
a
your
receiver
offensive line or defense even stronger, and you can just kind of work with what you had. I know they lost Emmanuel Sanders,
And they're trying
But
to
as-
trade Marquise
as-
Brown.
but as Paul has said, and as kind of has been proven, receiver is the least valuable position in football. So, like, you can get a game breaker, a guy like CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, whoever they like best, as long as it's not Henry Ruggs. But you can get a guy like that. I want them to strengthen up the parts of their team that are already so good that when they get subbed out, they're not going to miss a beat. That's how they're going to win 12, 13 games again.
So
me.
I agree with you a ton. I just don't. So the 49ers are kind of in a pickle. One being, there's not an obvious value at this pick. But I don't think
I
they're
like
going
Kinlaw a lot. I don't know how it fits with what they got going on, but like I said, I think Kinlaw is a.
And they, if there's somewhere they do need defensive line is, and I think, but you could also, I mean, it's tough, man. Like they don't have a ton of needs, especially with the value that is on the table here.
Man, this
It's-
draft's making Ryan get drunk.
You didn't hear that, Crown Royal level. No, but I mean, you even heard reports, and I know there's 100 million smoke screens leading up to the draft that the Niners are trying to trade out of 13.
because they only have like
what
4
you
picks
said,
in this
like,
draft.
they don't see that much value there. So if you can pick up an extra second or an extra third round pick and say they move down to like 21 or something, to them, a team that was literally in the Super Bowl could be looking.
No, I mean, the Niners are in a
You'll be
good
kidding
position.
me.
You know, you got a really
Oh,
good.
you're
football
on
team.
Twitter again. I see you.
I am on Twitter.
Stop cheating. Stop cheating.
Oh man.
I'm not on Twitter. I just want to make that very
Oh
clear.
man. I just went on to
Stop
check.
cheating.
Well, AJ, that's because you're a saint.
It wasn't even what I was looking
Here.
for, man. It wasn't
All's
even
over
what
here
I was
with
looking
hair as
for.
red as the devil's you know what.
It wasn't even what I was looking for. It was a whoopsie.
Look, for San Francisco, they have all of 5 picks in this draft. They don't have that many. So to trade back from this pick that they have that
And
belongs
to get
to Indy,
more picks.
to get more picks does make a lot of sense for a team that was, this close to winning the Super Bowl. So they have obviously a very complete team. They've built this team inside out on both sides.
Jets took Becton, so they followed that Browns
I
blueprint.
told you.
Make me
So
bacon.
I'm telling you, something
Bacon in his underwear.
Something had to come out.
Mm.
Something had to come out about Tristan. This is Laramie Tunsil all over again, except I haven't seen a ball pick.
Except there's no video.
I have not seen a ball pick. I don't know if something medical came out. Like, what is going on? So this is where now there's value. There are going to be teams looking to trade up.
The Raiders
You
are going to
snag
take
Tristan
CeeDee
Wirfs.
Lamb, and I have to go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back.
Why not
I'm
Jerry
agreeing with
Judy?
Ryan here. I got
Why
CeeDee
not-
Lamb
why not
going to
Judy?
Oakland.
So that was, you guys brought that up. Like you made the point that, like, okay, 2 receivers come off the board next. CeeDee Lamb's going to be 1, and then somebody mentioned Henry Ruggs. Why would you take Ruggs? Why would you take Ruggs over Judy?
I wouldn't. But
No,
for the
you wouldn't.
Niners,
No, you wouldn't. No one would.
no,
No
but for
one
the
would take Ruggs
Niners,
over
I
Judy.
think they would, because
No.
what Henry Ruggs offers in the slot position for them, I think is worth quite a bit. And yes,
Yeah,
Jerry
but
Judy is the
Judy-
best route runner that we've seen in college football, apparently. But there is that issue that we're not sure about with his knees. So with Henry Ruggs, you don't hear any of these issues,
Yeah, I
and
don't
he is
know,
a
man.
pretty damn good wide receiver. At least from
And
what
I
we've
only
seen.
saw Judy like a couple of times, specifically against Michigan this year, and I just watched him and I was like, wow.
Oh, he's so polished. There's no there. You can't say anything bad about him. There's nothing bad to say about him.
like
he's
deep
so
in
polished as a
routes
wide
and
receiver.
taking those for 50 yards, like just insane, man.
It's just the feeling I have. That's all. I think
All right.
Denver is going to end up making a play on Judy.
I think someone is going to trade up with one of Las Vegas or San Francisco to take Wirfs. I mean, I can't. This slide is getting out of control, and he's not going to make it past Tampa, so you have to trade in front of Tampa.
Who?
Or does Tampa trade up?
You're saying Judy doesn't make it past Tampa?
No, Wirfs.
Yeah, Wirfs is going to Tampa.
Well, so I think a team's going to try to jump them.
If they're making a
Yeah,
trade, it's with
because
San
San
Francisco.
Fran
It's not
doesn't
with
really
Oakland.
need that pick.
They
That's
don't
what I
need
mean.
it.
Unless they took their top receiver on the board.
Yeah, but again, to Matt's point, all San Francisco has to do is trade out of that pick for a few more picks to add to their depth of picks in this draft. Like
So
that scenario seems to make the
I mean,
most
so
common
think
sense.
about it. Think if, I mean, so perfect example. The perfect trade, Miami could trade up from 18 with the 49ers to get Wirfs, and the 49ers could take Kinlaw. But how?
So
I mean,
do you think the Niners, so say they obviously have their needs, right? And a receiver is one of their needs. That they have all the receivers on the board, do you think it makes them less likely to trade? And like if they value Judy or Lamb or Ruggs or whoever just like so high, if they had if on their big board they were like number 7. Do you think they just stay there and take them and say, we can't believe this guy fell to us?
So to me, I think because there's so many, not a single receivers win. So they're all still on the board. You can trade back, and if you're really set on a receiver, still get your receiver.
And they're a team that's already like ready made.
And I don't think there's anybody unless you would have to evaluate one of the receivers that falls to you as that much better than everyone else. And I don't think there is one. I really don't.
I don't, but that doesn't mean that they don't think so.
For sure.
But the Raiders pick is in.
The pick is in.
I want Tampa to get worse so bad. I really do.
You want
Before we
Tampa in
get
the
to
Super
this,
Bowl next year, don't you?
100%.
to keep
Those
You know
ugly
it,
jerseys.
1,000%.
To
No, they
keep
changed
some of
the
our
jerseys. They're
fans-
I
better.
know they're ugly.
No,
do
they're
you
not bad.
guys think that there's a chance the Lions trade back into the first round?
And lose more draft capital? That's the thing.
So they have.
here's
I
the
think.
thing.
I think they have 2 5th-round picks. So say they give like 29 in one of their fifths to get into
So-
the very back end of the first.
This is an absolutely proven by the pick. This is a win or you're done with your job year for this staff. Like this front office and this staff gets this season. So
No,
if
we're
there's
thanking for
someone,
sunshine.
if there's someone, I wish, if there's someone near the end of the first that they
Given their
love, and
ability
they
to
can't
construct
believe
a
that
team, they
fell
probably
there,
still will.
it would not be out of the question to trade up. I mean, we already know they're not concerned with value. They have no
Right.
concept of value. They're not worried
Right.
about that. So if there's someone they really like that falls, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. No. Do I think they will? No, I don't
Ooh,
think they're going to.
Andy-
Henry Ruggs,
Andy-
first receiver off the board.
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
4.27. Didn't catch any deep balls at Alabama.
Andy's going to be really
not
thrilled.
any,
Man,
but
they
very
flip-flopped
little.
on that one. That's
Andy
crazy.
Lee
It's
DeMar-
like Al Davis is alive.
He's going to
Niners
be
are taking
thrilled
CeeDee
when
Lamb.
we trade back up and take a running back.
If you're the Niners and you're eyeing a wide receiver, them taking Henry Ruggs is like the best thing that could happen to you.
Right.
Because I think he's the worst of all the wide receivers that you have valued highly.
I actually like CeeDee Lamb better than Jerry Jeudy.
I don't, but I like CD better than Ruggs.
I think they're both
The way
fantastic.
the Niners play offensively, I liked Henry Ruggs for them because he has the ability to catch the ball 5 yards out and run past everybody for a touchdown.
And he didn't do that much at Bama.
That ability is no longer there because he's now going to
Well,
Oakland.
Bama had a better quarterback than San Fran had this past year. So
That's possible. I don't know about that, but it's possible. It's not the worst egregious thing he's ever said.
thanks.
You're very welcome. So I'm honestly like I'm nervous as if Tampa Bay was like my own team. I want them to draft Tristan Wirfs so bad.
They're going to.
Like
I don't see
like
anyone coming up and making this trade to get up and grab him.
Well, why wouldn't you?
it's so crazy the position Tampa Bay is in. Like now you have a roster that's capable of going to the Super Bowl.
Right.
And you're picking like in the top half of the NFL draft. Like them and San Fran are in such kind of weird situations where it's like your team's so good already. At least Tampa Bay on paper, because everything they had in San Francisco kind of already proved it.
There's a Robert E.
San
Lee
Fran.
High School.
San Fran does come with a caveat. San Fran only has that pick because they traded a legitimate starter, and
Yeah.
San Fran would be happy if they could replace him with that pick. I mean,
So
it's
you
not,
think? Do you think Kinlaw could go here
it's?
at
I guess
13?
it's not that early. but
I
why
think
would
it's a
you
little
trade
bit
back?
of a reach, but if you don't think you can get him when you trade down, maybe you just say F it if you
So
like
if
the
I
player that
want
much.
Kinlaw, I'm calling Miami and saying, "Hey, you need a tackle. What do you want to give us for Tristan Wirfs?"
I don't
Niners
think
defense
18.
is fine. You're
I don't
putting
think
CeeDee Lamb
18
on
is
the
the
other side of
guarantee for
Debo.
Kinlaw.
Oh, I don't think it is either, but I'm more comfortable if he doesn't make it to 18 with the other talent that's going to be there and
I feel you.
additional draft assets.
That makes sense.
I think the Niners are about to be stacked offensively because you have Debo, who grew up last year. You have the best tight end in football, and now you're going to put CeeDee Lamb on the other side of the field.
And I love now you like CeeDee Lamb
That's
better
funny.
than Jerry Jeudy.
That's funny. Jeff, he is wearing a bathrobe.
I like
Whoever,
CeeDee Lamb
I
for
think
what
they
he-
just showed Ruggs, but he was wearing a bathrobe when he got drafted.
I
And
like
Jeff
Jerry
said it,
Jeudy
and
a
I was
lot.
looking at us four, and I was like, who looks like they're wearing a
Well,
bathrobe?
so I said I like CD better than Jeudy as well. I love them both. Do you like CD Lamb better?
No. I
Only
like Judy
because
better.
of the question of Judy's knees. That's it. That's the only thing I see. CeeDee Lamb has produced year in and year out at Oklahoma.
Since he started.
Boy's a
So did
beast.
Ryan Broyles.
He's-
Ryan Broyles blew out every ligament in his body, okay?
I know.
Stop.
I was so excited
that
about
man
Ryan
had a
Broyles
good
as a
one
draft
good game for the
pick.
Lions.
No, so it's like, Titus Young, the game that he had torched Richard Sherman.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the year that Sherman emerged as like the best corner in the draft. And it was like, oh my God, like Titus Young just murdered. And then obviously,
Yeah.
we didn't have him on the team much longer. But
God, Titus Young was really good though. That you can't fault the Lions for a guy like Titus Young. That was a great pick. You got that talent in the second round.
It's a risk. Exactly.
That talent in the second round, that's phenomenal. I'm fine with that 10 times out of 10. His head too much to overcome, but I mean, I would do that.
No, for sure.
every
Like he
single
could have
time.
been the best. I don't remember all the receivers in the draft, but he could have been one of the best.
He
Or
thought
the
he
best.
was better than Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, and running routes wrong on purpose is a little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
It's just a tad issue.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Man, I
I cannot
just-
look at the playmaker right now. That man is wearing way too many patterns on television.
So this is the pessimist in me, because I will be legitimately heartbroken. If Wirfs is there, is there any possibility in the universe that Tampa passes on him?
If they do, Tom Brady is grabbing Gronk and saying bye.
We're going back to Bill.
I'm going
I
back
mean,
to the
so-
wrong house I went to.
I think the other scenario is that you give Brady a full complement of weapons and you pick up a third receiver that's just
A full
dynamite.
complement of weapons, like he doesn't have two
He's
of the
already
best.
got that.
Exactly. No. So you have Godwin, you have Gronk, you have Evans, and now let's say you add
OJ
CD Lamb
Simpson. Don't forget about OJ Simpson. Don't sleep on him.
or Jerry Judy. Yeah, Barry Sanders, Randy Moss, and OJ Simpson all on the same team.
So
Wait, no, wait.
Cameron
And you
Brate,
just
OJ
add
Simpson.
like
OJ, whatever
a
his name.
dynamo.
one of
Howard.
Cameron Brate or OJ Howard is going to be traded. It actually makes more sense to trade Cameron Brate.
I liked it a lot better with AJ's version.
Oh, I loved it.
OJ Simpson. Yeah,
Don't
bring him.
sleep on OJ Simpson.
Oh,
I meant
49ers
OJ
trade
Howard.
the pick to the Buccaneers.
There it is.
So Tampa Bay did hop up.
What did I say?
Worse.
What did I say? In this, you know what this means, right? Other teams were trying to trade up
Yeah.
with the 49ers for Wirfs.
So what Tampa give him? Another 2 extra picks in the back end?
I don't
So
know.
the Niners,
So
after
right
the
now on
first round-
ESPN, it says Tampa still has 14. It just might not be updated yet because Tampa was the very, very next pick.
yeah. It's showing both 13 and 14 right now
Yeah,
for them.
there's
But
no
San
way they didn't
Francisco,
do it.
after their 2 picks
Yeah,
in the first
I don't
round,
think there's any way that they didn't do it either. But
they don't pick again until the 5th round. The Niners don't have a 2nd, a 3rd, or a 4th round pick in this draft
Ooh.
right now.
I mean, I love this. This is what I've been banging on the table for.
I
10 minutes.
love jumping up one spot
Yeah, right?
to make sure nobody else does.
You
Well,
damn
and that's
right.
the- they were
Like
going
I talked
to.
about
That's-
earlier, I love conviction, and that's the biggest conviction you can have.
I
Like,
mean,
no,
it's so
F
it
all
makes
you,
all
it's
the
us.
sense in the world. And I told you guys, if they didn't do it, a team was going to jump them and take worse. And you have arguably.
It does look like it's worse too because they're
It
panning
would-
in
there's
on.
no one
I'm
else
sorry
you
to
trade
keep
up
it.
for.
I'm
No,
sorry
you're
to keep
good.
interrupting you, but
You're
that's
fine. You're fine. There's no one else it would be for, right? Like I will leave this goddamn draft room if they traded up to draft someone that's not Tristan Wirfs. I will be done.
Well,
I'll be
because
out.
of a Tampa Bay pick.
You
But he
gotta-
spits through
Screw
Okuda.
this.
You can't do that to Tom.
To be real, you guys know Tampa's my team this year. They're my ride or die for this year. So.
My
Oh.
team.
Bandwagon fan.
Well, it's not. Every Lions fan gets a second team.
Drew Brees is going to anger you
That is-
all season.
That is baked into our bylaws. We get a second team every year. And mine was the Pats forever, but now Brady and Gronk, literally my 2 favorite non-Lions in the NFL, which Gronk was number 1. Don't for a second think it's Brady. Gronk was my favorite player in the NFL for a long time.
Matt, are you related to Robbie Basson?
That is my brother.
Hey, what's up, Robbie? Chenault, the best wide receiver in the draft. I do like Chenault a lot, and whoever gets him is going to get a steal.
Doesn't Chenault weigh 130 pounds?
He was on my college fantasy team, so it doesn't matter.
I'm pretty sure I weigh more than Chenault.
And he played for the GOAT, Mel Tucker.
You don't weigh more than a football. You damn sure don't weigh more than a
Neither
football player.
does
His hair weighs more than a football. What are you talking about?
It's very light. It's very light.
You got this like I don't know.
Said I use Head and Shoulders, so
Yeah, right?
Yeah. I
Definitely-
feel like Paul should be pimping Head and Shoulders with
Shout out
What's
to
his
Head and
name?
Shoulders.
Troy
Sponsors. This is
Polamalu.
Troy
Polamalu.
Polamalu.
Do a
Absolutely.
joint commercial.
Jeez.
Listen, we're
I
not
can't
allowed to
remember
get haircuts in
Polamalu.
Michigan.
I think
It's
it's
not
like-
my fault.
So it's like you have dandruff saying Matthew Stafford isn't an elite quarterback, and then Paul's just sitting there like, no.
Defense.
Oh man!
Oh,
Wait,
no,
why is this
San
thing not done yet? What?
San Fran got 14 updated, kind of obviously, which is what we all thought. But I guess official on ESPN, San Fran now is slotted into 14.
Yeah,
But
and they
what
probably
else?
got
Do we
a
know what the
third-round pick as
compensation
well.
is?
No.
I'm
What
assuming
if they
a
what if they
third-round.
just traded it to be nice? Like, you know what?
I
There you
don't
go.
think that's the way it works.
Like
Well, so
13
it-
for 14
It
straight
works.
up.
It works so great for both teams. So we talked about so they could trade back with Miami, but then maybe the guy they want, say it's Kinlaw, is not there. They know who Tampa's taking. They know Tampa's trading up to take Wirfs, who they're not interested anyways. So they get a little extra compensation, and they still guarantee get their pick. You know, the thing that the Lions could have done.
Tristan Wirfs,
Yep.
number 13.
I'm
Had
so
to be.
excited, man. They
So
did the
this
thing
is-
I wanted.
This
They
is
did
good. This could be the rare double trade back we see, because you only traded back one.
They could.
I think it's very plausible San Fran trades back again.
Look, the Broncos think they have their young quarterback of the future, and they need weapons around him. So to be able to jump up here one spot as well and get a couple picks back from the Niners, to let the Niners, to let Denver have
and
their
the
pick now.
49ers need receivers, and to me, all the good ones are still on the board.
Right. So Denver, now you have your choice if they do make this trade as well. Do you want Jerry Jeudy or do you want CeeDee Lamb?
And
It's a
then
nice choice to have.
and then the Niners get whoever they don't select.
And Paul, I'm sure if you went on Twitter, you could find the compensation, but because my stuff is on subtitle, I'm looking obviously at the screen first. I don't know exactly what the compensation is. I'm sure you could find it on Twitter.
I've been looking, and I haven't found it.
Yeah, I haven't found it either.
And these things do. Oh no, I got it. So they gave up their 4th round pick. The Bucs gave up their 4th in 14, but they also got back what I think is a 7th round pick. 245 is 7. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, you moved up one spot, and then you got a lottery pick at the very, very end. And Mr. Irrelevant is 254. Well, I don't know what it is in this draft because of all the compensation picks. So let me take that back. But last year was 254. So you're getting like a very, very end of the round, 7th round draft pick to move up one spot. Albert wants to know, just curious, before the start of the 2020 season, correct me if I'm wrong, did the NFL just recently put in a new playoff format in place? I said format twice. He did not. He's smarter than me. Yes, they did.
What? No, they didn't.
He said, it's their new playoff format.
What?
Yeah, don't they have two?
Yeah, they have 2 more teams in the playoffs.
I thought that wasn't effective this year.
I think it is. Look that
So
up.
they passed
Albert, maybe you could look that up.
I could be wrong. So I know. I mean,
Albert, fan of the show, please look that up for us and let us know if that's true. Hey, there you go. Rudy, go State. My man. Rudy, what do you think about Josiah Scott at number 14 to the Niners?
I hope this is CeeDee Lamb. I would like it.
Paul and AJ, as Michigan fans, do you think Cesar Ruiz goes in the first round?
I think he might, but it would be a reach.
I think he goes in the first round. I don't think it's necessarily a reach. I think he's the highest ceiling center on the board, but you guys do know I have concerns about him. Is he going to develop into a bully in the trenches as far as the run game is concerned? So Cesar Ruiz he's an elite. He's elite up here, and he's a really good athlete. But and he's really heady. I mean, if you watch film on him, one of the things, he's always looking for someone to block. And he seems like he has eyes all over the field. The problem is when he needs to just smash the guy in front of him to open a running lane, I don't know if he can do that at the NFL level, and I don't know if that's going to develop for him.
Do you think he plays center, or do you think whatever team drafts him moves him to guard?
I think it totally depends on the team needs. So he can play either. He's most valuable at center because of the things that I just mentioned. But again, as a pulling guard, which in today's NFL, especially the run game, is so important. He is athletic, and when he gets to the second level, he's devastating.
Very athletic.
It's
Hey,
a lot
I
different
liked
than
him for San
I got an
Francisco,
answer.
but not this.
I got an answer to the playoff question.
What is it?
For the 2020 season, which is the one that's coming up, new format will add
We hope.
to the playoff in the field for both AFC and NFC, making it a 14-team postseason, 7 per.
There you go, Albert.
So it will be this year.
One more team to the playoffs, right?
Yeah, well, 1 per division.
Yeah,
Oh
one per
God!
division.
How amazing would it be if the Bucks had a slow start to the season, got the last wild card,
Right, and they're
won
like the
Super Bowl,
14th.
and
Yeah.
win the Super Bowl? Oh my Lord!
Well, what do you just to continue on Cesar Ruiz because the pick's not in yet? What do you think about his fit with the Seahawks? It's a team I've seen him too mocked a lot, and they're like 26.
The
I think.
Seahawks have needed O-line help for 15 years now.
So they need a ton of O-line help, like center, guard, and the
All
fact
over
that
the
he
place.
can play
He's
really
versatile.
anywhere.
He can play both. His athleticism really fits in, especially. So that's a line. So you look at a guy like Russ Wilson, who constantly is moving around in the pocket, extending a play, having an uber athletic lineman in the middle of your line to help shift everything over or maybe get out in space and pick up an extra block. I think it's a great fit. But at the same time, if they really want to pound the run game, he scares me. But again, so you look at the other interior linemen in the draft, who is coming in that is going to give you that? There is no guarantee for that. So, and that's why Cesar Ruiz is going so high. So I don't want to pick on him. I just think he does have holes in his game like everybody else, and he's not a guaranteed thing. But he also has a crazy high ceiling because if he develops that power and the ability to blow people off the ball in the run game, he'll be a top 5 center in the NFL. I mean,
Where do you think the best fit is for him? Because I imagine you, as a Chase Winovich fan and hair copier, were just elated that he went to the Patriots last year.
I did. I thought that was the absolute perfect fit for him. I actually think
Because I think it's Seattle. I think like if he goes
Seattle's
to Seattle,
one.
he'll be a.
I think the Cardinals
a
are
stud.
another. Now the Cardinals already picked, obviously, and they don't have another first-round pick unless they trade up. But I think the Cardinals would be one. There's a few guys that really he could really fit in.
Right division, wrong team.
What's up? What just happened? What
He's
happened?
pointing to the Niners jersey.
Going to the Niners, the 31st pick.
He's pointing to the American Heroes jersey.
The Niners' offensive line is great.
I know. And a great place for Ruiz to be able to learn a little bit. And be
Jesse
We're taking
better.
a future pick. We're taking a future pick. But they're all about the run game, man. I mean, he would really have to.
Yeah.
I don't like his fit. Although, as a pulling guard with Kyle Shanahan, he would be pretty sick.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners taking this pick down to the wire too. They got 30 seconds left and they haven't made the pick yet. Oh,
I mean,
pick
they
is
might-
in.
They're trying to find out if you spell
No,
it
pick is in, right.
C-E-E-D-E-E or just C-D.
It won't let them. Their
Took them
computers
10
don't
minutes to
let
find
them
out.
make the pick if they can't
D
spell
on
the
there.
name right.
I love the finger spelling too.
This player
Like you
is
can
not-
imagine John Lynch just like, no,
He's
that's
like,
not it.
we want
Wait, did I?
D.
Shout out to John Lynch too, going a player to the front office and just murdering
and
it.
just crushing it, just being amazing at your job. Especially, and it's not like he took over at the time a good franchise. The 49ers
Right, like they had
were
Jim
dumpster
Harbaugh.
fire.
How good could they have been?
Stop. Why are we doing this?
Well,
They-
and like, didn't they like have
That's
like,
why, Paul.
weird defensive player like retire really
Hey,
young?
hey.
Is that?
The Niners?
Hey,
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
so
they've had a few.
Chris Borland
Yeah,
Borland
but,
left because
Chris
he had
Borland-
problems. Alden
and then
Smith,
what is it? Joe Thomas? Is that his name? Joe somebody retired too.
not Thomas. Joe Staley? No.
Yeah, he was a.
No, I think there's somebody else on the defense, like really
Yeah,
good,
Willis
that
and
retired.
Legitimately, they
think
lost like
Patrick
7
Willis retired
starters.
early.
They lost Patrick Willis was another. They lost like 7 starters in an offseason. Alden Smith got basically banned
Yeah.
from the league. He was super good, by the way. He was amazing. He was
Basically, after the Harbaugh blow up,
didn't
the
he
Niners
get
were-
reinstated recently?
Yeah, I think he's with the Cowboys.
I think Alden Smith might be back in the end, and I think he's only like 31. He's
Yeah,
still
I think he's with the Cowboys.
shocking.
Right?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. That Randy Gregory and the other guy, Greg Hardy, that they got
Randy
a few
Gregory.
years ago.
To be fair, though, and everyone piles on, I don't knock it at all. I mean, they get at-risk players with high ceilings, and I think that's a fine strategy.
It's just the Cowboys, though. Ugh.
Oh,
Listen.
49ers took Kinlaw at 14.
Shut up.
My
See, that
guy.
I don't like. That I don't like. Actually, I take that
I
back.
like it because I think Kinlaw is amazing.
I take
don't
that
like
back.
the Niners.
I take that.
but
I completely take that back. I take that back. I'm sorry. I apologize. I take that back. I like that pick a lot.
the
So-
best defensive tackle in this draft.
I mean, I'm not going to argue. I don't know, but I'm not going to argue it. I'm not going to say he's not. You guys know I'm
we
a Peter
know.
Gronk fan.
So
We're
now
the
you
Matt's
got
number 7
two wide
jersey.
receivers out there just
I think I'm going to order me a
No,
Gronk
they
Bucks
can
jersey.
still sign Antonio Brown.
I'm gonna order me a pewter Gronk Bucks jersey.
oh man.
Anyone want some ice
I was
cream?
waiting for wherever Brian Lewerke goes. I'm gonna have to wait till Saturday, but quit eating ice cream. It's unprofessional.
I'm really hungry.
That's not real ice cream anyway.
The hell is that?
He's eating literally it's frozen yogurt, not like the good
the
frozen
number
yogurt.
one
It's not even frozen
Greek
yogurt, bro. It's like frozen cream,
The number one ingredient is heavy cream. Y'all can blow me.
frozen heavy cream.
Still ain't ice cream.
It's delicious.
Ice sugarless cream.
It
Also,
is
milk from a
sugar.
cow, stuck it in the freezer, and was like,
There's no sugar.
Fake sugar.
it's okay. My cat just woke up. You might have seen him climbing down from his palace.
I seen
there
your
in the
cat like
background.
3 hours ago on top of the thing.
Paul, we
Yeah,
see
no,
your
he was
cat, like, every
chilling.
5
He was
minutes.
sleeping.
Yeah, there's a cat roaming in my
Paul's
background
cats
every-
are.
all over the place.
Wow.
Paul's
So the
cats
I
Broncos.
could pay the
Crazy.
camera, but I'm not going to.
All right. So does Denver take CeeDee Lamb or do they take Jerry Jeudy?
I mean, I think they'll take Judy, but I think Lamb's better. How about that?
I think they take Judy too.
Yeah, I think it's Judy.
Because I had him taking C.J. Henderson, but the Jags effed that up. So
I'm also really high
Not
on
available.
Justin Jefferson. Like, I'm higher than most on Justin Jefferson.
are you? I'm not. It's just the best way to put it.
Philly
I
must be-
do think Minnesota gets Jefferson in the early 20s, and they're able to do something with them because they have so many other weapons.
All right.
And because they have such like a Minnesota is in some ways almost like the perfect team because they have such a good running back and they have a good enough quarterback that you have to respect them, and they had great wide receivers with Stephon Diggs now gone, but they still have Adam Thielen, like they still have Kyle Rudolph, and I don't know, I think Minnesota's is a really like well organized team. And them adding a guy like Justin Jefferson to it, I think that's probably like the easiest fit for him.
All right, so you got him at Minnesota. Philly is right before Minnesota in the picks, and they need wide receiver help like crazy. We all saw
I
last
want to
year.
clarify something up here. You never need wide receiver bad enough to have to take a
Get
receiver
off your
in the
high
first
horse on
round.
the whole most
You
useless
never
trade
need
crap.
them bad
Regardless,
enough.
you need them.
What
You never
if
need
it's
them bad enough to have
what
to
if
take
it's
one in the
Calvin?
first. So
What if it's Calvin?
okay, it's not fair because it's the Lions, but no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to take the low hanging fruit. But so Calvin Johnson, if you are ready to win now, if your team is built to win now, which is if it is, you're not going to get to pick Calvin. But if it is, you can take Calvin because on his rookie contract, he's going to be insane, and he can put your team over the top as a receiver, maybe. But if you're not ready to win now, by the time he can help your team, especially as a receiver,
Minnesota
can't
kind of
afford
can. They just don't have. They don't have the Calvin
so
level
I
athlete.
agree with you about Minnesota. I do.
But not Philly, who's got the quarterback in their minds, a decent defense in their minds.
Quarterback that can't stay healthy.
He was healthy last year.
Man.
He didn't have any.
Huh?
He didn't have anyone to throw to last year.
He's actually played like over like 14 games. I think 2 of his 3 years.
Yeah. Okay.
So
maybe,
he's out-
maybe my
However,
maybe my.
I
I'm
thought he was
proud-
really injury prone
I
too,
would-
and then
I
I
would-
looked at it, and he's played a very vast
Yeah.
majority. of his
Maybe
career.
I'm. Maybe I'm
Wentz,
just.
Wentz has been healthy, but he didn't have anyone to throw to last year that stayed healthy. Deshaun
Yeah,
Jackson
Jeffrey
couldn't
got
stay on the
hurt.
field.
And,
Alshon
and who he
Jeffrey
threw
couldn't
to
stay on the
was
field.
Aguilar, unlike
I know.
Aguilar.
And Aguilar
I know.
just sucks. So
'Cause
they
I had
need wide
Jeffrey on my
receiver help.
fantasy team.
I
this year.
thought
didn't know
Aguilar
that.
was so good too.
So if I'm Philly, I would
Like if you
rather
guys are
have-
listening to this draft, that's a draft miss. I love.
Oh yeah,
Aguilar.
Aguilar and Matthews. They were both
Loved it.
misses by Philly in that one.
If I'm Philly, I would rather have Taylor or Dobbins over a receiver.
They have their running game, though.
I thought you said Taylor Dobbins. I was like, who the f- is that?
No,
But
they
Taylor
really
Dobbins.
don't.
They have Miles Sanders.
Yeah, Miles Sanders.
Sanders and Jordan Howard. And
No,
No,
Jordan
Howard's
Howard.
gone.
Oh, well,
Howard's
Jordan
gone.
Howard is
Howard's
garbage
gone.
trash.
Howard's gone. Sanders is nothing.
Sanders is so good.
Sanders
you
turned out to
get
be
a
pretty good
haircut
for
and
them
get
last
out of
year.
here.
Good enough to get Howard out of there.
You and your ice cream. I
Hey,
need you to go down the basement and think about what you just said.
for as long
He's
as
already
he
in
was
the
healthy
basement.
last year, Howard was.
No,
He's clearly in the living room. That's his front door to the outside. If Paul gets robbed, we're gonna see it.
You're gonna see. You will see
No,
an
no,
execution.
me too for fairness, because that door right there is my front
Mine's
door.
right here. Literally,
Yeah,
like,
I'm like the only one.
I
that's
get
safe
robbed,
out of my
y'all
basement.
gonna see it.
AJ looks like he's in a hunting blind.
Right.
It's my 1970s paneling.
Like I don't know if you guys watched the Breaking Bad movie, or if you saw Breaking Bad in general. When that man took Walt to that undisclosed location, that's where
That's
AJ
where
looks
AJ
like
is.
he looks.
That's where AJ is.
Someone is being
AJ
waterboarded behind that curtain.
Behind that curtain, that's the
Is
lab.
terrorist?
Hey, Albert got our back on this one when we were talking about the Niners. He's dead on. Patrick Willis retired in the prime of his career.
I'm telling y'all, Albert is a number one fan, and we got to respect him.
Already do.
He's been there since like day one of Piston season. And I appreciate it. He's probably subscribed to the YouTube. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube, it is Sports Carnage Podcast, where this video, I'm going to get it some way, somehow right up on YouTube, and you're going to be able to find this. So that when we're back next year, you can tell us how wrong we were about the draft this year.
Yeah.
Yo,
that's
so
the
in the
one.
midst of all of our shenanigans that we just had going on over the last few minutes, we totally missed that Denver made their pick because Atlanta is on the clock at number 16. They didn't jump up to get to that spot. So now I'm waiting for the kicker at the bottom here to let us know who the hell Denver took.
Just go on Twitter, you bot.
I don't need to. It's Jerry Judy.
Yep.
Hey,
Knew
I
it.
got that one right, too. I can't believe
What's up,
CeeDee
son?
Lamb is still here on this board.
do you think Atlanta takes him? You get Ridley, Jones, and Judy?
And
then you add it to Gurley and Matt Ryan.
See, I had Atlanta.
And they play
taking Kinlaw.
they play 8 games a year in the dome.
I don't know.
I mean, this might be one that Kuiper actually got right.
Matt, I had him taking Clavon Chase on.
That's the one. Like that's who Kuiper has him taking, and he still makes the most sense.
Then I don't have him taking him anymore.
He really does still make
Whenever
the most
Kuiper
sense.
says, I say the opposite.
I have a question.
But I
So
also
here's-
didn't have
here's
CD on
something
the
to
board.
talk about. Who takes Jordan Love?
I think the Saints do.
I don't think. Yeah, that's still.
I
gonna
think
make
the
sense in
Patriots
first round.
pass on him because the Patriots need a quarterback, obviously, because right now their number one is either Brian Hoyer or Jared Stidham. But if you look at I don't see Bill Belichick meshing with a guy like Jordan Love, like a very instinctive player. Even a guy like Patrick Mahomes, I don't see Belichick meshing with. He needs sort of that like game manager. You're going to do exactly what I say, and you're not going to make any dumb decisions at all. I don't think that's Jordan Love. I have the Patriots taking Patrick Queen. But to answer your question about Jordan Love, I have the Patriots passing on him, even though they really need a quarterback. And then I have the Saints taking him because I think Sean Payton and like that whole crew in New Orleans is just more of like riverboat gamblers than the Patriots are.
I don't think he goes in this first round. I don't think
Really?
any team is taking Jordan Love in the first round.
If he's there at 35, do you want the Lions to take him?
Nope.
No. Oh, I love Jordan Love. But
And we're
I
not
don't think he's
taking
there when the
him,
Lions
so it
take him.
doesn't matter.
I don't know.
Love is going in the first round. I'll tell you guys that right now. Love is going in the first round.
Who's
Yeah,
It
taking
has
him?
to, right? Even if a team trades up and says they're like 26, where I think Seattle picks, like I have to believe a team that maybe didn't get a quarterback in the first round trades up and gets him. Even a team like Oakland or Las Vegas now, right? They have Derek Carr, but you can get a guy like that for John Gruden. I don't know. But if he's there at 35, yeah, I think it'd be a real consideration for the Lions. Shout out Detroit Sports Nation posting our Apple Podcast link. If you guys don't know who we are, which is very understandable, we are the four gentlemen responsible and maybe irreprehensibly, I cannot speak, responsible for Sports Carnage.
It's the
This
Hennessy.
show
The
is
Sports Carnage
sponsored
podcast,
by
and that is right there
Crown
on Sports
Apple,
Carnage.
by the way. At least in that one square
Crown
of this
Apple, that's
show.
right. Crown Apple and Sprite, a delicious drink.
Crown Apple and Sprite has taken away Ryan's ability to talk.
So
We have
good.
irresponsible.
Are you trying to
I blame Bob Quinn for taking.
I was trying to
away-
say
That's not a word.
Keep working on
Yeah,
that
it
one.
is.
This is good.
Reprehensibly.
I'm gonna look that up.
So Ryan is impersonating Paul right now, who's usually the one that can't say words correctly.
Yeah, the word is reprehensibly. You're either trying to say
Ryan
irresponsible
looks.
or
Ryan looks
No,
like
I-
he's in shock.
No, I think it was
Good.
like irregardless that I was trying to add the ear to it,
Also
which is also not a
Also
word. Exactly, also not a word. Which is one of my pet peeves. So it's
I
kind
like
of
that.
ironic that I would
That's
get
good.
this wrong.
Oh man, the shenanigans.
We're having fun.
I don't know.
And then they share
don't see-
they share the Podbean link. Shout out to you, Detroit Sports Nation, which I'm sure is Don
Honestly,
Drysdale.
And I
Hey,
say
Don.
this with 100. I don't think they will, but the team, and I hate to say this because I hate them so much. The team that I think should take Jordan Love is the Green Bay
Bay?
Packers.
I knew you were going to say Green Bay.
So no, honest to God, I was thinking that earlier. So the Packers went from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers, and if they go from Aaron Rodgers to like Jordan Love,
They have.
just a reign of division, a reign of terror on the
They can
division.
sit him for 3 years to learn behind Rodgers.
Which is what they
3
did with
years of
Rodgers.
development.
Yeah, and look, I mean, look, Aaron
And where
Rodgers
did-
has way more.
Where
left
did
in
they
the
pick
tank than
Rodgers? Did they
Favre
pick
had
Rodgers
in
at
Rodgers.
26 or some shit? Oh my god.
24.
Sorry. Oh,
Yeah,
I
they
would
took-
so
they
good
took him at
all
24.
podcasts. I apologize
No,
to all of you people out
Paul,
there.
if I was the Packers, I would take Jordan Love too. 100%. If he's there at 24 or whenever they pick,
You really think they're going to do anything to upset Aaron Rodgers?
yes,
You out of your
they
mind.
did that to Brett
Why?
Favre,
Brett
Why
Favre
would
was
it upset
done.
him? Why would it upset him?
bro. So
Why
is
would it
Rodgers.
upset him? What are you talking about? Rodgers is not that old.
He's 35 and he looks like trash.
They're pretty old. And if you're thinking about the real future of your team, you tell Rodgers, how you got us is how you're going to lose us.
Hey, do you think that Atlanta goes with Bond?
No, I also don't like Bond, so I have a bias against him. It is possible. I don't think so.
Aaron Rodgers is 36.
Who's
Oh,
on
the
the board?
guy I had-
I do think they take Chase on.
I also think that, which I already said.
I mean, that's who I have next on my list. I had Kinlaw, but he's gone, and the next on it was Chase on. So
I mean, I do have CeeDee Lamb going above Chase on, but I don't know that the Falcons
Yeah,
take
that
him.
kind of like messed up
I
your whole
think
draft, dude.
Chase on's first. No, my draft was messed up way before.
Well, I mean, like the fact that like at this point that Lamb's still available kind of throws a
I
wrench.
think.
yeah, what
I
if
think
Oakland? Oakland ends up with Ruggs and CeeDee Lamb because Oakland's
no,
coming up quick.
I honestly think the Cowboys surprise and take CeeDee Lamb.
So in my first mock draft before I sent it official, I had the Cowboys trading up to 9 for Lamb because he was still available. I never thought he'd be available at 17.
Right? And Chase on's who I had for Dallas.
Did y'all send in an official mock draft and didn't tell me about it
I
when I've
did.
been pounding these out over
Oh,
the last
hey.
week?
No, mine's just written right here.
AJ Terrell, cornerback, Clemson.
Really?
So you have
What?
Chase on and CeeDee Lamb. AJ
Wow.
Terrell from Clemson.
wow.
What
AJ
a
Terrell?
reach!
Seriously, what a reach.
Jesus Lord!
I mean, y'all said it, not me, but that's not saying I don't agree.
What? It's such a
Oh,
reach, man.
Matt, your brother says the Packers need a wide receiver more than anything. Is he a Packers fan?
No, he's definitely not. He's a Lions fan.
Okay, good. Oh, Randy or Robbie, we're about to
But
roast
he's not a Spartan fan anymore because we kind of
Oh,
touched
Robbie.
is
He's
this
a Buffalo.
real?
Robbie, leave
This
right
is
now.
this is honestly one of the biggest first round reaches I've seen in I don't remember how long. We need to talk about
Really?
this.
I mean, so Clelin Farrell was number 4 last year.
Yes, but Cleveland
That's
Farrell.
a bigger reach to me than taking
No, he
Terrell
was
right now.
he was a first round pick and a top 10 caliber pick. This man is a borderline second round pick.
That's
Honestly,
too much.
I mean,
that's
I-
too much.
there's
No,
so
I wouldn't say that. I had him late in the first round, but I had Diggs as a better cornerback option than him.
I have so
From
many
Alabama.
corners ahead.
So many, really?
I didn't have so many left.
I
on the
think
board.
Gladney's better. I don't know. Besides Gladney, that so many are better than Terrell.
I had
I have
Trayvon
at
Diggs.
least,
Terrell,
at least
however you
five-
say his name.
At least 5 or 6 ahead of him. Where's
Five?
see,
Oh
I
my
didn't make
God.
a list.
Give me a second. 5 or 6 more?
Give me just a second.
like subtracting Okuda or no, or just 5 or 6 in total?
Oh no, I was doing total.
Gotcha.
You really had 5 or 6 better than him? I didn't.
That's still crazy. It's obviously more forgivable than saying, well,
No,
the two corners that are already off the
him as
board.
my 4th bet, so it's a little bit of a reach for me. I had him going
So
to Minnesota.
you guys are not gonna like this. You guys are not gonna like this. I really just am not big on Terrell, man. So I had
Because Josiah Scott should have been the pick.
Gladney, Johnson, Arnett, Diggs, and Troy Pride ahead of him.
And not even Fulton, who's like, Jesus.
So Fulton I like a ton. He's like they're the same to me. They're the same to me.
Okay.
Fulton
Eli.
I like, but Stingley Jr. he made that secondary go as a true freshman. I mean, he was able to do, the job that made for Fulton is so different. I think Troy Pride from Notre Dame is super underrated. I think Diggs is really good. And it's not often that I think an Alabama prospect is overrated. I think he's really darn good. The obvious ones, I mean, you got Okuda and Henderson, but I like Gladney, I like Johnson, I like Arnett out of Ohio State. Ohio State has 2 corners better than this man.
So I want to shout out to Eli real quick because he called Ryan out for being smashed. You are absolutely correct. He is. But he does know that irregardless is not a word. He was
That's
trying
what
to
I
say
said.
irreprehensible, which is also not a word.
It's also not a word, but I not prefaced. I ended it with saying I know irregardless isn't a word, and I hate when people say it. So I was calling myself out for being a hypocrite, Eli.
Which is the same thing as a hypocrite, by the way.
Yeah.
3 names: Eli Vanderveld.
You need to get
That's
a
not
little bit
real
of
name.
water in you, pal.
Hey, Ryan.
Alcohol has a percentage of water in it.
All right, so Dallas on the clock.
I got them taking Clavon Chasen.
I mean, now maybe, but
I've had them taking Clavon Chasen.
Do you take Lamb?
I had him taking Xavier McKinney, but they have 2 guys on the board that I didn't think were going to be on the board. So,
Yeah,
who
is
knows?
it the same situation as Simmons a little bit earlier, where CeeDee Lamb's kind of there for the taking to pair with
Like Amari Cooper?
Amari Cooper, Dak Prescott, and Ezekiel Elliott? Like,
So that's originally why I had the Cowboys trading up for CeeDee Lamb, because I thought Jerry Jones really just couldn't pass up the opportunity to have Zeke, CeeDee,
Right.
Amari, and Dak all on his offense.
that's what I'm wondering.
I mean,
But
think
you also
Amari's gonna
have
be
Chase
okay with that?
unavailable. You still need a safety, and you have 2 available in McKinney and Delpit. So who knows?
honestly, this is also a good spot if they don't want either of them to trade back.
Yeah,
Now, I don't know.
Yeah,
now,
we just mentioned like 3 or 4 guys they
Philly.
could take,
I'm
which
telling you,
obviously
Philly's going to trade
seems
up
they can
and
trade
take
back.
CeeDee Lamb.
so this is a good
yeah,
spot.
but do you think that Dallas is going to make that trade with Philadelphia?
Philly's going to make the trade with Dallas.
No
No, but
way.
this is a good spot to trade back. And then maybe, so what if they trade way back and they get Winfield from Minnesota?
Yeah.
He would be a great fit for them.
Which is
You got
who?
Winfield going in the first round?
Oh, yeah.
ESPN
Oh,
right
yeah.
now is focusing in on CD. They haven't
They've
announced
been
the Cowboys.
focusing on CD.
Well, I'm saying that might be it.
That would-
Mike McCarthy,
He's the
head
one
coach.
guy
like-
left in the green room right now, basically.
To
Listen,
me,
I-
that would have been like the dream scenario.
Didn't they
for
invite
the
like
Lions,
60 guys to the green room?
Is like trade back.
I told you guys
Or
CD
their
10
green
minutes
room?
ago. 10 minutes ago, I told you guys CD Lamb.
I don't believe you.
Picks in. Miami's on the clock.
And now I question it more because Atlanta reached, really. I mean, that really does.
Jerry looks super happy. It's definitely CD.
You don't think he's getting that excited
It
over
would make
Clavon?
sense because their number 1 right now is a guy who
I know it
disappeared
makes
and used
sense.
the
That's
most.
why I said it 15 minutes ago.
Shut up and eat your fake ice cream.
Let's go, isn't it? I just want to know. I'm hitting Twitter. I can't wait. Come on, man. Cowboys. Fight.
I imagine it's got to be CD Lamb. Just knowing, having been in Dallas, Jerry loves the flash. So having that kind of an explosive offense.
Here comes Goodell in the sweater vest.
He also loves him some glory hole.
Yep, CD.
Yeah.
CD Lamb to the Cowboys.
All right.
Chalk up another good call for Prosham.
There you go, Albert, who said CD is likely going to the Cowboys.
This is a great pick by Dallas.
Do you know his full first name without looking at the TV?
CD Lamb?
Oh, you looked. I saw you look at the TV.
No, it is. It's CD Lamb. It's CEEDEE.
No,
It's not.
it's Sedarian.
It's a Darian.
What the hell do you? What? Oh,
I had it up on NFL.com. I was like, looking at-
what kind of comic book crap is this?
I like that you didn't believe us. Like, no.
No,
we
it
just pulled
can't
that
be.
name out of our
Then
hat.
why the hell is it CEEDEE?
It's a nickname, Matt. You ever heard of him?
Yeah, usually they're two letters.
Well, his
It
is
would just
CD.
be
Right, like
CD.
if CD was his nickname, it'd be CD.
Like they had to spell it out. Really?
Some people do.
Is your nickname
They didn't even like if you're gonna spell
it's
CD
AJ.
right, it's not even spelled right.
No, Andy, I'm not even going to get into that one. All right, so Miami's on the clock.
At
CD
18.
Lamb is so good. dude.
I think you could get if you're Miami, you can obviously pair Tua, and you can get a really good pass rusher here at 18. You can still get Chase on.
You can still get Chase on. I mean, but they definitely need some offensive tackle help as well.
They need everything. Well,
I had them
They
at
do.
Austin
So
Jackson.
the only offensive tackle you might take right now is Josh Jones.
Austin Jackson.
Or Austin Jackson.
You could take. I think Jackson would be a little bit of a reach.
I don't think he'd be a
But you
reach,
could
but I
take
don't like either of them enough to take this early in the first.
Yeah.
I like Austin Jackson better than Josh Jones.
Same.
I mean,
Nah, fam.
who the hell did Jones line up against ever in college? Ever.
I mean, Josh Jackson probably got beat a bunch, considering how bad USC was all his years there. All that talent, what'd you do with it?
Their offensive line was
You got burned by who? UCLA?
Their offensive
Garbage.
line was unbelievably bad.
No, that's the wrong.
Garbage.
It's tough, man.
Mass
I'm
Arizona
not-
team out here
see,
getting
I'm not-
39 sacks on you.
I'm
on
not, I
USC.
think they missed that boat. They needed to trade up for their tackle. They missed the boat to
Hang
take
on.
a tackle this
Didn't
year.
Austin Jackson also play this past year after donating bone marrow to his sister? I'm pretty sure that was Austin
That
Jackson.
I don't know. I can't tell you that.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that was Austin Jackson.
That means he doesn't have that dog in him.
No, it means that he wasn't at full strength.
No, he's too selfless. Can't have
Yeah.
him on my offensive
He's
line.
not turning 21 until May of this year, and he
Yep.
donated bone
Yeah,
marrow to his sister before the season.
So if I'm
How many
Miami,
good, nice offensive linemen have you heard of? Zero.
He's right, by the way.
Michael
That's
O'Hare?
actually that's
Have you not
accurate.
watched The Blind Side?
Zero.
Michael O'Hare sucked in the NFL.
Right. You have a movie made about you, and what? You're not even on a team anymore.
Not in Baltimore.
He was super not up to the hype. So if I'm Miami, I don't think there's enough value to take a tackle here. If I want to swing at something, if I'm Miami, I wait till the third round and try to get hopefully early in the third, you can get Isaiah Wilson is a high upside prospect at tackle. And
Or
then
Kenny
wait-
Willekes.
and
Keep pushing him. Keep getting the
I
spot.
don't think that's an offensive tackle, but
I hope you're watching, Kenny.
so
We're
they
here
can
for
take
you.
a high
You
upside
want
guy like that
Tatum?
later this year, and then next year use your high first round pick on a tackle.
So you're saying take Chase on? Get that edge rush going?
Best player available. I mean, if that's your best player
I mean,
available.
yeah, all the wide receivers except for Jefferson are gone.
Yep.
Yeah, but you don't take Jefferson here.
No. Philadelphia is taking Jefferson.
You might be able to sneak Jefferson out at 26 because they pick again at 26 if he's still there. But
Now that's when you're taking your tour bros Matos.
Eagles are taking Jefferson.
I mean, they need help. Honestly,
They're
I
taking
would,
2 quarterbacks and grabbing Jordan Love.
as much as I have poo-pooed him, I would rather take Cesar Ruiz than either tackle at this point.
What?
What?
That one made Matt mad.
Hang on.
I
There
don't love.
are linebackers I'd rather take right now than that.
Oh, I didn't say that he would be my pick. Is that what I said? Did I say he was my pick?
You said you take him over the tackles.
I said I'd
He's the
take him
best player
over
available in the draft,
the offensive
and you wouldn't take
tackles.
anybody in the world over him.
who do they got in their backfield?
I just don't love
Who's that?
what's
Miami?
offensive tackle.
Nothing.
That I told you Miami should take a quarterback late first, but this isn't the pick. Take that at 26, sorry.
Your
You say
running back.
quarterback? You mean a running back?
No,
that
take
at
another
26.
quarterback.
Yeah, I
Then
mean,
you'll compete
because
and win the
one
job.
of the 3 between Swift.
I was gonna say this earlier.
You'd be
So you
26.
you could do what Washington did. You could take Jordan Love here. You could just
In the first
Well,
round,
Washington took Kirk in like the 4th
the
round.
fourth round, but to be fair, I was higher on Kirk than I am on Jordan Love. On God.
I don't know if you use the draft capital to take 2 quarterbacks in the first.
No,
round.
you
Oh, I
absolutely
wouldn't.
do not take
You would
Jordan
not
Love.
do that. We're just having fun.
That's not even fun. That's like
Nobody's
acid.
taking Jordan Love in the first round.
That's not true. He is absolutely
The Saints
one of the
are,
first
baby.
round. I'll guarantee
Your
that.
Saints, Matt.
Outside of the Saints, but I got the Saints.
Matt,
taking
your
Patrick
Saints
Queen.
are taking Jordan Love.
The pick
My-
in says
My
the
love
pick.
Saints.
The Saints have their post-Breeze quarterback. Stop it.
No, they're going to be working on defense.
They have him
Patrick,
for 1 year. Drew Brees already said he's retiring.
Patrick Queen, linebacker.
Also,
right out
this
of
is my
the
last
backyard,
year.
LSU.
There's no way the Saints are trying to make a Super Bowl run. There's no way they're not picking someone that can help now.
Nope.
Exactly. Patrick
Matt, did
Queen,
you-
linebacker,
did-
LSU.
They took Queen.
No, that's my guess.
Oh.
If I was the Saints, I would have traded this pick for a player, like a veteran.
They're going to trade it for Trent Williams.
He doesn't have a.
I'm surprised that hasn't happened yet.
Him or Yannick Ngakoue.
Now that would be a good pick up. Just to be clear, he's not in the draft. I am not drunk. Just Ryan. So who are we picking right now?
Fake ice cream.
Who do we think Miami's taking? Cleveland?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's either going to be one of the edge guys. There's no offensive, like you said, there's no offensive value there right now. You're not going to take a running back at 18. You're not going to take,
What about Murray?
huh?
What about Murray?
The linebacker?
Yeah.
Would you go with Queen over Murray, though?
No, I don't. I like Murray a lot. And I hate Oklahoma's defense a lot also. But, man.
I mean, you stay away from Murray. He's going to my Baltimore Ravens.
You got
You kill that.
Chason's a good pick. You got Queen. Murray's there. You got Matos from Penn State, but I don't think Chason seems to be like the one that sticks out. Like that seems to be like the logical pick. Maybe Bond.
I think Chason's the best player available.
Yeah.
Pick is in selection. Goodell's about to announce.
Is he like walking somewhere every time he announces it, or is he just like opening an envelope from his recliner in his living room?
Austin Jackson.
Wow.
So Austin Jackson did go before.
So they went and took the tackle.
Yes, sir.
And he went before Josh Jones.
Or, little Jossie Jones.
Wow.
That's who I had.
No, you said Queen. Don't even try.
No, I said Queen for the Saints.
He
Oh.
did say that.
Oh,
He did
I
say
Look
that.
right here.
I-
It's written. Where is it?
I thought
Matt's
you were-
writing that as he's going along in the draft.
Miami,
Yeah, he's like,
Austin Jackson.
Like
Bam.
right now, Matt is 18 for 18.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. But I got that one right. So
Who's next?
Chason's just falling now.
You get some protection for Tua.
Cleveland will go here. He's not falling past the Raiders.
Because they don't need a running back. Do they
Unless they like Murray better. Well, I guess actually, I'm trying to. Who's still on the board for receivers?
Justin Jefferson
That's really it. And Chenault, I guess, but I don't think you take him
So-
here.
and Ayuk from Arizona State.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he didn't play against anybody good, so I
But-
guess I just don't remember anybody from
It
Arizona
would,
State.
it would not be crazy for Jefferson to go here. I don't think.
No, he can go anytime, really, in the next few picks.
So you would have them taking 2 receivers in the first round?
I got them going with Diggs, cornerback out of Alabama.
I had
hold
them.
on.
I had them taking Grant Delpit, but Xavier
Hold on.
McKinney is not still on the board.
Who did the Raiders take? Did they take Ruggs?
They took Ruggs.
Yeah, they took Ruggs.
I forgot they took Ruggs.
Yeah,
So there's no way they're taking
No,
Jefferson.
I hope not.
I
It'd
like
be a
I like
disaster.
them.
They don't-
So they're gonna take either Clavon or Murray. Probably Clavon.
Well, it wouldn't. Do you think they're either going to go with edge or linebacker? Because I mean, if you're going with edge, it could be Clavon or it could be Gross Matos, whatever that.
I don't think he's good enough. Like I think that's a reach at this point. I like AJ better than I like Yator. And I know he's not. Yeah, and I know he's not. He's like not a first rounder, but borderline.
It's because he's white.
Stop it.
Not, I think. I mean, it's definitely defense. At least it should be for the Raiders in this spot. So now is it Clavon? Is it Diggs?
Well,
I mean, I could even see them. Oh well, no, they have Josh Jacobs. Never mind.
Yeah,
I was gonna
running back
say, I
off
could
the table.
take the running back, but they have Jacobs, so I don't think they do that. So given how much they valued obviously Farrell last year and taking him at 4, I think they'll take Chase on. But really, at this point, when you get into the late teens and like the 20s of the draft, it's really all just like a crapshoot.
it really is, and this is where teams' boards start to vary wildly. I mean, teams really will have people all over the place at this point. And what you're looking for as far as value, if you're trying to make a splash, if you want a developmental high ceiling player, there's so many ways you can go. Obviously, needs factor in a little bit. I mean, you wouldn't be. What would surprise you from the Raiders right now?
And the biggest surprise would be a running back because they don't need it. So, but I
Jonathan
think
Taylor.
I think Ruiz here would be a surprise.
You see, I don't. Now, I don't expect them to take him, but why would it be a surprise? They could use interior line help. I mean, if he's he's the highest rated interior lineman now.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think it's Clavon. I think this is one that's just makes the
Screaming.
most sense.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say screaming. He hasn't fallen far enough for it to be screaming.
Goodell dragging out this announcement.
He doesn't like the pick. I'm so sad that Goodell doesn't have a soundboard to boo himself.
He did in the beginning of the show.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it. No, I'm
He had
sad.
like a Zoom group behind him. He does it for each team. They have like the people from that team, like fans of that team. And in the very beginning, it was a bunch of people just booing him.
All right.
What's the pick?
He's giving some freaking long ass speech.
They took Damon Arnett, cornerback from Ohio State. None of us had.
What?
This
Wow.
run-in corners that are not
Crazy,
that good.
right?
So I like.
I don't
our-
like-
we just
I
talked
had
about
them
it.
taking a corner, but
Farrell
not this
was
one.
like borderline for me, but Arnett.
Well, so I told you I liked Arnett better.
Yeah, I
But
think you
neither of them were first-round picks for me.
No.
Neither. Those are not,
Yeah,
and
I didn't-
especially so. I'm not as big on Noah as a lot of people are, but Gladney, Jalen Johnson. I don't know how you take Terrell and Arnett over those guys. I just don't see it, especially this early. It's not. I mean, trade back. This is where I hate. This is where I'd be crucifying Bob Quinn. If that's the guy you want, trade back. Now, at this point in the draft, you really do need a trade partner, because if there's no one available someone really wants, it's not as simple as just snap your fingers and trade back. It's not like you got the number 3 overall pick in the draft and there's a prime quarterback sitting there for someone to trade up and get, okay? So you can't just snap your fingers and make a trade back happen here. But you'd think someone would be willing to give up something to move up a little bit.
I mean, like, especially, so we talked about that Clelin Ferrell pick last year. Like, it's a team that almost like the Lions, you see and you're like, oh, they don't understand value at all. Like, so for, I don't know, it's basically like sticking to your convictions again. Like, they have these players they like, and they're not going to take any chance on them getting passed up by trading down. And I don't think that's a smart strategy. But
it's a terrible strategy.
It's obviously the one that they're going with, and I'll take that thought into the restroom as I go.
Yeah, it's
and it's contrary to a lot of how these people run their lives, how they've achieved what they have. But the NFL draft is really something you truly have to let come to you. You do not go out and attack the NFL draft. You sit and you wait. And if there's opportunity, you go get it. Like I was banging on the table for Tampa. Once Wirfs fell, trade up and go get your man. And then they did. But they had to be patient, and they waited till it got to a point where it made sense. They didn't just trade up for the 5th overall pick to do it. They let the draft come to them. And that's what you have to do. But these teams, it's almost like GMs are afraid to be passive. But that's the thing about the draft. It's such a crapshoot. There's so many variables, and you don't get it right. You get it right by getting a high amount of value and a high amount of early day picks. Day 1 and day 2 picks.
So Jacksonville back on the clock here.
They took C.J. Henderson with their first pick, cornerback. Do they go another cornerback here and solidify that secondary?
That's what I was wondering.
Offensive tackle, get some blocking up for Gardner Minshew.
So they need a linebacker to replace some very angsty players.
Do you think Chason?
I'm not going to say his name anymore until he goes.
Yeah. You got Queen, Murray. Any of those could be fits here. Blaylock filling that defensive line. I think it might be, I don't know, maybe a little not too early, but I just think your top 2 defensive linemen are off.
And so what about McKinney? Hasn't gone yet, has he?
No.
So I like him. He wouldn't be bad here at all.
Yeah, I don't know. You grab another cornerback in Trayvon Diggs out of Alabama.
Or are they locked into offensive line now?
Yeah.
See, I had them taking Josh Jones in this.
And then Josh Jones is in play here.
And this is that's who I had them for, but I also had Chase on going earlier, so.
Or do they shock him?
Available.
This is a team that could. I do not think they will, but this is a team that could also take Jordan Love.
Could take Love. They could take a running back.
I mean, I don't know what they really think of Minshew.
Yeah, I don't either. But I don't know about Jacksonville in general as an organization, so. Yep.
That's what happens when Alibaba runs your team.
Who? Never mind. Don't repeat.
What?
Nothing. Just eat your ice cream.
I couldn't pronounce his name if I tried. Actually, I can. It's Khan. It's actually really simple. Is it Amir Khan? Is that his name?
Yep.
What are you, a wizard?
That really his first and last name, right? That's impressive.
I don't know. I think if I'm running Jacksonville here, it seems like with the run on the corners and the fact that there have been, I mean, maybe you would agree, not agree, 2 reaches with Arnett and the other kid, Terrell. Do they go and take one of the other that you had higher rated, like a Gladney or a Diggs? and really lock down like the 2 corner spots. I mean,
So I
that
don't
does
think-
make
I mean,
sense to me.
I think
these are
I think take
first-round
I
players.
think they take Fulton, but they also have 2 first-round graded safeties here to choose from.
Well, and that's where I said McKinney. I think makes a lot of sense here.
Well, the pick is in. We're just waiting for it to actually be
And
announced.
it's Shahid Khan, by the way.
Shahib Khan.
Yes.
That's the name you couldn't say and decided to say Alibaba instead.
Well, I didn't remember his name.
Mhm.
I had an idea, but
Uh-huh.
what?
Nothing.
What? Aladdin's my favorite movie. Shut
That's
up.
why
Hey,
Paul called him Brent Obama throughout his entire presidential run.
There's a reason Paul has white walls throughout his house.
Great.
You can
Stop.
hide the hood. You
Great.
can hide the hood real easily just hanging on the wall.
Careful.
Great.
Stop before this gets to the point where it's irredeemable. And that is a word.
We have been good on the
Irreprehensible.
non-F bombs. I'm proud of myself. This is the third
Ryan,
time
you
I'm
brought
saying
up
this.
you brought up Fulton. Who are you talking about?
Christian Fulton, cornerback, LSU.
He's pretty good, but he's not. Certainly would not be in play in the next 20 picks to me. But
I was like looking for him.
Nah,
I didn't
he'll
see
go
him.
in the next
There
20
he
minutes.
is.
For sure.
you think so?
Next 20?
So
Yeah,
we got
absolutely.
Mel's big board's got McKinney, Jefferson, Chason, Murray, and Love. That's his top 5 right now.
Who?
Xavier McKinney, safety Alabama. Justin Jefferson, wide receiver LSU. Clavon Chason, linebacker LSU. Kenneth Murray, linebacker Oklahoma. And Jordan Love, quarterback Utah State. That's his top 5 available right now.
Yeah, I like the idea of kind of solidifying the 2 corners.
I do too.
Like once you said that, that made the most sense to me, given what else is out there. Unless you wanted to go with
Oh, they
Jefferson
took
does-
Chase on.
Chason.
Chason.
Jefferson would have made sense there.
So they took the best off the board,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which they need. I mean, they need a lot of
So
things.
Philly guaranteed
They
takes
need a lot.
Jefferson, right? Like, is
You
there any-
think? But, I mean, they also need corner help. I think they'll take Jefferson.
There's
I
no
think,
corner
I
we're
really
thinking
think
here.
Jefferson. They need wide receiver help.
I
so
mean,
bad.
they could take Fulton or Gladney. I do think they'll take Jefferson, though.
Neither are worth taking here. Neither.
Is there anybody behind them that needs a wide receiver to where they could trade back?
Not more than Philly does.
No, I understand that.
I mean,
New England does.
I wouldn't
They're
be
not going
surprised if Minnesota takes a wide receiver. I wouldn't be surprised if New Orleans.
Well, so if,
Like-
if Philly doesn't
Oh
take
no, they just got
Yeah,
Emmanuel
Sanders,
Sanders. So probably
yeah,
not
yeah.
New Orleans.
if
But
Philly
Minnesota
doesn't
needs
take
one.
Jefferson,
Really good safety on the board, and I don't know which of these teams needs safety off the top of my head,
Well,
but you have like a really good one available.
safety.
See, I had Minnesota slotted at taking Terrell, so they could end up taking Diggs in this.
Diggs
spot.
or Fulton.
why? These are not first round corners.
I mean, because their cornerback situation is also awful.
Mhm.
There were 2 first round corners. That's it.
Yeah, maybe they're drafting for need rather than.
That's a terrible way to draft. It's horrible.
Well, it can
Oh
be.
well, the pick is in.
Picks are coming in a little faster now, which I appreciate.
Yeah, me too.
You saw there was 2 minutes and 8 seconds left on the clock when the pick was in. That ain't quick.
They get 10
8
minutes.
I know,
to pick
so-
their pick. Yeah.
So you think there's like 10 more picks left or whatever, and this draft is scheduled to end at 11:30 according to the TV guide.
It'll end at midnight.
So it seems like it's about on track.
The Lions suck, man.
Yeah, I literally just had that same exact thought, Paul.
I hate
I'm
this
like
team
so
so
disappointed.
much.
I'm not disappointed with the player. I'm disappointed with where the player was picked.
I mean,
It's
they got
so
all full
sad.
corner. They drafted Stephon Gilmore.
God.
I don't care. Oh no.
Haters.
Disaster up in here.
Eagles
said-
wide receiver depth chart is just embarrassing.
But it's receiver, man. Who cares?
I mean, Greg Ward stepped up at the end of the year, but Arcega Whiteside,
So bad.
Dante Burnett, Robert Davis, like who? Is that Snoop meme when you need it?
What did they take Ayuk here?
I think they'd be out of their minds
That's-
if
and
they
I-
came over Jefferson.
Like ahead of Jefferson?
That's insane.
Well, Jefferson his family has a big smile. They're focusing in on his green room, which
He's
looks
on the
like his
phone.
living room. I know.
He's on the phone. Wearing cowboy colors, the Eagles just hung up. Like, oh, that's you we just talking to? I'm sorry.
Oh well, I don't know who that is, but he looks very excited. Somebody in his, I'm assuming his family.
Albert signing off, gentlemen. Tell him good night.
Oh, Albert.
Good night, Albert.
Wow.
Have fun.
Oh, Albert, you can't be an essential worker. I know you don't got nothing to do tomorrow.
We appreciate the fanhood nonetheless.
Yes.
Good night, Albert. One of our number one fans from day one. I appreciate you.
We appreciate it.
So it's pretty safe they took Jefferson. That's what we're
I
assuming.
mean, it sure looked like it.
Plus, his family's just like
They're just
celebrating for no
excited to be
reason.
on TV. They saw themselves and just started
Like-
jumping up and down.
Like Minnesota took Jefferson after, and they already called him like, "Hey,
So,
guess what?"
so let's say that Minnesota. Okay, let's say they take Jefferson. All right.
I don't think. No, what?
No,
Philly.
I'm saying Philly takes Jefferson. So now Minnesota has 2 of the next 4.
Minnesota's
picks.
going to take McKinney with one of these picks.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Minnesota's going to take McKinney.
So that was kind of where I was going. Like, do you think they go like top corner, and then in the next pick, like let's say McKinney's not there, they take Winfield?
Ooh, Winfield to Minnesota.
That
Man,
that's intriguing.
man,
Why don't they take them both?
I wouldn't, I couldn't believe how
I got them
happy I'd
taking
be
Ayuk with their second. Of these two.
if Antoine Winfield Jr. went to Minnesota.
Why don't they take them both?
Both safeties?
Well, so Winfield
Well,
can play
they have
the
Harrison
corner.
Smith. I don't know his
They
contract
only-
situation, but they
only
have Harrison
Harrison
Smith.
Smith. Harrison Smith's all they have, and Winfield can move around all over the place.
Well, I don't know that Winfield can play corner. I think he can play
He can
both
play
safety
corner.
positions.
He can play corner.
I don't know.
Not every snap, but
I think it's much easier to make the transition from corner to safety than it is to go from safety to corner and be good at it.
athletic you are.
Oh no, the Eagles took Jalen Rager.
I thought you said they took Jefferson.
No, I'm
Jalen
saying
Rager.
assuming
Nope,
they
they took Rager.
You guys baited me. God, I hate you guys.
We didn't do nothing. That was ESPN, the wide receiver from TCU. So he's a wide receiver. He's just not who you thought.
Wow. So that's a surprise.
That's a stunner.
So I would think Minnesota goes Jefferson here. I don't see him falling past here. I don't.
Unless they're focusing on the defense, having lost Xavier Rhodes, and like we said,
McKinney would be the one.
But they have 2 out of the next 4 picks, like you said. So maybe they want to get Jefferson off the board before New England has a shot at adding another wide receiver because they definitely need it. New Orleans, I still think New Orleans goes defense.
And I don't. So New Orleans, I wouldn't worry about. In New England, like, you really think with all the stuff they need, they're going to take a receiver in the first round?
no.
I
don't
think
see
they
it.
could. So the one thing that I think with New England is I think of the team's position to tank next year, like for Trevor Lawrence, I think New England is definitely in that position with Brian Hoyer and Jared Stidham at quarterback.
So, but that's also where. So they don't have a quarterback. So
That's crazy.
how good is a receiver? I already say they're the least valuable position in football. How valuable are they when you don't have a quarterback on top of it?
But
Right.
I mean, like also New England doesn't really have a receiver. Like they have old Julian Edelman, who's now no longer playing with Tom Brady.
Yeah, which makes him, I think, less valuable.
Well, of course.
And
Their
it
running
always
back
seemed
situation was.
And it always seemed like Edelman thrived when there was somebody like he thrived as a second, third option guy.
I mean, yeah, he thrived with Gronk, and Gronk
So-
was always the first
right.
option.
So now, like Edelman's all they have. I
Yeah,
don't
he's
know.
all they have with the worst quarterback.
You really think the Patriots are going to tank though?
They were
Why
if they're
not?
smart.
Everybody there has job security. Well, but the players, except the quarterback position. But like, it's not like Belichick's looking over his shoulder like he's about to get fired. And then you can get Trevor Lawrence
Man,
if things break right. You
this
know
is
what I mean?
Jordan Matthews and Nelson Aguilar all over again.
Doug Peterson looks mad.
He's like, you called the wrong number.
He literally looks like
That's not who I said.
he's like fake smiling so much.
How the hell you get Jalen Rager when I said Justin Jefferson? They don't even sound alike, man.
is technical issues.
He literally, honestly, like he does not look happy with the pick.
He froze right in the middle of him saying, he's like,
Minnesota picks.
Jalen Rager. Like, what? No.
All right, so here we go with Minnesota's pick. I still think
All right.
it's you
So
got to go.
I had AJ Terrell in this spot. Obviously, he was taken much earlier than I expected him to be taken.
I
So
I
think-
actually had Justin Jefferson in the spot, and he's still available. So
I mean, that's perfect. Because
Trayvon Diggs is still available. Justin Jefferson.
this is either Justin Jefferson or McKinney. I very much think it's Justin Jefferson.
Ryan, is that your one or one of Paul's 30?
It's not mine. It's not mine. I hear
that's
it in my
that's my one.
your one.
Mine are being quiet and
He's-
nice.
You mad about something?
He's hungry.
He has food. Oh, he's
He wants
bitching
more.
for. He's just bitching for treats. Like, I know what I have in my bowl, but it's not what I want.
So, guys, who do you think the Bears are going to take?
The Bears don't have a pick.
Shut up. They're going to take Dylan's
I
money
wish-
from buying
I
that
wish-
Khalil Mack jersey.
Right. I wish, man, he was so hype about that trade. And I told him how stupid it was. He was mad as hell. Mad as hell.
To be fair, it could have really worked for the first year.
Yeah, had they had
For the
a,
first
still.
year. It did work for
had
one
they had a
year.
quarterback.
It did work for 1 year.
Had they had a kicker, it could have really worked for the first year.
It was such a
But
stupid
I mean, it was
trade.
also on sale for like half off. I think the normal price was 104, and I think he got it for 52.
Which worked.
That was quite the transition. We went from on field to buying jerseys real quick.
Well,
Minnesota's pick is in.
I would think
it's just a commercial.
we're just
But
yeah, we're just
the
chilling.
only reason Dylan didn't get a good deal is because he didn't go to dhgate.com. Another
That's true.
sponsor.
That's true.
Any of you fools gonna be dropping $15 a month for HBO Max?
If you want your Connor Cook Houston Roughnecks jersey, you know where to go.
Nope.
And that spot's
No
all his
HBO.
now.
So what do you guys think? I got Justin Jefferson here for real. What do you guys got?
I'm gonna
I got
go
Jefferson too. I don't think they take any of the safeties.
If
But
it ain't
I do
Jefferson,
think
I got
they take
Jake.
Jefferson.
But I think it's Jefferson also at this
I mean, if
point.
they could get Jefferson and McKinney in the first round, that would be really solid for them.
I mean, they probably can. And then it's just frustrating that teams like that the teams in the Lions division are, drafting better than they are. Obviously, Chicago doesn't have a first round pick.
Frustrating, but not at all
but if
surprising.
Not at
But
all.
if somebody who like really good falls to Green Bay, like I said, like Jordan Love to Green Bay to me would almost be a nightmare because I really like him. So if you go from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love, there's just these three to me amazing quarterbacks that you have to,
I'm not even
fight
big on
against
Jordan
every year.
Love, but I don't think I've ever seen anything in the world that makes as much sense as Jordan Love to Green Bay, considering where they're picking, who will be available. Like, it makes so much sense. And Aaron Rodgers really is on the downturn, and he doesn't have
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
many more years left. So, but you get to sit Jordan Love, a true developmental quarterback, for literally 3 years. Like, it's perfect. I mean, I'm running to make that pick if I'm them. Who could fault you for that?
Just breaking Saints fans' hearts all over the place right now. ESPN.
How do we not have this pick yet? What is going on?
I do think the Saints take them before, but I mean, there's a very good chance that they don't. Obviously, like we said, when you get to the late teens and early 20s, it's a crapshoot.
It really is. Teams boards are crazy at this point.
Like we just saw Jalen Reagor go, and I don't think any of us had a first round even mock on him.
Not even a little bit.
Not even. I'm trying to get a feel.
Who's that? Oh, you see, Rick. Oh, it looks like he went away. But Rick Spielman, the Vikings GM, had a dog in the background.
So
Like
according
you,
to
can
according
see
to
his butt
Schefter-
wiggle around a little bit.
According to Schefter, neither Miami nor the Chargers nor any other team ever made an offer to move up to Detroit or New York Giants spots.
Well, that's comforting.
Yeah, the Dolphins and Chargers were content to stay where they were and pick.
Until we take 2 off the board.
Right.
That proves the point.
It's
of
because
what
we
said,
told them
like,
we were not taking to it.
Like,
Oh, yep.
It's
Justin
the
Jefferson
dumbest
is the
thing
pick
in the
for the
world.
Vikings.
Yeah, makes sense.
damn
It
right
does.
it is. It makes all sense.
That's another hit from my mock
Look
draft.
at that badass fireplace, the Zimmer Ranch. Oh man, it's so beautiful.
All right, now the Patriots are on the clock.
I got Pats going with an edge rusher
All right, Goodell needs to stop.
or trading back for like 15 picks
I-
because that's what Bill Belichick does.
wait a second. The Patriots,
traded the Chargers.
they traded with the Chargers.
Like just now.
Yeah.
Now the Chargers are on the clock. Instead
Chargers
of
So do the
back on the
Chargers
board.
take McKinney to pair with Derwin James, or do they take Murray maybe? I mean, I think Chargers are going defense for sure here. Unless they really like Josh Jones is still on the board, right? But they kind of fixed up their line, man. Like,
they
Jones is still
They
on the
could- they
board.
could take a
Wilson from Georgia is still on the board.
Diggs is still on the board.
the Chargers got a ton of options. They must have really liked the Blair.
Do they go running back with Melvin Gordon exiting?
oh, you know what?
Well,
There's
I
no
mean,
running
they
back
are
taken right now.
have
See, I don't know if I'm trading up for running back at this point, though. Like, I don't think they would have traded up for one. Like, if they
No,
had the
but-
pick,
they have a really like heavy pick in round 2.
if they had the pick, it would make sense. But right now, I mean, you could what?
No, I just love it. The Pats in a year where they don't have Tom Brady, they don't have any weapons. It's the one year that it makes sense for them to actually trade up. They
I
once
told
again
you they're
trade back.
It hardly
They're
ever makes
taking
sense
the
to trade up.
Tanking for Lawrence. And they're really kind of in a prime position to do it.
I really do think McKinney goes here. Maybe if they really
Yeah.
love Ruiz,
Yeah, I could see McKinney for sure.
if they fell in love with Ruiz or another
I
lineman, it's
think that's
possible. But I think it's McKinney. I think to pair him with Derwin James, they seen an opportunity. He's fallen as far as they think he will fall. They're gonna go get him.
I think McKinney's a really good call.
Just keep snubbing Diggs like that, huh?
I like Diggs, but not that much. Not in the first round.
Man,
Yeah,
y'all
I do think the Pats are tanking for
I honestly hate this. Like, obviously, so they traded up. They know who they're taking. Why are we waiting so long to announce it? Like, I don't need the showmanship. I don't need the 6 hours.
What's up, man?
they're still showing Big Justin. They're showing JJ.
I love this Zimmer Ridge Ranch thing. This is badass.
Do you think that the Patriots trade back like they did to then try and trade back up?
No.
The only way I could see the Patriots trading up is if they're targeting a guy like Jonathan Taylor to be like their Corey Dillon almost. And I know they've spent big capital on a running back before like Sony Michel, but he already doesn't look like he's any good. So if you get a guy like Jonathan Taylor,
Oh, that's a little disrespectful. He's not bad. Stop.
it's pretty bad. But I had him on 2 fantasy teams this year, so maybe I'm just biased.
I
But-
think the Pats got really good value, too.
But I think if you can get a guy
What
like
did they
Jonathan
get
Taylor,
for that pick?
if you're the Patriots and you can move back up, then you kind of do it. But I also think that they also might not care. Like I said, for me, it signals that they're trying to land Lawrence next year. They're trying to basically transition from Brady to Lawrence with this gap year in between of Stidham or Hoyer. And
it would be perfect, but I really don't think they're going to be that bad.
You think Stidham or Hoyer is going to guarantee you win 5 games, right?
I don't think they're going to be bad enough to get Lawrence.
I think they might, because I think the ceiling with Stidham or Hoyer is 5 games.
So the Pats got a super early second and third round pick.
You don't have any weapons on offense.
An emphasis on early. The second round pick is 37th overall, and the third round pick is 2 picks into the third round.
What I think they'll do is try and mold and build their offensive and defensive line with the second and third picks. So they're guys that aren't going to make an impact super immediately, and they're going to be like in the rotation just next year, not enough to win you a game or two, which might take you out of the first pick. But then when you have Trevor Lawrence, those are going to be the starters on both offense and defense.
All right. So according to Field Yates, the Chargers traded the 37th and the 71st pick to the Pats for the 23rd.
A third round pick.
Early second, real early second, real early third. And I think to me, it's a defensive player they loved. It's the same 2 players I mentioned before. It's either McKinney or it's Murray.
The Chargers took Kenneth Murray.
All right.
So really?
And that's not a big surprise.
No,
Which is
like
what you
that.
said.
No,
You
I
said
like that a lot.
According to Roger Goodell.
I like that a lot.
Roger Goodell.
that's what you
Kenneth
said.
Murray's a beast.
What's
Kenneth
up,
Murray
Shay?
is a beast.
To see a long time.
Okay, so
Shay,
then
the Lions really what's up. Are you upset? I want to know. So now,
Right now.
that's
Saints
really,
pick. Time for Jordan Love.
Minnesota's really going to get.
I did have. Well, no, I didn't. Never mind.
Man.
I was about to. It wasn't true.
So I had Patrick Queen in this spot for New Orleans.
I had Patrick Queen for the Patriots, which I was about to say. Well, I had Kenneth Murray going here, but I did not. I
had Kenneth Murray going to Baltimore. So I
have Kenneth Murray. I have Kenneth Murray going to Baltimore too.
So I like the move by the Chargers to go up and get him.
I think Queen here to the Saints makes a lot of sense.
I do too.
Jordan
Keep
Love
up that defense. Make another run.
Now, if the Saints are in love with a receiver,
there's no receiver to be in love with at this point.
If you're the Lions, is there anybody straight up to 24 right now? With McKinney still on the board? With Patrick Queen still on the board?
well, I guess it all depends on what we have to give up. But based on what I just seen, no.
Whatever his name is. Josh Jones, even.
No.
Ezra Cleveland.
Cool.
I think and all the running backs still available. Right now I'm liking how the second round is shaping up for the Lions. Because if they weren't going to go with the running back, I wanted them to go with a guy like, Austin Jackson's off the board, but a guy like Josh Jones, Ezra Cleveland, and you can kind of solidify that spot, even though I know they still have Taylor Decker and they paid a bunch of money to Big V, because I don't know how to say his last name. So even if you were going to get a linebacker, Patrick Queen is still available, and you have 11 spots right now before you pick.
Yeah, but
I'm feeling pretty good right now about their second round prospects.
So I think Miami takes the first running back off the board at 26. I think they'll have their pick of Dobbins or Jonathan Taylor. And
or Swift.
They'll have their pick of Dobbins or Jonathan Taylor.
Or Swift or Akers.
Stop.
Akers.
Not picking either of them. Stop.
Akers coming to here, baby.
I think
right
if
here
he's
to the
still
beat.
on the board. Now, I don't know if he will, and I honestly think the Titans would take him first.
Who?
But if he slips past the Titans,
Who?
Josh Jones is either going to the Titans or the Packers at this point. Or Seattle. God, there's a lot of needy teams, actually, for tackle.
Shout out to Shay from DSN.
That's what I was
Commenting
saying.
over here. I see
Him,
Shay.
actually.
I already talked to Shay. You didn't listen.
I mean, he was going to comment on the lack of trades.
What the
And
heck?
he's right. There has been a lack of trades.
We've had a few trades now.
The lack of trades.
We've had 3 trades, I think, which is probably about on par for the first
I think
round.
we only had 2. Have we had 3? Obviously, the Patriots just traded out, and then the
Tampa
Niners
Bay,
traded.
San Francisco.
Yeah. It's 13 to 14. I don't think we've had any. I think it's 2.
Why do you think there was another one?
This is strictly for Shay.
No, the Chargers passed.
No, Detroit did not trade. We covered that
Yeah, we covered
extensively.
that. Yeah,
This is for you,
And
Shay.
for anyone that had joined us late, we do not hate Okuda as a player. We had just wished Detroit would have traded back to 5 to grab him. No beef with the player, only a beef with the value that they had gotten for Okuda.
True
because
story.
he would have been there at 5.
Truth, facts, whatever
how
you young kids are
legend-
saying today.
This is a perfect example, and I talked about this a lot.
That's a world championship. That's
Oh, yeah,
clean. I even see the F on it.
Oh yeah, got it right
That's
before the
not
lawsuit. Right before the lawsuit. Right before the World Wildlife Fund convinced enough people you could confuse Hulk Hogan with a panda bear.
So I have talked about this a lot on podcasts and how overrated the Patriots' talent evaluation
How
is.
overrated Booker T. Well, I'm sorry, we're not. Done yet.
The Pats kind of suck at drafting, and
They
built
do.
their
They
team.
kill Harry last.
They built their team from just having a butt ton of draft picks. Their last 5 first-round picks are N'Keal Harry, Isaiah Wynn, Sony Michel, Malcolm Brown, and Dominic Easley. 5 first-round picks, and that's what you come up with. Come on,
Don't be
man.
hating on Sony Michelle.
Come on, man.
Tony Michel sucks.
That
I'm ready to
O
say that
line
now.
was the 4 of us. Was basically the O line last year for the Pats.
Okay, then he should have performed better. This dude is garbage.
So where's New Orleans going? McKinney?
Jordan Love, baby.
I'm sticking with Patrick Queen, even though there's some better talent on the board. I like them
What
starting
better
the secondary
What do
with
you think?
Trayvon Diggs, but I like Patrick Queen in this
Man,
spot.
Jalen Johnson is better.
Lies.
You don't like Jalen Johnson?
He's
Stop
better
it.
than me.
Not over Trayvon Diggs.
Stop it. I like Diggs. I told you I like Diggs better than Terrell.
The Saints took their time. They took 9 minutes off that clock
Yeah, they
before putting
did.
their pick in.
honestly,
They're just making us stay up.
I don't think they're going to.
No,
But
and Love's only a 4-letter word, which is crazy.
I wouldn't mind like T. Higgins to the Saints. Like that would be.
Yeah, but again, why are you taking a wide receiver in the first round when you got Sanders and Thomas?
So I don't believe in it at all. Not even a little bit. I think it's stupid. You know that. And I am way high on Manny Sanders. We talked about this. I think he's super elite. But if they think that like they got maybe another year to make a Super Bowl run, who's going to have the biggest impact? Like, can you just have a ridiculous offense? Is
I
he
mean, they
gonna
got a
be
pretty
ready to
deep.
come in and
They got a
contribute right
decent
away?
defense,
So I'm
and
I'm
they
trying
just
to
brought
think
old
of,
boy back from the Eagles.
I'm trying to think of the most instant impact they can get with this pick. Because this is not a future pick. This is a pick for now. And I said I don't think they're going to take a receiver, but I'm just trying to think of how could they make the biggest impact this season?
Could it be a running back?
No, maybe. No, I don't think so.
No, they had Kamara still.
Okay, they have.
Well, yeah, but
Kamara.
but-
they don't. Kamara's not a workhorse, like
Right.
getting 1,000 carries. But why are they
Yeah, Kamara
carrying
was
it
better.
1,000 times anyways?
Before,
Well, he was better when he had Mark Ingram too.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Better when
So,
you have
like,
Mark
do you
Ingram then.
do you find that running back that could be your Mark Ingram to make Kamara that much more dynamic?
like a J.K. Dobbins.
I
or
don't think
Jonathan
so.
Taylor?
I think you would add a piece to your defense before you draft another running back.
I think Patrick Queen's the pick, but I'm trying to play devil's advocate. I'm trying to think outside the box, and they're going to be looking.
Oh no, they took Cesar Ruiz.
Shut up.
The Saints did.
Yep,
Their offensive line is like good.
Well, now it got better.
Big Caesar wearing the camo.
What?
That's crazy.
crazy.
See, now that I don't like that pick for the sole reason that that's not a pick for now. I'd rather you trade that pick for a veteran. You're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Really? What?
I mean, so
He's so mad.
So mad.
The way that I can see it is you need offensive line depth. Even if you have a good starting, was it 5 on your offensive line? Cesar Ruiz can play both guard positions and the center position, so you have a guy that you can plug in at 3 spots. And you're obviously going to have injuries. You're never going to go through a season where your offensive line is just like fully intact ever. And even on those downs where you need them or your other offensive linemen are tired, you can kind of plug and play Cesar Ruiz anywhere. I don't know that it's the pick that I would have gone with, but I see the reason for the Saints doing it.
I mean,
You get a guy that
upside
can
of the
immediately
pick, but
protect Drew Brees and make lanes for Alvin Kamara, or help make lanes for Alvin Kamara.
you would think they're trying to maximize what they can do this year, and I don't think that does it.
I think it
Or
does.
maybe they feel like they were set kind of with the deal they made with Emmanuel Sanders, and so now they are creating that depth to give the impact. Like,
So then if that's really your take, so why not take your first round pick and trade it for a veteran who can put you over the top?
And I also don't know that the Saints are like a short-sighted organization where they're only thinking of now. I think
So
they
I
they're
don't
thinking
think
now,
they
but
are.
then you
But-
got to also think about a team that has been.
I
A
think
team
in the
that has
NFL
been
you
on
need
the-
to be when your
Man.
quarterback's 49 years old.
But you're also talking about a team that's
He's
been
not
on
49
the
years old.
given like one play going a different way 2 years in a row, and they're bringing back a lot of those guys still, and adding Emmanuel Sanders now. So
So this is a secondary player from Minnesota, I promise. I think.
Yeah, is it Fulton, Delpit, McKinney?
I think it's going to be McKinney.
Gladney? I think it's going to be McKinney too, but there's
with
a
an
couple different
outside
guys.
shot at Jalen Johnson, or even a wild outside shot at Antoine Winfield. But I think it's going to be McKinney.
Yeah.
I don't know how
So-
you pass up the value here.
I think it's McKinney first and Fulton second, but after they draft Winfield, shit, what do I know?
this is another one of those like scenarios where like, and maybe I'm just like thinking outside my head on this one, but if I'm the Lions, right, and I have the team, correct me if I'm wrong, but Minnesota won the division last year, right?
Yes.
With 2 first-round picks that are going to be 2 guys that are going to come in and make your job even harder, why would you not be trying to move that valuable 3rd pick to get as many or more picks than them in this draft to make more of an impact?
It's simple. It's not that they refused to move it; it's they didn't have the balls to move it. It would have taken drafting Tua, and they won't do it. They're too Bob Quinn. Just this is a tiny little scrotum. I don't know. what
Because
you're
like
talking about.
okay, did Detroit get better by drafting Okuda? Yeah, they did because he's a good player.
You can't get worse than the draft.
We like Okuda, but is Minnesota getting even better than they were last year by getting Jefferson? And
Again, you can't get worse in the draft.
you
I
can't.
think-
But they were here above us, and now
Oh,
through the
Vikings
draft,
traded pick
Yeah,
to the
Vikings
Niners.
traded it to the Niners.
Crazy.
well, then that theory goes out the window.
All right.
And so I love
There's-
this for the Vikings.
there's-
And the reason I love this,
M's on the board for the Niners, which is a receiver.
well, I gotta see what they got first. But the reason I love this for the Vikings is because they need secondary bad. They lost a lot of secondary from the last couple of years, and they need secondary bad. But there is a handful of guys right now. Now, obviously, McKinney seems to be the clear-cut best. But if you don't have him,
It looks like they gave up their 4th to get this pick. So they're 1st and their 4th.
well,
Or maybe the 2nd and 4th.
But it had to be the second because the Niners already drafted
no, they might have had. No, the Niners had another first-round pick.
earlier. Yeah.
No, late. They were just in the Super Bowl.
Oh, you're right. So
So
they
the Niners had 31. So it sounds like they gave up 31 in their 4th for 25.
No,
Uh-huh.
Schefter just said what they gave up.
Which was?
Now we're winding.
It was at 31 and 117 for the 25, right?
No, it was he gave. It sounded like a bunch.
31,
Yeah,
117, and
I
176. So it's
Yeah, okay.
it's there. So to
176.
move up a handful of spots, 7 spots, whatever it is, Minnesota picked up a 4th and a 5th. No, is that a 4th and a 5th? Am I drunk?
It's 4. I think it's a 4th and 6th.
117 is a third round.
No,
pick.
176 is the 5th, but it's later on.
176, but did we say one? What
It's
was
a fourth and a it's a 4th and a 5th.
176 4th.
31, 117, 176.
It's a
One
4th and a
seven-
5th.
4th and 6th,
117
right?
is a third round pick.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
No, it's not. It's 4th.
It's a 4th and a
It's only
5th.
32 teams.
You're right. You're right. I capped it. 96 is the
It's a
last
fourth
pick.
and
in
a
the third
sixth,
round.
right?
You're right. Fourth.
5th.
176 is a
Oh no, you're right. I think you're right.
Is a 6th round pick. 176
Yeah.
is a 6th round pick, and
Yeah,
then a
I'm
4th
drunk.
round pick.
I'm the one that's been on the Hennessy.
So they got a
Um,
4th and a 6th.
So you got a 4th
All
and
right,
a
and
6th.
the Niners took Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver
Hey, I just talked about him
from Arizona State.
15, 20 minutes ago.
That goes. So there were a lot of mocks, and I know Paul didn't subscribe to this, but there might have been some
I hate
fans that
mocks.
thought the Lions were going to take a wide receiver in the second round, and Brandon Ayuk was one of those guys. So he is off the board for the Lions.
I'm not surprised to see him go in the first, even though it's a deep draft for receivers.
I'm a little bit surprised that he went before Denzel Mims, but when you're
Oh, I'm
talking
not.
wide receivers, it's like, so after you get after like
Higgins
the
will go
first
before Mims too.
it's like a crapshoot.
So I
Like,
was
it
technically
is. So-
right in the spot of this draft, just the wrong team taking Ayuk.
So Minnesota, what Minnesota did right here is they've traded down to 31, which means that they know that McKinney, one of the corners, or Winfield is obviously.
And
gonna be
that's
McKinney's still on the board.
that's
McKinney,
exactly
Delpit,
what I was
Courtney,
trying to get at
Patrick
earlier.
Queen are all still
That's
on the board.
exactly what I was trying to get at earlier. Is they need secondary help, and there is 2 corners and 2 safeties on the board right now. They can trade back and still get one of them. If you don't have one of them rated way higher than the others, there's no reason to take him there.
And again, I will say I think this really helps the Lions' position at 35 because all the guys that I wanted them to take or even consider at 35 have not gone off the board. Or even if they can trade, like say McKinney for whatever reason is there at 35, I think you can get a team to trade up for 35. If you
So-
want to move back and get a guy like Dobbins or Taylor or Josh Jones if he's still there or whatever.
And that's
I
where
think this bodes really well for the Lions.
This one is Dobbins or Taylor, I think. I really do. I'm sticking with what I said earlier and really predicted Miami's draft perfectly if they go running back here. I thought they would take Tua, a tackle, and then a running back with 18 and 26. And I'm still sticking to that. They got their tackle at 18. And
At 26, I have them taking Yetur Gross-Matos, but there's also a bunch of guys on the board that were
Hey,
not on the
grab
board.
this comment from DeAndre. DeAndre, what are you talking about? Thought y'all needed protection for Stafford. Guess not. You're going to use that BS excuse
safe.
next year.
That's
so-
safe. Probably BS. That's safe bus excuse.
so you can
Yes, okay.
get on out of here with that Stafford bullshit.
It
But,
is, and I think if Josh Jones is there in the second, I think that's who they take, and I
Yeah.
think they give a real good look at Ezra Cleveland if Josh Jones gets taken first, and Cleveland's still there at 35.
they absolutely need O-line. Is complete trash, which is why I said they could have drafted Andrew Thomas. If I had my pick at 3, I would have drafted Andrew Thomas because I think he's awesome, and he went a whopping 1 pick later. I think Okuda's going to be really good too, but I would rather had Thomas for sure because I know he's going to be a surefire 10-year vet in the NFL, and Okuda could be a superstar and he could bust out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're so dogmatic on that. Like,
I mean,
They
the thing is, so it's dumb to come in and say, well, I thought you needed this. The Lions have 100 needs, and they had 1 first-round pick.
and they
weren't
could have had
addressing-
multiple first round
They,
picks.
they weren't
They're doing it
address.
right.
They could have, and we're not going to do that. You made me mad. Stop it.
I'm still mad about it.
I'm extremely mad about it, but we only got to address 1 need. So, yeah, we need protection, and we need about 100 other things. So, like Ryan said earlier, maybe Stafford and go get some Trojans.
So you think Miami's going running back here?
I'm pretty convinced that they're going running back, and this is also me sticking to my convictions that this is exactly what I thought they'd do this draft: Tua, then tackle, and then running back.
Yeah, but what about defense? Like they've addressed two positions on offense. Do you think that they take one of those higher rated safeties off the board
So
right now?
because they didn't and they reached for a tackle, in my opinion, I think they stick to the plan. In 26, you need to go pick of the running backs.
At a certain point, like to AJ's point, I don't know, like at what point do you just figure the value too high? Because Xavier McKinney, and I know it's Kuiper and he's not the gospel, but like Kuiper had him at 15 and we're at pick 26 right now.
Yeah, but where does Miami pick in the second round? Are they pick 33?
They're not.
They
They're
definitely
early.
39.
They're early. They're
They
behind us.
definitely have 39 because
They're
people are
behind
talking
us.
about the Lions trading for that. Yeah, I think it's 39.
39.
But you have Gladney, you have Fulton, you have McKinney, you have Delpit, you have all these guys. Like,
Do they trade out of this to get an earlier second round pick and take the running back there?
I don't know that it'd be an earlier second round pick. What I do think though is they could pick up an extra third or fourth.
I mean,
I think they could pick up late third, early fourth. I mean, well, it depends on. So it all
Right.
depends on how far they're trading back
The team really likes a player this much.
and how far they're trading back.
wouldn't it be SOL for the Lions to trade 35 to move up to 26?
Well, no, they wouldn't do that.
It would be dependent on who they took, honestly.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Like if they took Gross Matos for the Lions, like I'd like that a lot. It of course depend on who they gave up, but if they traded up here to get him and get a pass rusher, that's something that I would definitely not be against. Even if they took a guy like Epineza, who I don't really like, or a guy like Bond, who I also am not huge on. If they're showing me that they're committed to that pass rush, even if I don't like the players, I can see the upside with them.
I actually like
and
Bond.
I'm not narcissistic enough to be like, I don't like Bond, so he's not going to be good at all. Like if they can show me that they're committed to the pass rush and they go up and get a guy that even I don't agree with, I'm going to be happy with the philosophy.
I don't mind Bond at all.
Jeff, any chance we could get Kelly to block for Matt on the field this year as she
That's
does for him
beautiful.
off
That's
the field?
beautiful.
Jeff, my man, keep it going. Keep it going.
That's funny.
That is pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Shout out to you, Jeff, because you've been here since the beginning.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
Jeff,
not the
Do you have
beginning.
anything that we can plug?
I know
No.
not the beginning
No.
because he didn't
No.
know. He didn't know about our conversation about taking Tua.
Stop attacking the fans.
It's
He
not
might-
an attack. I'm just clarifying the facts.
So I just got emails from Yahoo Fantasy Basketball and Hockey saying
Green Bay just
COVID-19
traded up.
suspended. Like
Wait,
Green
what?
Bay just traded up to Miami.
Who did?
Green Bay.
Oh my goodness.
They're
oh,
not taking Jordan Love.
no,
Green Bay.
They're not taking Jordan Love. I know that.
Yes, they are. You're goddamn right.
I would love it, honestly. And I hate Green Bay so much, but I would love it. But they're not
hate
going
it.
to.
If you give Green Bay one of my favorite quarterbacks in this draft, oh no.
Let's
Don't-
see what they got. Though.
Don't pan in on Jordan Love ESPN. I don't want to see that.
all right.
So they got the 30th and the 136th.
So they got a fifth rounder
Yeah, like the very, very end of the fifth.
to move back 4 spots.
Fourth rounder. No, fifth rounder. You're right.
To move back 4 spots.
Yeah.
Well, so compensation picks come into there somewhere and kind of extend the round starting at 3.
Oh yeah, I just did based on like 32 teams, 7 rounds. That's
Yeah,
where I did my
there's-
calculation.
It does.
I still use a fifth rounder.
But
It
so
is.
Miami's definitely going to take running back at 30. Then they know the running back.
1,000%. And they picked up an extra pick to do it. I love Miami has played this draft like I wish we could play a draft in my wildest dreams. I didn't love the tackle they picked, but man, have they played this draft well.
I mean, it certainly helps that we didn't do anything to force their hand. in the
Shut
beginning.
up.
You mean besides just staying at the pick?
It is so frustrating that I banged on the pulpit about this for months. That
Okay,
we
that's where you went.
had to force the hand And it was there. It literally played out exactly as you thought it would. And had we done it, it would have been entirely in our favor. And we just didn't do it. Something that was so easy to see. And you just let these teams walk all over you. It's frustrating, man.
So Green Bay's
Like the rest of the league walks all over us.
How are the man, they need to I really hate how much they drag this out. It is super my pet peeve.
Yep, the Packers took love.
Yes.
Oh
Yes. Yes.
I hate that. Oh my goodness. I
Oh,
don't
where'd
know
you
that.
see it? I haven't seen. Oh, there it is. Boom. Oh, I love it so much. I love it so much, dude.
I love it for them, but I hate it as a Lions
Who
fan.
said this? Who said this an hour ago? I would just like. I
Oh,
would
I
just
do
like
not.
it to be known.
This was my nightmare scenario for the Packers. Was them getting a quarterback of the future to succeed Aaron Rodgers.
I'm gonna be honest. I've had some good calls this draft.
This is terrible.
It
This
really is.
I'm
But
so
I
mad.
love the fit so much.
Man, what is that? This man entered high school at 5'6", and he's 6'3" and 3/4 now. How the hell can that happen to me?
So you know what I saw the other day that made me really mad is CJ McCollum was talking about. Forgive me, I don't know who he was talking about. It might have been. No, it was Scottie Pippen. He was like he was 6'1" entering his whatever year high school, and he finished 6'9", and that shows you that hard work can take you wherever you want to go.
Oh, my God.
It was hard to grow.
Like what?
Yeah, man, he really hit those toe touches really hard during the offseason.
That man hung
Really
by his
lengthened
ankles
those
for
hammies.
10 hours a day.
Like he went from 6'1" to 6'9". Like what do you mean?
Yeah, that'll really change your outlook on your basketball game there. Who's
I got so mad.
All right, so Seattle on the clock.
Robbie, it is not a nephew to Rodgers. Where have you been? That's not true. It's not a nephew to Rodgers. Not
it's
he's gonna-
exactly it's
he's gonna
exactly
stay
what
for
they
30
did.
years.
Get him,
It's
Rob.
It's the perfect play. It did not work.
So
Who said
Seattle,
that? Who said that?
Seattle has both the safeties. Obviously, they have any running
That's
back they
not
want. Even
guaranteed
though
that's
their
not.
running back in Carson is pretty good.
Josh Jones is in play for sure for them.
Josh Jones, yeah, definitely. I was
I
thinking,
definitely think they address the
Matos,
offensive line.
if they lose Jadeveon Clowney, that's a guy they can
Well,
get.
that's the thing. They lost
And
Jadeveon
Rusher
Clowney,
Epinesa is Zach Bond.
AJ Epinesa is definitely there. Yedor Gross-Matos, whatever his actual name is, how you pronounce that, is there as well. These are edge rushers that could take the place of Jadeveon.
To all of our fans,
Patrick Queen at
listening,
linebacker.
I see some commenting. I love the pick for Green Bay for their organization. I hate it as a Lions fan that the Lions are going to go, or I'm sorry, that the Packers are going to go from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love. Because I really like Jordan Love, and I hate that they're always going to have what I deem a top 5 to 6 quarterback in the NFL. It's trash, and it should be outlawed.
The
But
exact
they did that a
opposite
couple years ago too, Paul. Remember when we did our live a few years ago when they ended up trading back into the first round and drafted like 2 corners? Do you remember that? And you were like, why can we never do this kind of stuff?
We don't do anything.
Like,
But I said why 1,000 times. We've never had a GM and gone the best GM we've had in my lifetime, and he was way better than he gets credit for. But he made one grave critical mistake, and that was Jesus.
Drafting
Mayhew.
Ebron, Martin
Mark
Mayhew.
Mayhew. Mark Mayhew.
what was his big mistake?
Hiring
Drafted
Jim Caldwell.
Oh,
Oh, I thought it was drafting
Well,
Ebron.
hold on. So hold on. We've talked about this. If he doesn't hire Jim Caldwell, he doesn't draft Eric Ebron. We've talked about this a lot. So that's
Okay,
those go
that's
hand in
fair.
hand.
I like, okay, I get Caldwell was like not a sexy pick, but like we won games.
No, do not do. I have been
Like-
so good with not swearing on
We
this
won more
today.
games than we do
I
now.
have been so good holding the vulgarities and say it again, AJ, and something bad is going to happen.
I'm just,
Stop.
like-
no,
Say it again,
stop.
AJ.
Just stop. Just stop.
No,
No.
I'm just saying,
Don't
like,
do this. We can do this on podcasts.
We did have a winning
9-7 is better than 4-11 and 1.
Like-
Paul.
No, it's not.
Yes,
4-11 gets us better picks.
but
That
we're
we
not
do
doing
nothing
anything
with
with those
anyway.
picks.
I
So,
would know.
like,
We got Okuda's
What?
better
What
than
we get?
whatever
What we
we
do?
would have got
What
at
we do?
9-7. Even though we screwed it up, Okuda's better than what we would have got winning 9 games. Promise.
No, you got to the playoffs for Caldwell.
Yeah, I mean, he gets a bad rap, and like
I
some
do
of
think
it is.
Caldwell's a better coach than Patricia.
I think that Caldwell's a better coach than
I don't
what
even
he
think
got
Caldwell's good.
credit for.
Patricia.
I don't know. He's not what am I trying to say? He's not the sexy choice, and sure you could.
Is what you're trying to say.
He's what?
He's not irreprehensible.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, if that's a word, right? Like, I think that you could nitpick at a lot of different things for a lot of different coaches, but I think that we are in a much better position as an organization than we are right now with Matt Patricia as our head coach.
Also, Don, another shout out to William. I see you in the comments.
So would Caldwell have gotten us where we needed to be? No, probably not. And so I'm not going to die on that hill. But I don't think that going from 9-7 under Caldwell, which I think was one of his worst years, maybe 8-8. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a lot better than what we have right now. Like, I don't know. This year's not going to go well. We're going to be looking for a new GM and a new head coach at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think Caldwell. No, so what I was going to say, I just didn't want to interrupt him. Is I think Caldwell is a better coach than Patricia was, but I also don't think Caldwell was any good, and he'd deserved to be fired. But I think he's better than.
I'm trying to tune you guys out so I don't start screaming. It's not working well.
You can just mute your mic. We won't mind.
Yeah, I mean, Caldwell had us in a better position than Patricia does, plain and simple.
The players
was.
More.
I love the optimism that you think they're going to get rid of both of these guys when a Ford still owns this team.
So apparently William is weak-minded, and he's been sleeping since 2015.
What are you, Dylan, attacking the children now?
Yeah, man, come on.
Darren, that would be literally...
You got to stay up to watch the draft with your dad.
If that could actually happen, Darren, if that was possible...
2 hours ago.
It would be my crowning achievement as a Lions fan if we were somehow able to draft Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, but you know what? They'd tank for Trevor and then end up choosing the highest rated offensive tackle.
We're going to trade for number 3, 7, and 12.
That's what would happen. Like, let's be realistic. We go through another losing season.
No, Shay, we got to stay put. I love you.
What if they grab Taylor at 28?
We cannot afford to trade up.
I would trade up for Matos or even Josh Jones.
I wouldn't trade up for anybody. Stay put. Hope Jonathan Taylor falls to you.
Well, he's gonna fall to you because he has 90-year-old knees.
Tell Jill we say hi, Don.
Tell Jill. Don't they make an anti-sleep vaccine?
Jesus Christ!
Oh my gosh!
Now we got to exit the whole.
Can we mute his mic remotely?
Is it possible from here?
I have the power, actually.
Yeah, he has the power. That was the mistake that we made, gentlemen. Us three, we made, is letting him have control over the mics.
He claimed to know computers.
Paul's just
an hour and a half to get this set up, but he claimed to know computers.
That's not true. I got this set up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, you were tinkering around with some crap software before.
Next year,
Aaron Daniels.
Next year is going to be awesome.
Mr. Two First Names wants to know, who do you want the Lions to take in second round?
Jonathan Taylor.
I want them to take Josh Jones if he's available.
I would take Josh Jones if he's available, but yeah, for sure. But he won't be. So Jonathan Taylor is better.
I don't know.
Like you and I are in agreement on Jonathan Taylor that we think he's going to be good, but just again, the value of taking a running back
in the second round.
Yeah, when
it's a guaranteed starter.
But you have so many
guaranteed You shut your mouth, you pessimistic word. I'm not going to say.
Anybody the Lions taking the second round is a guaranteed starter.
Again, I agree with you on Jonathan Taylor that he's going to be a guaranteed starter. But again, you said this last year or maybe even 2 years ago, why would you trade for a guy that you don't have an offensive line that can run behind?
Well, we're not trading for him.
Why would you draft a guy that you can't?
I think the value in that. I just think the value at that point.
Lockdown corners on each side, Okudah on one side, Diggs on the other.
The Seahawks selected Jordan Brooks, a linebacker, above Patrick Queen.
Who?
Wow.
Jordan Brooks from Texas Tech.
So what you just said, Matt, I would be all in if we drafted another corner, especially.
Who do you think the Lions would like the worst second round pick would be? Like Jacob Eason?
Like the worst pick that we could make?
Donovan Peoples-Jones.
The worst, I don't even want to say like realistic, but like the worst pick you could see at the second round for like a position of need. Because a lot of people think the Lions need a quarterback in this draft, even if it's later. But if they took one of the second round ones, like Fromm or Eason, like I'd be fair.
So for starters,
honestly, for this year, if you didn't draft Tua at 3, you don't draft a quarterback this year.
There are a whole bunch of mocks that have them taking like Steven
He's
Montez.
hating on the workie, huh?
But what's the point of wasting that draft capital at the back end of the draft? I understand that on a quarterback that's going to get you nowhere. You've just signed a backup quarterback for 3 years.
That's super wasteful.
Like Lynn, what's his face from Kentucky, who played quarterback and wide receiver and running back?
Unless it's Connor Cook, then you.
If you
we don't have to draft him anymore. We can take him. We can just pick him up out of you.
If you weren't taking Tua at 3, there is no reason to waste any draft pick on a quarterback in this draft.
I think Cam Akers is the answer to Ryan's question.
Oh, you hating son of a bitch.
Really? So
the man is used to running behind no line.
Second round, but I think they would take the 3 running backs before they take Akers in the second round.
I think that's the answer.
But if you take Akers in like the 4th, I'm not mad at it at all. But now the Ravens are on the clock. Let's go, Lamar.
Yeah,
all right.
I think
Do
you
we
have
miss a
addressed.
pick?
I had the Ravens taking Kenneth Murray. Obviously, Kenneth Murray got taken by the Chargers.
All right.
Great move by the Chargers.
Me too, man.
Oh, yeah.
Patrick Queen, though, is still there from LSU.
Hold on.
They still need linebacker help.
Who did
Matos is both available. And,
Who did Seattle take? We missed a pick.
Seattle, Jordan Brooks.
Seattle.
Oh, no, never mind. I forgot. No, I was so surprised I glossed over it. Never mind. I remember.
Understandable.
Yeah, that second round pick, you either if all these secondary guys, not all of them, but if there's a good secondary guy specifically in the safety realm, like if Winfield is there at 35 and they don't take Winfield,
I think he's definitely there at 35.
the Lions.
Oh, I don't think Winfield's there at 35.
I think he's there at 35. I don't know that there's enough value there, and I love Winfield. He's one of my favorite.
There's plenty of value there.
Why would there not be value there for a guy that
He's a first-round pick. He's a first-round pick.
I don't think you need a safety enough to take him at 35, even though I love Winfield. My dream is trading back in the second and grabbing Winfield because I love him.
I think Winfield
awesome.
would be
I
really
think if you
nice.
trade back, he's not there.
I agree with that 100%. I'm Team AJ with this one.
We might see in the next 6 picks if somebody takes
I think that what you're going to find is that if Winfield has fallen in your lap at 35, that in and of itself should be the reason you make that pick.
So
But
also,
you
the
have
Ravens
almost
are
like a
taking
treasure trove. You have like a treasure trove at 35 almost in the backfield. Whether you take Del Pitt, whether you take McKinney, you still have Fulton, you still have Glenn, you still have Winfield on the board, and Trayvon Diggs. Like you have all these guys on the board for you where if you really wanted to just load up on your secondary. And at this point, I don't want to say your draft board is dismantled or the F word, which is probably what I would use on the podcast. Is
Fubar. Say Fubar.
Fubar.
It's Fubard, right? Shout out to Royce the 5'9". Your draft position right now is Fubard, your draft board. But there's probably a lot of guys that you had valued pretty high right there, especially in the secondary where Okudah isn't going to fix everything, right? Because you have Trufant, you have Justin Coleman, who's a slot guy and who played really well at the beginning of the last year and then sort of kind of plateaued, but you're also paying them a lot of money. And then you don't really have good safeties. You have safeties you believe in, but how much do you believe in a guy like Tracy Walker?
Right, but so that to my point is, and this might be slightly hot take, like I think Winfield might be
And again, I would
underrated
love
to that position.
love
Like,
Winfield because I think he's such a good player.
right.
I also
So
think you could get him later. I'm not mad at Winfield at 35. I think you could trade back and get him. But
I'm mad
he's
about how you feel about Winfield.
and you guys know
Yeah, but
this.
like those guys that you talked about, like McKinney, Delpit, all that, like those guys, I'm sure they're good. I think that McKinney, or not McKinney, but Winfield is.
I think Winfield's the best in the draft too.
Right.
But I
so,
think
so if he's the best in the draft and you have him at 35, why do you assume he's going to be there at 40? Why do you
because
assume?
I don't know that GMs feel the way that I do.
Winfield is so good, man. I'm telling you, this kid, and he
I
can move
told you
around
he was
so
good. I
much.
told you
He
was so good.
He can move around from safety. He can drop down to nickel. He's so good, man. I'm telling you. Darren, to answer your question real quick, wherever the value presents itself, if a guy drops, so if someone
that's almost Lions got 39, so they could have taken somebody else and then like grabbed Winfield at 39. Like to me, that would have been. You would have needed a new screen, and I would have needed new underpants.
Yeah,
for this podcast.
but I wonder. I still see. I'm under the philosophy if you have that good of a player at the pick that you're there, you don't hope that he's there a few picks back. So, like, I understand the value aspect of it, and I understand. But if you have him literally, and you
he's
value
a value there. He is a first round value. He is an end of first round value. He's there.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, if he
they got money.
They missed on Winfield and like the Ravens took him right here or something. If they even got a guy like McKinney or Delpit, again, I'm not mad because I think they're really good players. I just don't know about taking a safety at 35 when you have so many other needs there.
We have needs all over the board. Take the best player available that fits into what you need. Real quick, I'm going to tell you that the Ravens are taking Queen, and I'm going to pop out to use a little boys' room. And I'll be back in a hot minute because I don't need to see this pick. They're taking Queen.
I think that's a really good pick for the Ravens.
Martin, what do you mean by you guys are fried? How offensive or defensive line at 35?
You guys are fried. How offensive? I think it means how about Martin. If they can, if they take a defensive lineman, like right now, I'm looking at Gross Matos at 35. Epineza looks like he'll be there at 35, just how the board's shaking out. But one of those two should be there maybe at 35. I'm not really mad at either. I like Gross Matos a lot more in offensive line. If you can get Josh Jones at 35, that's a guy that me personally, I had like a first round grade on. I thought he was a really good pick and a really good value at the end of the first round. So if you can get him at the top of the second, I'm not mad at that even a little bit. Even Ezra Cleveland, I just like Josh Jones more.
So if that scenario were to play itself out, Ryan, and a guy like Jones is there at 35, you could take him and then make an effort to trade back into the second round and hope that a Delpit or McKinney or a Winfield is sitting there.
I just don't think that they need a safety that much. But yeah, to Matt's announcement, Patrick Queen just got taken by the Ravens, which is what Paul said.
I think the safety, like if you have a really good safety, that covers a lot of holes for you defensively.
Well, so
I understand the importance of a pass rush. I understand that, and I'm not trying to devalue the importance of a pass rush, but I think that the holes that are covered by a really good safety just kind of outweighs even the impact that a defensive lineman could have.
I also don't know how much the Lions value safety. Like you saw, they traded Quandre Diggs. It was a good safety for just like a fifth-round pick.
But
and
again,
I know he was.
I think that's a philosophy thing.
But it's part of like I don't know how much they value safety, and I do think safety is a need at this team. But if you can get another guy at 35. On like the offensive line, which I think is a bigger need, or a pass rush, which I think is a bigger need than a safety is, as much as I love Winfield. And I've told you guys it hasn't been over and over again, but I told you on the last podcast, one of my favorite players in the entire draft. So I'm not mad at it at all if they pick him. But I don't see the value quite there at 35 as I do at maybe early 40s pick if you're able to trade back. And I know obviously if you trade back, there's no guarantee that you get the guy. And at the end of the day, get the guy that you want.
Yeah.
If you're a GM, I'd rather you have conviction on taking a guy at 35, even if you think you can get him at like 42 or 43.
Right. And
If you're
to
not
Martin's point here, like he's talking about them signing safeties and drafting Walker and drafting Harris, like that's all well and good. But we're also talking about people who have not performed well. And if you have the opportunity to draft a better person, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, for sure. And like I said, I love Winfield. I've loved him for honestly months. Like when the college season was still going on, I was like, this dude is a monster. Like he's just like there's something different about him.
according to what Detroit Sports Nation, I'm assuming that's Don that posted this, a report that said Quinn wanted Okudah and Patricia wanted Brown. That just shows you how big of an idiot Patricia is.
And Martin Anderson spouting some facts here, saying that the Lions signed 2 safeties as well as drafting Walker and Harris in back-to-back drafts. So he thinks there's no way they're going to go with a safety in this draft.
Again,
I'd say there's no way because I think at 35, if none of the safeties are off the board, which is probably unlikely that one won't go by the time they pick at 35, but even if 2 are there of McKinney, Delpit, and Winfield, that's really, really good value there for a safety. And I know it's not like you might necessarily need him, but there's a point where, you know, Martin Mayhew a lot went with best player available, BPA, right in the draft. And I think there's a point where that kind of overwhelms need.
Who's the woman that joined our cast?
Shut up.
That you don't. Who's your dark horse?
Why you don't?
safety. Okay.
Darren wants to know, and we're all back on the 4 screen now.
Who's the man in charge?
But Darren wants to know who's your dark horse second round.
Who did Baltimore take? I need to know who Baltimore
Patrick Queen.
I don't know. If you want to consider Dobbins a dark horse, that's who I would take. But I don't really know at this point because the guys I think will be there when they I think are a really good value. A guy like Josh Jones or Gross Matos there at F5, Ezra Cleveland. And maybe they double up on corner and go Denzel Mims. But other guys like AJ Epineza, I don't think you see a dark horse pick from the Lions at 35. I think it's a guy you probably expected.
Dark horse pick to me would be if they win. Well, hold on. Is dark horse supposed to be like a realistic possibility?
Oh.
A dark horse pick. Are we saying a realistic possibility that people aren't predicting? Is that how we're defining that?
Yeah. A guy probably you haven't seen mocked to the Lions in the second would be my guess.
Ooh, that is some hair.
I mean, to me.
There you go, Matt. Get that road gang going.
I missed most of that conversation. But like a Ross Blacklock, could that be a dark horse pick?
Yeah. No, absolutely. And it's a guy that the Lions and I love that you brought up Blacklock because it's a guy who in the mocks that you saw trades for when the Lions traded for 26 with Miami for 5, Blacklock was a guy that you saw going a lot at 26. So he is an absolute possibility at 35 for sure if he's there.
Standing next to Mike Vrabel.
Darren says so. No Tavai, basically. So no Tavai 2.0 in the second round.
Yeah, I would
no,
hope not.
No, I don't think so.
I would hope not with the talent that's going to be on the board.
I think it'll be a guy that you've seen mocked to the Lions at least. Or in best case scenario, mocked before the Lions and he just fell to them.
Martin, I 100% agree with your last comment that he thinks the special team safeties will work out. Like and I think that's kind of
Do you think any safety is special team safety though? I think you can draft any safety and put them on special teams.
No, you could, but we're talking about like you're not.
That's not what he meant. He's saying he thinks special team caliber players are going to work out starting at safety.
Yes, that's what he's saying, and yeah.
My bad, Martin.
I think if you have somebody who can impact the game from the back end, I think that's again. I told you guys
the Titans took Isaiah Wilson at 29, offensive tackle.
That is shocking. Shocking. Honestly, Isaiah Wilson was like a lot of mocks round 3. Now mocks, you guys know, I think they're worthless, but that is wild.
Well, for you Lions fans, if you're looking at offensive tackle in the second round, Ezra Cleveland and Josh Jones are both still available.
Yeah.
Josh Jones is the only one I would take.
To improve the D line, Chris, we're
I
talking
would take
Black
Ezra if Josh Jones isn't there. I like Jones more than Cleveland, but if he's not there, I would definitely take a look at Cleveland.
So if he's not there, there's going to be better value in other players to me.
Probably. Chris says, who can the Lions get to improve the D line?
Epineza.
So, yeah, they like Epineza. I don't really like him. He would still improve the D line because he's not a negative player. But at this point, I think Gross Matos is the best edge rusher in the draft.
Yeah, one of those two.
Still
I mean, Bond's a linebacker, right? He's not a walk down end, right? He's a linebacker.
He's still an edge rusher.
Okay, so
and he can help you get to the quarterback.
I mean that's another name you could.
You have three defensive end type dudes or edge rushers, if that's how you want to classify them. You have like 2 offensive tackles. You have 3 running backs, Swift, Taylor, and Dobbins. I think you would realistically consider, and then you even have a couple safeties, like 3 safeties.
Paul,
and just based off of math, some of them are going to be there at 35. So again, I think the Lions are in a really good position at 35.
You missed it earlier.
And I'm going to keep repeating that.
Dom was posting that according to reports, Quinn wanted Okudah, but Patricia wanted Brown.
Derek Brown.
That's why Patricia ain't a goddamn GM and he ain't about to be a coach either.
But he's the mad scientist, man. He was supposed to like change everything.
He's not a talented
He's so overrated to me. I'm so done with him. It's unbelievable. I was done with him after the first year.
Which is why he's going to get a 5-year extension.
Shut up, Matt.
But see, that's the thing like we talk about this ultimatum, but like what is that breaking point? Like if they win more games this year, do they get to come back and keep going? Or do they have to make the
playoffs? They have to make the playoffs.
Really?
Miami's on the clock again at 30 because they traded down from 26. So that they still have all those running backs available that Paul talked about earlier.
This is the
quarterback,
offensive lineman. This is the running back.
But okay, so go to that playoff thing, right? Like, let's say they go 10-6 and they don't make the playoffs for whatever reason.
That.
Like, if they go 10-6 and don't make the playoffs, you're gonna fire them?
No, if they make the playoffs, there's no chance they fire.
There's no way they go 10-6 and aren't a top 7 team.
If Green Bay's 12-4 and Minnesota's 11-5, all right, the boys are out.
There's an extra, right? There's an extra wild card this year.
It's true story.
Watch Lions make it at 8-8, and all the fans are pissed, but they get an extension. No, and in the case that Patricia wanted Okudah, or I'm sorry, Patricia wanted.
Yo. Am I back?
I see that we aren't on. I'm gonna repeat what I just said.
Keep going.
In the case that Patricia wanted Brown and Quinn wanted Okudah, I'm going to side with Quinn on that one because I think Okudah is a better player than Brown is. And Martin says Patricia has the personality of an overripe pumpkin.
Martin, I like you.
Patricia,
that's the one that the squirrels eat. If you
what is most ironic is Patricia had more personality under Bill's thumb than he had since coming here. How does that work?
Yeah,
because he's running the show and he's not in his comfort zone. He's not a leader.
He wants to be Bill so bad.
Yeah, that's
everything you learn there is close to the vest. I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah, he's not his own person. Like.
Be with the media, which I don't really care about how you talk like to the media, but that's Patricia's whole kind of influence and style, and it doesn't work as you've seen if they're not winning because then people just rip you to shreds for things that they don't rip Belichick for. Like nobody is like, oh, Belichick's so unprofessional. He only wears a hoodie.
Yeah.
right? But instead, when Patricia wears a hoodie or Patricia has this big bushy beard, everyone's like, oh, he's not professional. He's not a head coach. He's not this, and that because you're not winning.
Yeah.
Like we talked about it when Paul was trying to get all of this set up, and shout out to Paul who was able to eventually get 4 of us on one stream. Is we talk about like the smartest guy in the room antidote, right? And I hate it because I think all GMs are trying to be smarter than everyone else, but you don't hear that cliche or that criticism lobbed to anybody that's actually good. Like nobody says, oh, Bill Belichick's trying to be the smartest guy in the room. It's always the GMs who are bad. When everyone's trying to do it, everyone's trying to outsmart every other team. But you only get that criticism when you're bad at your job. Because people don't
winning solves all problems.
Mm-hmm. It's as simple as that. You could win and you could be naked, and people are going to be like, that helps them. He's so free, and the players love it.
I know.
But now that they're losing,
I just think
all this negative press from the players, from really anybody who's like they don't want to play for Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia, and then you see and you're like, oh well, they have 9 wins in 2 years, so
that's the thing that I think is most important is your relationship with players. Like I hate to use the battle analogy because I don't think it's fair or apropos, but like you have to have
the soldiers, but I understand what you're saying.
It's not, but like you are going
the army, so defer to you, I guess.
Right, which is why I don't want to use that analogy. But the principle of you coming in from day one as an unproven head coach and doing what you're trying to do and alienating like the best players on your team, you're not going to get people to buy in. Bill Belichick can do what Bill Belichick does because Bill Belichick has proven that it works. Matt Patricia hasn't proved that it worked. Right. So because he hasn't proved that it worked, you're not going to get professionals to buy into that. You have to, and you talk about players, coach mentality, whatever, like it's very important that you build a trusting relationship with your players. And if they don't think, if they think that they are expendable to you, then they're not going to perform.
Yeah, and there has to be like a fine line because Jim Caldwell was always regarded as like a player's coach.
But they won for him. You know what I'm saying?
And
like
to a certain extent.
To a certain extent. More than they have for Patricia.
Much of a player's coach and not enough of a hard ass. And Patricia sounds like too much of a hard ass and not enough of a player's coach.
I would agree.
It's always a really fine line. But whenever you win, like it speaks volumes. So like even Rob Gronkowski, right? Like he retired. I think the reason is he didn't really want to play for Belichick anymore. But now that Brady is on another team that does not have Belichick, who's a notorious hard ass, he's like, okay, let me give football
and take that a step further.
To hey, the players want to play for the coach, and they
take that a step further. We had a trade in place to bring Gronkowski, and who was our head coach at the time? Patricia, who was trying to reinvent himself as Bill Belichick. And so, it makes sense why Gronk would turn down that trade and just say that he's retired.
What is going on? We're just dropping people like crazy.
Yeah, what happened? Did their internet kick off? It all timed out. There you go, Ryan.
I got kicked off. Facebook couldn't handle as much truth.
Censored. Who'd Miami take?
Yeah, Zuckerberg was mad.
Miami's taking a running back.
They're still pickers in now.
I'm telling you, it's a running back from Miami.
I do think they're taking a running back.
Yeah.
And if so, then let all Detroit Sports Nation know Paul has nailed the Miami draft.
Appreciate it. Although, to be honest, pretty on point most of the entire draft.
Oh, well, why don't you pat yourself on the back a little bit?
I don't remember. But Martin says Patricia may be a genius, but he has no people skills, and that has been proven in some of the players' testimonials.
Yeah, I don't get the whole.
It's kind of what we were talking about.
Yeah, like coming in, like the stuff that's come out about Slay since he left. Like, why are you coming in and taking one of your top players on the team and not getting him on your side? It just
my goodness. The Dolphins selected a corner. Noah Igbenogany
From
What?
Auburn.
From Auburn.
From
Yes.
Auburn.
Thank you, AJ, for saving me. They drafted a corners whose last name I can't pronounce from Auburn.
That's a big surprise.
A huge surprise.
Wow.
Talk about
Who
value.
was their running back at the end
So
of the
I
year,
would-
though?
so he was. I think he was Kuiper, and again, Kuiper's not the holy grail, but Kuiper's the most well-known draft analyst out there. He was like Kuiper's, I want to say, third or fourth ranked corner on the board. So from that perspective, it's not a bad value. He was and I said earlier I wasn't as high on him as a lot of people, but as far as obviously, at least in one analyst's perspective, it's not a terrible value. I am surprised that they didn't go running back, but so I have to think at this point. So I said this is good for Miami, right? Like they get the pick of running backs if they pick now. But if they think that the first few running backs are comparable and they're sitting back, they got a pick in 9 more picks they pick? Don't they pick at 39?
But Vikings pick is in already.
So
I don't know how long it was, but it didn't seem very long.
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't once they traded Kenyon Drake last year, right?
Yeah. No, then who? The Cardinals
Dolphins.
traded Drake. Yeah,
Is
no, the
McKinney
Cardinals
still on
traded
the
Drake.
board?
The Dolphins traded Drake to the Cardinals.
I'm
Yeah.
a little fuzzy here. Is McKinney still on the board?
Yes.
Yep.
So
And again, to reiterate for any fans still listening, really like how this shit is shaking out for the Lions at 35. Because all the players I thought would be a really great value at 35 have not been picked. You still have Josh Jones. You still have any safety you want. You have any running back you want still. You have Ezra Cleveland if you wanted, if Jones gets picked, or even if you just like Cleveland better than Jones. I think there's a lot of value. And there's still guys like Fulton and Gladney if you wanted to double up on corner, which I don't think the Lions will do,
they won't.
but it's an option.
But
I got
let's be
But
clear.
I really like how 35 is shaking out. What
Let's
the
be
hell
clear
is
though.
Matt?
If Blacklock
There he
is
is.
there, if
My
Blacklock
man,
is
Matt.
there,
The hell
at
happened?
And
35,
Blacklock. I totally forgot
Like-
him. And
like
Blacklock.
if he's there at 35, then Patricia's going to get his inside guy. Is my guess.
So here's my thing.
Then Patricia and Quinn both win. I feel what you're
As
saying.
much
Right.
as Ryan loves how this is shaking out for the Lions, I hate it. I hate it
What?
so much
That's
because you'll understand. You would look at it like, wow, no matter what we do, it's going to be good, right? Except we're not. We will find a way to not get value from that pick, even if value just falls in our lap. And that will make it all the more frustrating.
So we obviously have to pick one of the right guys, but to me, there's like 6 right guys right now that we could pick, and I'm happy with.
So this
Now,
So try-
if we go outside of that and don't trade down or something, I'll be absolutely furious. But but as it's shaking out now, there's a really more than a handful of guys that I'm looking at, and I'm like, yeah, they can make an immediate impact to the Lions.
So this is guaranteed to me going to be a secondary player for the Vikings. Really, whoever they have highest rated. McKinney makes a ton of sense. I think it'd be so awesome if Winfield goes here, although I'd prefer him to be around when the Lions pick.
Nope. So they did take a secondary. They took Jeff Gladney.
That was
TCU.
that was the next one I was going to mention was Gladney and Johnson.
Yeah, I
So
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the Chiefs take DeAndre Swift. I think we see the first running back off the board here.
you think DeAndre Swift goes number 1? Are you high?
Well,
Don't
he'd be
answer that
number
question.
32.
So trying to make sense of that Dolphins pick, I'm like pulling up their depth chart right now. Didn't
Makes sense.
Patrick Laird kind of like wasn't he serviceable at the end of the year after they traded Drake?
You can call it that.
But
It
again, not
it
trying
makes
to
sense.
win next year. Not trying to win next year, right? So I'm also
the
looking
Dolphins. They also have 39, and it looks like one of their running backs is going to be available. And there's still value in the later rounds in running back, whether it's Akers or
Moss.
Dillon or Zach Moss.
But
Like there are guys
also,
in
like
the
that
later rounds
Tua
that you can
pick,
grab.
I'm looking at this. Like Tua doesn't even need to dress next year because they've got Rosen backing up Fitzpatrick.
He'll start ahead of Rosen. As much as I loved Rosen coming out, and I still kind of believe in him because I'm a sucker, Tua's going to be above Rosen.
Yeah, but why though? He doesn't have to be.
Unless he is super awful. Because
Well,
Rosen has not shown anything at that
One thing
level.
to think about Miami too is Miami might just not care even a little bit about running back. We are less than 1 year removed from them shipping off a super good running back for a 5th round pick. So
I don't know. The Kenyon Gray's super good.
Kenyon Drake is so good he made David Johnson literally expendable.
Well, David Johnson was already garbage before that.
Not garbage. Had an injury problem.
He was garbage. I traded for him. I traded you for him in fantasy. I know how garbage he was, man.
And you still won that trade, you bastard.
I didn't win the league though, which was what I was trying to do.
That's your fault.
I know. I got too smart for my own good. That's what happened.
Boogie.
I had a really
They
good
traded
time.
away Keith Van Horn. One trade.
I traded away Aaron Jones for what I thought was a really good value, and then Juju just got hurt. Literally from the second I traded him, Juju didn't effing play.
Yeah,
Aaron Jones
like-
is so good, man.
But these folks don't want to hear about my fantasy.
I'm kind of
my
interested
fantasy
in
bad
I'm
times.
kind of interested in this Boogie or Bogey.
Yeah,
or
Booger
whatever.
McFarland
he
is
says
going
we're
to
done.
chat.
I'm sorry, Kyle Bogenschutz, but we're
I'm
I
just
don't
kind of
know.
I'm hoping Boogie here will kind of expound on why he thinks we're dumb.
I think it's Bogey.
Bogey,
Whatever.
whatever. I mean,
I thought it
obviously,
was Booger, but whatever.
I
that's
mean,
a dog. That's
how
a
all
dog's
four
name.
of
by
not
the
too
way.
bad.
Different
Not too bad
opinions.
not too bad for the last pick of the night for our first troll to show up.
Well, they were out in droves when I had the Michigan State had it first.
Yeah, that's not really trolling. This is trolling.
All right, Don's got Harley Davidson going here.
I was called the dork, which I resent.
This could be a lot of people, but I do think running back makes a lot of sense here if they really, really like one of the running backs.
I mean, you could
But
also think like pass rusher or even offensive line.
I
Yeah,
got
'cause they're-
quarterback here.
Like they have so many things that they obviously they won the Super Bowl, but there's so many
you
things
said
that they can
pass
improve
rusher,
on.
and Don has Marlon Davidson going. He would be perfect.
I would think either Matos or Epineza would go
And-
here
and
if
I
you're
like-
going with the pass rusher.
So I like Davidson a lot. So he is a huge defensive end. He literally weighs like 300 pounds, but he's an edge rusher. And he is, I don't want to call 300-pound man flexible, but he can get around the
Well,
corner.
Lord
Like
knows you won't for Zion. So
his bend is in his athleticism, especially short box athleticism for a 300-pound man is really nice. So he's a guy in either system that can play on the end and then move inside on pass rushing downs. He has a lot of versatility. He was really, really solid in the SEC the last couple of years. I do like him a lot, but there's a lot of. You said Epinesa, didn't you, Ryan?
yeah, Epinesa or Gross Matos. If you're gonna go with the pass rusher,
Gross
I think
Matos
both
is
of those-
another one.
way higher than Davidson.
Goodness gracious.
I like Davidson.
6'3", 303 as an edge rusher.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, man.
Holy cow.
Yeah, and he's versatile. That's a guy who you can line up on the end every down. He'll destroy the run, and he'll give you a terrifying pass rusher when he does get free. And on pass rushing downs, he can move inside. I like guys like that a lot that are true 3-down linemen, and you can really both stuff the run and then become a plus in the pass rush moving inside. Like, those are the kind of players that I like on the defensive line. And I think there's a lot of value there. I still think running back is more likely, but I mean, at 32 with the first round, you would pick any position.
I like that we just assume the Detroit Sports Nation is Don. Like it probably is, but it could be Michael. And we're like, oh, well, Don.
Earlier, and also, I don't think, no offense to Michael, that he would be predicting a sensical decision.
Hey, is tomorrow just the second round or the second and the third?
It's second and third.
Second and third. So
Oh,
for Darren's question, how many running backs go off the board tomorrow? I'm going to go with at least.
I'm gonna go
Well,
five.
hold on.
Yeah,
Let's see if
there
a
you
running
go.
back goes right now. Because that
I'm
it might.
gonna
it
go
might get
five.
less by one.
Yeah, if a running back goes here, then you're talking 4, maybe 5.
Actually, no, because it's the third round too. I'll go 7. I'll up the ante a little bit. I think 7 running backs go in the second and third round.
Swift, Taylor,
Six.
Dobbins, they're all going. So that's
I think you can get Akers, Moss, and
AJ
then
Dillon.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire is
Yep,
six
he'll
to
go for
me,
sure.
and I think you
Dillon?
can get another one.
I'd have to look. I'm forgetting people. That's
I'll go 7, Darren.
Seven?
I think you'll get a lot of running back value in the second and third
I'm
rounds.
going 5 or 6 because I don't think one's going right now. I think a cornerback's going right now.
Well, that's why I said tomorrow.
Moss from Utah's another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Moss, Hilaire, Swift,
And I do think
Dobbins,
one of those go
Taylor.
to the Lions.
Akers.
And who knows? So a team might fall in love with a smaller school running back like Antonio Gibson from Memphis. So Antonio Gibson out of Memphis, so he's like theoretic.
You know who I like, and he won't go tomorrow, but McFarland I think he's from Minnesota, right? Anthony McFarland Jr.
Yep.
I like him a lot. But that's me watching a lot of Big Ten football. Because obviously Kenny Willick is sliding so far on this draft.
Had a lot more talent than people.
Oh, yeah.
realize.
2 Spartans are going tomorrow off the board.
Of course, it's Don. Love you, Don.
Goddamn right.
I hope Don's right. I hope it's Marlon Davidson. I actually really like him.
Edwards Hilaire.
Would Davidson be a guy you'd like at 35?
For sure. I mean, for all the reasons I just said, we need defensive line help. So yeah.
Ooh, so the Chiefs took the first running back, Clyde Edwards Hilaire at 32.
Get out of here.
Yep.
No way.
Yep. Over Swift, who seems like he fits their system so much better.
Over Dobbins and over Taylor. That's wild.
So, to me, Swift was the best bet for the
I
Chiefs.
hate that pick.
I don't think he's the best running back, but I thought he was the best for the Chiefs. Obviously, they did not. And they just won the Super Bowl. So what?
I told y'all I love Hilaire, but that does seem like a strange.
Matt, nicotine is bad for you.
The only thing so this is the only thing I'll defend them on is obviously they didn't have any trade partners, and clearly that was their best back, and they weren't getting it with their next pick. So if that's who they really, really wanted, and you obviously didn't have a trade partner, that's the only thing. That's the only thing. I still hate it.
Obviously, it's a top back on their board, right? And if it's the guy that you want, I'm 100% with you. That's who you end up taking. Because at the end of the day, you should obviously listen to yourself more than you should listen to us or what the fans or Kuiper or McShay or whoever else think. Unless you're Matt, you should just listen to Matt all the time.
Well,
oh, man.
There's a first round of the NFL draft.
I'm really surprised that Edwards Hilaire is the first running back. I'm pleasantly surprised, but I'm surprised that he was the first running back.
First round,
I think he's real good too.
I do too.
I don't hate the pick, but it's
how often
surprising.
is a 5'7.5" running back the first one taken off the board?
Biggest surprise in the first round, pick you like the most, pick you hated the most. Or decision. Let's say decision more than pick.
I know it was mocked a lot. I really like Tua at 5 because the Dolphins didn't have to do anything to get what they view as their franchise-changing quarterback. Pick I didn't like who the cornerback taken after Terrell. I didn't like him so much. I don't remember his name. But the cornerback that was taken after Terrell, I thought was a huge reach, and I think it was by the Raiders.
I'm trying to see who it was. Oh, Damon Arnett. Ohio State.
Yes, Arnett, and then special shout out. Most did not like in the first round is the word irreprehensible.
I think for me, pick I like the most was obviously Tampa Bay with Wirfs. I think that's clearly
special shout out to Don who predicted Edwards Hilaire to the Chiefs.
Yeah, crazy.
You can see that in the chat. It's actually pretty impressive.
He might have Twittered it.
That is not true. Stop. That is not true. He said that after the pick.
No, he didn't.
I will find it.
You can find it all you want. I was reading that long before the pick was in.
So he said that.
Sorry, AJ. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just saw that
good.
on the screen, and I was like, all right, Don, there you go.
So back to my point.
He probably got it from Twitter.
Wirfs, I think, at 13 for the Bucks, given what they've done this offseason, I think that's probably the pick that I might like the most.
1 minute before Don said that, Albert Breer tweeted that the Chiefs took him. So y'all can.
So he Twittered it. He still said it before it was on TV.
Nonsense.
Probably the pick that I did not like, or I think
Poor
it's kind of
decision.
just kind of an iffy choice. Trying to think back. And this is going to be just me hating on the guy, and I don't mean to do it, but Herbert at 6.
All right, so AJ hates Justin Herbert as a man.
That's not true. I've never been impressed with him. So,
Or his mom.
But you know what? It's the Chargers, and they're as equally as bad a franchise as the Lions, or maybe just slightly better. So,
slightly better.
So that's kind of it.
That's been years covering them.
You know, they get what they deserve, and it is what it is.
My least favorite.
Oh,
is
Don
Ruiz.
did get that from Twitter. Don,
Yeah, he did.
You are a garbage human being, and I hope William has nightmares tonight.
Wow!
I told you, man. I can't believe you believed otherwise.
Aside from the Lions not having the balls to take Tua and force
Don did say
hand,
Dylan is in the house. Dylan, what's up?
I
appreciate you.
Ruiz being taken by the Saints. I hate that pick. I'm just not a fan of it for a team that's trying to win the championship this year or next year. It's just
I agree. Preach.
I'm not a fan of that pick for what they're doing. Favorite pick.
Jordan Love's a good choice. I really
No,
like Jordan
definitely
Love
not.
Really? For the Packers? Psh.
No, it's a good move by the Packers. But
The Bengals at number 1, taking Joe Burrow.
And they didn't mess it up.
I mean, that's
obvious
basically
one.
what I did with the top 5.
Jesus.
What was your biggest surprise, Ryan?
I don't know. I don't
What?
have a favorite out of this pick.
Matt didn't like any of the first round picks.
I like them. I like a lot of them. Just I don't know if I have a favorite because a lot of them were obvious.
I think my biggest surprise, because I think that was the third one, was Ruggs being the first wide receiver off the board.
Yeah, it was surprising.
I think Arnett was probably the biggest surprise for me, which is why I said I
Jalen
liked it.
Reagor to Philly. Philly, what are you?
Yeah,
thinking?
over Jefferson.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
That's
Philly?
crazy.
Like you haven't made enough bad choices at wide receiver in the draft over the years. You had to add to it.
So
And they have broken Alshon Jeffrey, which is just crazy.
Hey, Super Bowl champion Alshon Jeffrey,
actually, we'll start with what I hated the most.
Chicago backbreaker Alshon Jeffrey.
That's the obvious one. I hated everything the Lions did and didn't do. Like Bob Quinn is a pile of garbage human being. Yeah. Nobody would miss him if Corona did its job.
Wow! Stop! Right there, you got to stop.
No, we don't have to stop. You can keep going. We all think it.
Everybody thinks it. Do you know how much better off this draft would have been if Bob Quinn was laid up in a hospital bed fighting for his life?
I have legitimately never thought that about an individual. Like, you know what? I hope you catch this infectious disease.
Because the other three of us, I promise. So
You could have had Patricia, and then he would have taken Derek Brown at 3.
no, stop.
He would have.
He said no, it is not possible.
So obviously, I hated what the Lions did. So that's the obvious. Biggest surprise of the draft to me was how far Wirfs fell. The fact that he went not even just the distance, which that was crazy, but being the 4th tackle off the board, that was pretty crazy to me. You guys know how I felt about Andrew Thomas, but for him to go behind Becton,
That was another good call.
yes, thank you, I appreciate it.
I don't want to interrupt you, but to give you credit, a good call.
So that was the biggest surprise for me. And then the two things that I loved the most were the things that I really wanted to see happen. I for 20 minutes, 25 minutes, I was like, Tampa needs to take this opportunity and trade up and get Wirfs. Like he's falling to a spot where it's not going to cost a lot. He can step in right away, and he's going to help a Super Bowl contender this year. And then they actually did the thing. And then the other team that did the thing was Green Bay went and got Jordan Love. And I hate that from I hate Green Bay perspective, but it's so perfect for them. Whether Jordan Love pans out or not, the pick made so much sense, and he can literally sit and learn for 3 years and develop like he needs to do behind a great quarterback in what should be a good system. So I love those things. I think they were great fits. And I will say one non-Lions thing that I super hated. Isaiah Simmons was a huge reach.
At 8?
What?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
8?
He fell to Arizona.
Not
No, you're talking about the O lineman.
Wilson. I'm sorry, Isaiah Wilson.
Yeah, Isaiah Wilson.
Oh, okay. It was like,
Wait a
that
second.
Paul really hates him.
There were a lot of things I
He's
just.
the end of the first. I don't know how much of a reach it is.
I mean, he could have been there in the third round. Like, would not have been surprising at all. He's a high upside pick, and that's one thing I like about him. Coming out of high school, I thought he was the best tackle in the entire country, but a lot can change in 4 years.
And then Michigan cooled on him.
Stop. He straight up took the bag, but that's for a conversation. No, I would have loved him to play for Michigan. We were very high on him, but he was really good. But no, he's a high upside pick, but I just think it was way too early to take him. I mean, you could have traded back far. And I know, again, that's one late first. It's one that you got to have a trade partner. But come on, man, that's so early to take him. So I didn't love that either.
Are you guys surprised only one running back went and only 3 quarterbacks did? Like, are you surprised that nobody went back up and got a guy like Fromm or Eason, or a guy went and got, maybe Jonathan Taylor or Dobbins or DeAndre Swift a little bit earlier, and then Edwards-Helaire was the only running back?
So I'm surprised that it was Edwards-Helaire that was the number 1 running back.
Yeah, me too.
I really thought it was going to be Dobbins or Taylor.
I thought it was going to be Swift at 32.
They were all borderline first-round prospects. It's not that surprising. It wouldn't have been surprising if none win. I thought because of the running back needing teams that were picking near the end of the first, that 1 or 2 are going to go, but it wouldn't have been shocking if none of them went. Teams don't value them as much anymore, and none of them were valued as a Saquon Barkley. So that part's not surprising, and I'm going to be honest, I've already forgot the first part of your question. I had an answer for it, and then I totally forgot what it was.
No, you're good. And so it was basically, are you surprised that the 3 quarterbacks are you surprised another quarterback didn't go?
Okay, oh yeah.
Nobody traded up for a Fromm or a Eason.
So
No, I'm not giving those 2 guys.
It was 4 quarterbacks that went, and they went pretty much exactly how we expected them to go. I mean, you had 3 in the first 6, and then
for sure.
towards the end of the first to a team that could develop him, which is exactly what you would expect to happen. None of the other guys are good enough to slide into the first. I mean, there's not, and you guys know I don't even like Deshaun Watson, but Jacob Eason and Jacob Fromm or that's right. Right?
You call him Jacob Fromm?
Yeah,
I know that's probably his real name.
Jacob Eason, whatever. They're not good enough to slide into the first, in the back end of the first. It's not happening. Especially if you look at the teams drafting near the end of the first, it would have taken a trade up because none of those teams are taking a quarterback, a project.
Unless you're the Packers.
I'm honestly surprised any running backs were taken in the first round.
And then who do you think is the best player available in the second round? Their best player still on the board. The same way to ask that question.
It's got to be Blacklock or Winfield for me.
I got Diggs. I'm surprised that he wasn't taken in the first round. I had him in the first 20 picks.
Oh, man. I mean, it's too close between a handful of players for me. So I got Antoine Winfield. I love Jonathan Taylor. And you can throw J.K. Dobbins up there too if you want to. I'm not huge on the receivers, but you could argue T. Higgins is first-round caliber. I do love Zach Bond. I talked at length about Marlon Davidson. He's super good. Grant Delpit is awesome if somebody wants a safety. He's going to be really good, and I love his size. I mean, there is so much talent, and that's what we talked about. Like, any one of the guys I just mentioned, I'd be happy with the Lions taking it 35. And we talked about, like, how well this worked out for the opportunity that we have. And even, I mean, they're not going to trade back, but if you could trade back to 40 and pick up an extra later pick, or even trade back to the mid-second round, it's not the value you're going to get in trading back for 3, but there's so many people still on the board. Josh Jones, we talked a lot about tackle. Josh Jones is on the board, and he's pretty solid. So there's a lot of people in play outside of the guys even that you mentioned. Like, there's so much talent.
Gross Mato's still on the board.
I mean, really, so if you could have, I would have been fine not making.
Xavier McKinney is still on the board.
If we could have had like 4 picks between late first, early second. Like we just kept trading back, trading up, whatever it is.
Well, you could have if you went the 18 and 26 for 3 route.
Yeah, for sure. And then
or 18, 26, and 39.
You get 4 like early second round vicinity picks. Imagine the talent we could. Imagine adding 4 of those guys that I just mentioned to your team. Is that really? But no, it's all right. We got Okudah at 3.
So everybody go check out Don Drysdale's for Detroit Sports Nation's 3 options the Detroit Lions could get in the second round. Because I said it throughout this draft, especially when the 20 started, is I liked how number 35 was shaking out for the Lions, either them taking their own player or trading back and getting somebody else and picking up another pick. But I know Don has 3 really good players in mind, so definitely go check that out, kind of see how they fit the Lions scheme. But that's really why I wanted to ask the question, because I thought we would get 4 different answers, and it sounds like we did, because there are a lot of really good pieces that I think could fit the Lions. And most of them are probably on defense, but even for offense, like along the offensive line or at running back, there are a lot of guys that could really make the Lions better at the, really at the snap of a finger.
Well, and I think that's the interesting thing there. There's so many guys left on the board that would be a value pick. It's almost a similar situation to having the 3rd pick in the first round.
It's almost impossible to miss with this many guys on the board.
It's impossible to miss if you make the pick, but you're almost in the same situation where, like, why not trade back now?
Yeah, no,
and
absolutely.
Collect 2 second-round picks. Like, you get that pick, maybe another pick, and then a couple 3rd or 4th-round pick. Like, just being able to finagle, because, again, you came into this draft with 9 picks and at least 11 positions of need. So there's no way you're going to be able to fill that. And so doing what you can do to create the most draft capital, you missed your shot in the first round. Okay, maybe reportedly there wasn't a trade that was on the table. You didn't force the hand to make there be a trade on the table because you weren't crafty enough to do that. So now you got your guy Okudah. You're sitting at 35. If Blacklock's there and you like him and Patricia likes him to build your inside out, that's fine. You both kind of get a win. But if you can trade down from 35 to a 40 to a 42 and collect more 3rd-round picks, maybe, and then use those 3rd-round picks to move back into the 2nd round. Yeah. I mean, there's so many names on the board that we've just discussed that I think that is a dream scenario, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think almost the best case scenario is no running backs go before you. And there are I think there are going to be some teams that value their running back board so high that when you have a guy like Dobbins, Taylor, or Swift, if they're all still on the board, teams are going to differ on who they have number 1. But as long as, of course, they have one of those guys number 1 and they see you at 35 as a spot where they can go and get their highest ranked running back and maybe the 20th overall player on their board, me personally, I think that's an opportunity that they would jump at, and then that's an opportunity that the Lions do have to jump down and then pick up an extra 2nd or a 3rd-round pick to where they can plug in some of those holes where if they weren't going to take a running back there, maybe they were going to sit and wait on a safety or sit and wait on one of the, the 2 offensive linemen, at least with the 2nd-round grade that they have left. And who knows what the Lions grade or what anybody grades, because we saw some surprises in the 1st round of guys that we didn't think, were going to go then, but obviously they ended up doing. But I think, your running back class, where if you have 33, 34, and neither of those are running back, I think you don't have the same trade value at 3, but I think, to your point, AJ, you have a lot of you really have a lot of kind of leverage there to say, well, we can give you Dobbins, we can give you Taylor, we can give you Swift if you're trading with us. Yeah. And if you're willing to, we're willing to go down to 46 or whatever the case is.
Hey, so to answer your question, Don, or not even a question, it was a statement. I think it's full of shit. I don't believe that in the slightest. But if it is true, it's just all the more reason to do what we talked about for a half hour and take Tua. We saw how much both the Chargers and Miami
definitely would have worked.
that that's exactly what they wanted. And so that's where you put your scrotum on the table and you take the quarterback that they want and you force them to make the trade. Why are you shaking your head, Matt? You don't want to see my scrotum on your table?
Definitely not.
Well, and again,
I shaved it today. We're good.
worst case scenario in that you end up with a really good rookie quarterback.
Right, you end up with Tua,
Right.
and you trade Stafford after next year?
Yeah, like
That's absolute worst case.
There is literally no downside, and it's a power move, and it's something that you just don't see the Lions do.
And you know what it would have done? And not that this matters, I don't think, in the grand scheme of front offices, but you would have won a lot of goodwill with a lot of fans had you made a move like that.
It's a real move. It's a real football move.
For these second round picks, would you trade number 35 for either Ngakoue or Trent Williams? Because they obviously didn't get traded for the first round.
So Trent Williams is getting a little older.
And he wants like $16 million a year.
And yeah, he wants a big contract. So if it was as simple
Is
as
16 that big for an offensive lineman? I honestly don't know. I know it's what Darius
31?
Slay wanted.
16 is big for anybody.
But I would
think he's
trade. I would pay an offensive lineman 16 before
I think he's like 31 years old also.
Trent Williams has
he's good. He's good.
Yeah, he's good.
Trent Williams has 4 to 6 really good years left as long as he's healthy. I don't see the Lions winning anything in the next 3 or 4 years. I can tell you that right now. So you're hoping on the back end of it that he's going to be elite still and maybe carry you? Like, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. He's too old. Ngakoue, if we didn't just spend $5 trillion on linebackers, sure.
If Trevon Diggs is still there, then no.
I really liked Ngakoue.
You're so on Diggs. And Diggs, the funny thing is that we didn't even mention Diggs in our million players that, like, there's so many players the Lions could draft at 35 and it would be a good pick. And they will find a way to not draft any of those players.
Oh, absolutely.
Incredible.
No,
They'll find a way to use it on Josiah Scott.
Stop. Actually,
Shane Wilkins.
oh my God.
They're going to draft Josh Uche at 35.
So I would hate the pick, but there were people that thought he could sneak into the first. I didn't buy it, and I think he's vastly overrated. I think he is.
If we can get Uche in the third, that's amazing.
I
think he is a real gift at like getting to the quarterback. But I'm not taking him at 35.
People really knocked down Brown for his usage of Uche.
He can perform coitus on a male individual before I take him that high. How's that for your clean edit, Matt?
Yeah, I don't have to edit this one. We good.
He doesn't have that.
Everybody's seen this.
I've been very
it was more a joke. I wanted to make a coitus joke earlier because it seemed like my neighbors were either performing the roughest coitus ever or they were hammering a pitcher into the wall 35 times because they couldn't get it right. But all you heard was a consistent just bang, 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 bang. And it was like right as we were starting. And I was like, Jesus Christ, it couldn't happen at a worse time. But I didn't get to get my coitus joke off at that time.
I have been so
and I like the word, and I think it's
live
funny.
in like a stacked apartment area. Like I've never not had an individual unit.
Well, you hear a lot. I'll tell you that.
I can imagine.
You can hear people praying. You can hear them singing.
Hear them praying. That's impressive.
Hear them praying. Yes,
they're loud.
They're very, very much into God and the Almighty Father.
A little bit showy for my taste.
Well, I'll tell you what. If their God is real, He's very happy with them.
I know. Let's not get into this territory. It's not the.
All right, Mister.
I just said their God. You know who their God is. It could be Colin Kaepernick.
On this stupid
You don't know.
Draftcast.
All right, on the real, though, we want to thank everyone who has stuck with us throughout this entire first round of the draft. Thank you very much, of course, to Detroit Sports Nation for hosting the four of us. We are the Sports Carnage podcast.
Next year's production's gonna be a lot.
Matt, Ryan, and Paul will be back with you guys for the second and third round tomorrow.
No, I will not.
I have a house to wire.
I have an anniversary to celebrate.
These are like the only working lights I have right now.
I have an angry wife to get to right now.
Angry?
I'll hop on with Don. And
5
come up
years.
with some more bad takes.
5 years tomorrow.
You better make it up to her in the style of Ryan.
Congratulations, AJ.
Thank you.
Give a happy anniversary to your wife for us.
I didn't even hear that.
Yeah, 5 years tomorrow, gentlemen,
5 years.
at a courthouse. in
Which
Fort
means
Worth.
you will definitely be seeing AJ on here tomorrow.
No, you will not.
AJ and Matt are both going to be taking notes from
Well,
that.
you knew the Lions before you knew your wife. Don't get selfish.
All right, Joe. Thank you all again for sticking with us. We are Sports Carnage.
Yes, sir.
I
Detroit
think it's
Sports
like-
Nation.
Cheat on him and still not cause as much animosity as the Lions.
All right. We are done.
Good night, guys.
Good night, all.
See ya.